Futures holding on to slight gains here, a little bit better than expected. In fact, as we get some news coming out of the UK this morning that has boosted equities ahead of CPI. Obviously, the big number going to come here in a few minutes. We'll get September CPI expected to be 8.1%, 0.3 on the month-over-month number. We'll talk about that coming up. But the UK government coming out this morning saying a mini budget that is expected to come through could reverse some of the tax cuts that were put into place that sent the pound reeling to the downside over the past couple of weeks. Both the pound, both UK markets and the pound back to the upside on that note this morning. We'll have a look at futures holding on to solid gains here, as I mentioned, going into CPI. A couple of interesting notes as we get set for this number this morning. DWAC back in play this morning. Digital World Acquisition Corporation up about 10% pre-market if you missed it. True Social now available in Google's Play Store as well as the Apple iPhone Play Store as well. We got Domino's earnings. We get Delta earnings. We'll talk about the chips coming up here as well as TSM reports as well and warned about their next quarter going forward. Positive so far, but all could change coming up here in a few minutes. It's Thursday, October 13th, 2022. tradertv.live starts now. There we go. Some positivity, as we said, right across the entire board. Good to see 1% for the S&P, the Dow, and NASDAQ back to the upside as well. But as I mentioned, all could change here, and all will change coming up in about 3 minutes. Bitcoin and Ethereum downside, worth noting. Let's get right into it here. Bring the guys in, and we'll talk about what to expect coming up here in the next couple of minutes. Big morning, guys. Good morning to everyone. Joining us a little early, obviously, ahead of going to be an important day for the market, going to be an important day for the economy, I think it's worth mentioning, as we have this weird Zoom difference going on right now, but that's fine. The market is positive. Yeah, we're way back here today for some reason. The market positive here, guys, heading into
fine.
CPI.
I think we're fine. I just think Brendo's a little bit, but that's good, man. You got the monitors there, makes it look all important and stuff. I like it. I like that. Yeah, thanks, Brendan, and good idea starting early today, I think. And welcome to the show, guys. It's gonna be a wild one. I just tweeted out, buckle up. That's it. Simply put, we're gonna wait to see what happens. You got about 2 minutes now until all of our lives change forever.
Yeah, don't anticipate, participate.
You know what? It's funny. I think it was Spencer behind us who said, like, you know, what if it just comes out as expected? So, you know, and then the market just like doot.
That's the thing, and it's.
We'll see.
I have a slight suspicion that if it's as suspected, the market might like it a little bit. But like, let's get it clear. If it's crazy hot print, then obviously you got to be thinking about just immediately looking for some shorting opportunities, whether it's a market or just some weak names that you like. And if you think if it comes the other way, like if you see a 7 on that number, you see a 7 on that bad boy, I think we all know what to do. You're gonna be looking for those breakouts. I mean, whether it's Q66, Intel's at a pretty good level. I mean, there's a lot to be watching here. Just know where you want to play it. Tesla's got a 220 if it breaks the upside. Breaking down. Crypto was weak this morning, so if we break down, if there's a stock I like, I might be looking toward that Coinbase. I'm sort of saying like the 68 level on Coinbase could come into play. It's a little higher now, but you know you want to have an idea in either direction. For anybody, if it's your first time watching it, whoa, why are we already moving?
Maybe someone leaked something.
Oh, for the love of.
Well, wait to see. We're going to trade TQQs.
Yeah,
so right now the market just popped up.
This
pretty
is why
big,
you don't have a stop.
Up to 11 right now. 11,000. We just popped pretty nicely right there on the market. We're going to be watching the TQQ here. A triple lever NASDAQ. Right now the guys behind us getting excited. Someone just popped that up there.
Yeah.
We'll wait to see. Nothing
came
yet.
out.
Yeah, nothing out. This is just someone getting ready and locked and loaded here for that one. Let's go over to Brendan. 30 seconds left.
Yeah, under a minute to go here, guys. Let's get you ready. This is what is expected. Again, I've seen different estimates here, but 0.2 according to Reuters. I've seen 0.3 as well. 8.1 on the year-over-year number. The core number is up here, 0.5 and 6.5 on the year-over-year numbers. So coming up here, these will populate this box and this box probably first. Those are the ones that are going to matter, and then we'll bring you the core numbers as well. Didn't see any headlines on that initial move for the overall market there, but might be a liquidity. Here we go. Higher, guys, higher. 8.2 versus 8.1. 0.4 versus 0.2 on the month-over-month numbers. So 6.6 on the year-over-year core versus 6.5 and 0.6 versus 0.5. Let's go over to the guys.
Oh, man.
Well, liquidity is non-existent.
I punched the wrong way. I meant to go short and I punched long. Yeah, big time move to the downside here. We got to get short now onto this one. I went the wrong way there on the TQQs by accident. Just pushed the wrong key, silly me. But there it is, a nice little downside move now as we go short on the TQQ there. Now, let's watch out. It's a little lower than expected, or sorry, higher than expected, creating this market to dump down a little bit. So not good, guys. Not good. A lot of money being made in the back. This is what we're talking about. This is why we're here every single day. We are now short this market. Should have gone short right there, but made an accident on the keystroke. But here we go. We are now short.
This market is dropping like a rock.
Yeah, we re-shorted this one down to 10.5. You got anything, Neil?
No, I grabbed some cues on the 56 break. It was not a lot of liquidity on a 60, but some guys grabbed them on the back there. I tried Intel on the quick curl. I tried Coinbase's 68, which I was in love with. I didn't get any of that. I mean, Coin, you can forget about it. You want individual stock? I had it set up, 68 breakdown. Coin was the short I wanted. It dropped $2.50 instantly. It's not even as hot a print as you might have expected. Like, we're talking 8.2 versus 8.1. I mean, for us to drop like a rock like this, I tend to think there might be a little bit of a bid that comes in. Sometimes you look for that support. I mean, Tesla just broke 210. I was thinking 210 could be support on Tesla today, but you knew this would happen. You get punched in the face. Like, those levels only matter up until a point. When the market comes and does one of these U-turns on you, this is like Fahad crossing over Lucas last night, which, by the way, you guys will see that tape. Crazy moves down. I'm seeing Apple breaking 135 here.
Oh my God. I went, so I made a keystroke error actually and went long initially. I thought I was going short there. We got out and then we just reverted into the short. It's too bad we still don't have the initial short on because this market is absolutely tank city right now. Neil just talked about, I mean, I'm still short the TQQs. Apple 134. This is why I put it on the sticky note, was like, who cares what the sticky note says? This market is downside. Apple cracking, AMD starting to crack lower. This is horrible. This is not what anyone expected. This means that the Fed has to keep on with their raise, and it's not a great move, not a great look, for the market here today. AMD down to 55 again. Let's see what Meta is. Is that at 0 yet? Meta 123 to the downside right now. We are making big time moves here. It's a big time move to the downside. You know, like we just said, man, buckle up because you're in for a ride right now. We only have TQQs. This was just so stupid. I pushed the wrong key, to be honest. I thought I was like, when I was getting out here, I was like, oh yeah, I'm short. Let's get out. And I wound up getting more. Then we got out there and finally flipped it over to the short side. So we're going to be a flat trade here today. But wow, what a big move to that downside. Yeah. Very exciting, needless to say. CPI coming out again, what was it, 8.3?
You know, increases
8.2. 8.2 versus 8.1. Kind of as expected, but still pretty low on this one. Let's go. Bouncing back a little bit here.
Yeah, also too, I'm pretty sure Brandon did say this, but you do have core was also higher. Month over month core was 0.6. That's going to be hot. The Fed was looking for that as well. Amazon cracked 110. If you hear clapping in the back, if you hear clapping in the background, somebody just graduated. I don't know who did. So we're on a prop trading floor, and in order you trade firm capital, but you start out as a trainee. When you hit a certain target, you graduate as a trader, and then you're a full-time trader. You start getting paid your commission, you get more risk, all the good things that come with it. So I don't know who it is, but someone in the back, Max graduated, so congratulations to you, Max, for graduating. These are opportunities that are there for you when it happens in the market. If you got any liquidity on that short, that was your chance right there. So shout out to you, Max. Pretty cool for you guys to see that live.
Honestly, like, I went the wrong way, so that's my fault. I hit the wrong key. that was about as easy as it could ever be. Like, I cannot believe it kind of for me anyways, watching the TQQs, it hung around. Like, I cannot believe, like, I thought this was the short. I was able to get these, like, you were able to get shares, which is why everyone back in behind us there traded the market, and maybe you weren't able to get shares on stock, but the futures, I feel like it got hit, it came out, it was like, what? And then it moved around, and then it was bang to the downside. So there goes the TQQ.
You know what? Next time I'm trading future.
Yeah, exactly. It's the only really way to go, in my opinion. Look, stock is fine. It's just like you said, people pull the orders, liquidity goes away.
Even the Qs themselves, they're not as liquid. Like, I know the T is maybe a little bit more liquid, but
really
individual
liquid,
stock, you almost have to throw out the window, because it was like Coinbase essentially had a dollar spread. And I'm like, well, what do you do with that? It's like, the level was great, but it doesn't make a difference. No, there's a bit of a bounce happening here. The NASDAQ just bounced off. I'll just do this because I want to show you Apple. But the NASDAQ just bounced off 10.5, down 3%, and trying to get at least some kind of a bid in here. And Apple Apple just tried to catch 135. Like, you're looking at some of these bottoms. It's like, where do you find some support? I think you can maybe look to, like, this is where I might turn to. Like, Delta reported earnings, right? So Delta's up 2%. It's still holding its breakout at 29.5. Maybe a little bit less pressure when it comes to this print than some of the tech names. That's a place you can look at. I'm looking at 29.50 as a bit of and it's not to say you have to go long something right now, but I'm going to be looking for some opportunities to dip by and some names that might have some relative strength. Domino's Pizza, which is still on the New York Neal, that's a name that reported. They're still up 7%. Maybe not going to get crunched as badly here as some of the other stocks. I was kind of hoping we'd see 315s on any kind of a dip. So Domino's, Delta, those are places I might go to for the dip buy.
All right, Brendo, you have any notes or anything from that? I mean, we could still sit here and trade. I mean, it's just the market's kind of settling down right now, down at 10.5. So let's go over to Brendan and just see if there's anything coming across the boards.
Yeah, let's do a bit of a recap here, guys, for anyone just joining, maybe missed the number itself. Here we go. The core higher than expected, both on the month over month and year over year. So 6.6 versus 6.5 on the core year over year. 0.6 versus 0.5 on the month over month. That's, again, the core number. And then down here, the big ones, 8.2 for the month of September versus 8.1. And then the month over month, again, 0.4 versus 0.2. I actually saw a few people saying 0.3 on the estimate there. So regardless of what estimate you were looking at, still higher than expected. This is obviously causing some interest rate movement as well. I'll bring you the yields coming up here in a few minutes, but thought I'd show you this right now. 84.4 on the 75 basis points. There's actually about a 1 in 10 shot at this point at a 100 basis point increase coming up in November. Again, the next Fed meeting going to be November 2nd, but I was actually expecting this to be a little bit higher. Again, this is on the half. And then this is the 75 basis points, and then there's about a 1 in 10, so about 10% on the 100 basis point increase. But again, right across the board, not a single one of these prints, guys, even in line with expectations. So not good at this point at all.
Definitely not good. As I said, like I trailed out a future there, and there's some names I want to short on pops to be sure.
Yeah.
Like I said, Delta, probably the one place I feel at least remotely comfortable going into a long. Still up on the day, still holding its breakout price at about 29.5. But we're going to get into some individual names. If you've been following along in the chip space, that recent bill that just came out, the recent pressure that you're seeing on some of the chip names, AMAT and the chip supply and the equipment makers. 30% of growth is China, man. And if they get cut off from China, I don't see any way that this stock can be green today. It just can't happen. I'll be shorting every single pop that I see on AMAT today. I'll short in front of 74. I'll short in front of 75. I'll short in front of 76. And I'll short in front of 77. It doesn't mean I'll just sit there the entire time, but each pop, I want to make sure I'm getting a little bit of a piece of AMAT, which was not even making that big of a deal to the upside. Just got back 60 cents. If it gets anywhere close to 74, I'm going to start the fade on AMAT.
50. I'm still watching the TQQs here. I think, we wrote down AMD back down to 56. That's basically where it went to. 56 on AMD is something that I want to be watching as well. That's that bottom right there. So, we just cracked through it. I don't know. The market, like I said, right now as we digest, that's why we went over there to Brendan, see what the future's looking like as far as possible rate hikes coming through. Looks like 100 basis points, as Brendan just mentioned there. Yeah, 10.6. So just watching out for the futures there. And then AMAT AMD is still hovering underneath this 56. I'm just holding on to this TQQ short here. Like I said, a little embarrassing there. We did go the wrong way, but then we just punched short, made the money back, but still could have been a much bigger day there for us as the market did crank lower here. So we're going to watch out for that. Nice little move down in. And then Apple, I mean, you know what? You know what was a weak name yesterday was actually Microsoft. So this could be another name. Ooh, down to 220. Geez. The more and more I see some of these names, it's going to be a little bit of a shock today. Microsoft down 2.25, down to 220. That could be something as well. Microsoft. And then what about Amazon here? Increasing rates, never a good thing for the end consumer. Yeah, okay, there it is. Down 3% for Amazon. This one might be the biggest crack to the downside right there. 114 all the way down to 108 right now for Amazon. Man, this market can't open up quick enough, man. I really want to see this this open here today. We'll check it on the imbalance locator real quick. Nothing on the imbalance locator right now, so let's close that. Amazon down here to 108 is pretty spicy. The only thing is look at the spread. It's 30 cents. I don't know if we really want to put in, now it's fine. I don't know what that just tightened up. But I don't know if we really want to put in capital to work, too much capital anyways, in equity right now as this market just trying to figure itself out. Now it looks like it wants to make another leg lower. The NASDAQ's just starting to print here. We just touched basically 10,600 and bounced. So I think that 10.6 would be a nice little area to maybe consider either loading up some more short or lightening up if you haven't yet. That's a nice move. And I think we could break lower here too, man. 10.5, that breaks, then it's see you later on this market today.
Not a whole lot.
You probably get down 5%, Brendo.
As promised, here's a look at Treasury yields right now. Market to the downside, guys. These things at highs and breaking two highs right now. These are hourly charts, so the 10-year on the left, we just took out 4% back to this recent high for the 10-year. The 2-year just tagged 4.45. Almost 4.5 on the 2-year now. So monster moves back to the upside. It's been an interesting morning for the US dollar. Again, this is an hourly chart. When that UK headline came across suggesting that a revised mini budget would reverse some of the tax cuts that we saw put into place over in the UK coming up shortly, that caused this sell-off initially down to 112.5 for the US dollar. But look at this thing now, about to take up the highs again on an hourly chart. Even the dollar, guys, back to recent highs anyways.
I was actually just showing this.
I just way more short right now.
I was just showing this to Sean. UVXY, which I always look at. Look at the channel it went in. It basically bounced from the low on the support that I was looking at all week and then ran right into the resistance level. But the only reason I'm not already in AMAT is we're sitting right on this level. It's I just actually got ticked in AMAT there. But we're sitting right on this level, that 13.6 on UVXY. You're right on whatever support or semblance of support could have just been found on the futures. So maybe you can get a bit of a dip. Like I said, if you're going to try to go long something, maybe there's something else I could be looking at, but Delta got back to 30. I was able to scalp some. I'll show you the 3-minute because that's going to be a better idea here. It bounced all the way to 30, then rejected again back into these lows. So you're getting crazy whipsaw action. And if you're going to go long, you better find something that has got a pretty good catalyst. I saw Domino's Pizza and I see Delta. I don't see too much of anything else unless it's some kind of a reverse ETF or whatnot. And Tesla 210. We've gone back and forth above and below this 210. If we open below that number, you know what's looming below 210. It's an even $200 on Tesla. If we see that today, that is going to easily be one of the most. It's going to be a ridiculous level. I expect if we see 200 today or tomorrow on Tesla, it's going to be a crowded trade and probably the place where I think the most amount of risk outside of the futures here might get put on, because 200 on Tesla is going to be a wild one. Certainly, I don't think we're going to necessarily see something comparable on Amazon. It broke 110. That was the big resistance level. If we're below 110 on Amazon, I'm short Amazon. So any pop, I just missed a curl here in a 109.80, but any pop up, if it's below 110, Amazon's got to be a short.
Yeah, I'm not even playing equity yet, guys. Yeah, so, it's a 10% chance for a 100-point hike, but still 86-14 in favor of 75. So just confirm that with Brendo there. So 100 basis points probably not very likely, but there is now a chance at that. We went short again on the TQQ when we broke through 60 there. It was just hovering around these levels. It absolutely, I didn't even have a bid out, but it completely stopped at 50 for some reason. TQQ shouldn't really matter the price. It's just going to follow whatever the NASDAQ does here. So again, a triple inverted. We're going triple the risk here on TQQ into this move. Again, we went long early, and then we're like, wait a second, we're long, that's a mistake. And then we just punched the short and took a little bit of revenge on that, and then went to the downside. So now we're going to wait to see how far down we can go. I am bidding. I just don't know if there's going to be a bottom until the market opens up here. We could just dance around, and I think if we dance around, we just keep going lower right now until the market opens, and then maybe someone comes in and buys some of the depressed assets like what we've been talking about There's high quality names. I mean, a lot of these good names are getting thrown out. Like with the baby with the bathwater type of thing here today. But we're going to wait. I am bidding now 51 to get out of a little bit. We're 30 cents in the money on this TQQ trade. And that's it, man. I sent Brendan a message on Twitter about CPI. Right now, we can't answer any Twitter messages as we are trading actively right now. But I'm not sure what you're confused about for CPI. It's just prices are going higher. That is the fact that inflation is going to be a problem for a little bit longer here. We thought the Fed's looking to get it down to like 2. That's nowhere near where we are right now, obviously. 8.2 is like disaster. I don't think anybody actually thought that we were going to get something like that print today, but we did, and it came, and now we got to wait to see where we go from here. I actually thought that we would get something. Honestly, I thought like 7.9, 7.8, something like that was a possibility for it. But obviously, everybody caught off sides right now, and you get this huge move. I mean, the reason why I'm waiting for like equity and all that, I mean, we could be short Apple right now too. I chose the TQQs. I feel like there's a lot of liquidity there. But I just, Apple, Snapchat, DraftKings, things like that, like names that are on the sticky note, like you're going to have to wait, and because people are going to get caught off sides with their option plays and stuff like that today. So, once that starts to open up, then you're going to have to wait to see. DraftKings already down 5%. Again, a name that's on the sticky note that's been beat up. Look at Alibaba again today, down 4%, and just making these moves back in. And it's like, if you're going to look at a daily chart, it's like, okay, well, now what, right? I mean, you're going to go down to some of these levels. We're going to bottom pick. Like, we're going to find some levels either to smash short or what, but I'm not going to do anything until this market opens up. I mean, we just went short again here on the TQQs, like I said I was going to, right there. So we're adding to our futures position here. I wish we didn't have these in there, but there it is. We still should be short from 18, but there it is, a nice move down, 16, 16.45, and still going down. So we just engaged again on this. Lower lows, hopefully coming through here on the market, and I'm here for that as we trade the TQQs. I'm just going to bid 43 right now, try to get a piece out. But yeah, it is CPI coming in at 8.2 versus 8.1 expected. So not a great feel here for anybody caught long, as I see Rahim Alani. He's going to come in and fix this whole inflation.
You see what just happened?
He's going to come in and fix this whole inflation problem for us real quick.
I don't know about that
now. But Brendan, what a fun morning.
Yeah, so far so good as far as movement anyways, but unfortunately in the wrong direction if you're long at all. Now 3+% for the NASDAQ, back to lows currently. The euro falling to a 2-week low versus the dollar, 96.3 currently for the euro as well. Again, a huge move back higher this morning for the British pound. On that note from the UK government, again, coming across suggesting that a new mini budget could reverse some of those tax cuts that we saw just absolutely crush the pound. Here's Digital World Acquisition Corporation. DWAC did fall with the overall market. Was having a look at this, still up significantly on that news. Again, Truth Social now available in Google's Play Store as well, but not going to matter, I fear, today. Watch 16 down at the bottom for DWAC, guys. But we'll talk a little bit about some of these tech names downside in a big way. Again, the 10-year above 4%, the 2-year just about touching 4.5%. It is going to be a wild ride. We're going to get set up here with Rahim Alani, talk a little bit about some cannabis names after what happened last week in the U.S. as well.
I should have had to stop.
Yeah, so actually we're just talking about some things here, and I actually want to get to DWAC, because if there was a stock that might have been worth just sitting into the short, I feel like that was going to be it, because it always sells off on any kind of positive news. And I came in thinking short any pop. Weirdly enough, it's got 230,000 worth of volume, and I don't think there's going to be anything to be said about that. But just sort of going back into the Qs, the mistake might not have been trying to trade the Qs, which I don't think had the same liquidity as the MES or the NASDAQ or like the NASDAQ futures, the ES futures, maybe even the Ts. But truthfully, when we had that spike initially to the upside, when I think people were fat fingering in early, which is potentially just the case, or people got a little bit jittery, I started moving the stops. When I was really looking for a break all the way down at the bottom, when it came up higher, I'm like, no, let's just move the break down here. And then suddenly, instead of trying to get a short off of the big support break where there's likely to be way more liquidity, I'm trying to short the initial move way too early. And I think you always got to think about where you learn from it. I'm into AMAT now. AMAT was part of my plan to be short. It's like, if it's a red day, I know for sure this one I want. And if I'm going to look for a long, I kind of knew I wanted to look for a long in Delta. We'll see if that one works out. They did have earnings today. They did guide forward positively, but it doesn't necessarily mean anything. I mean, if we make some fresh lows here on these Qs, the daily chart's going to speak for itself. You are now, it's not just that we're through that June low, we are now breaking away for the first time. Like when we've been testing these lows, we kind of been bouncing around, teetering a little bit. On the last break, we kind of didn't really go anywhere. Now we are solidly through those June lows on the Qs, right? It's a much different scenario. So anything that's broken a big shelf, it's like a lookout below situation. There's certain stock, if it gets above a certain price, I'd give it up. Like I said, Amazon 110 comes to mind there, Tesla 215, but if you got a good one, hold on to it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I guess that bottom wasn't a week ago Tuesday. As you guys know, we had Raider Trader on calling that. I mean, it's very difficult to call some sort of bottoms, and there's no way that I think that that's appropriate to do that. But we're going to wait to see here what comes through. I mean, look, you can always throw darts, and if it hits, it hits right now. But we are starting to bounce back up a little bit here. At least not really, but just starting to get a little bit of a tick up here in the market. But you know what? Oh, that super chat. Look, so I don't, no, he's just saying, like, if CPI, and I don't know, was it 6.3 last month? And it went to 6.6? Maybe it was 6.2 and it went to 6.6. All you're doing is just the math. So if it went from 6.6 to 6.3, then you are right, that would be 0.3, not 0.4. So I don't know. I mean, you could be getting these numbers from somewhere else, or I don't know if Brendan mentioned them or whatever, but the month over, so whenever you see M over M, you're right, it's month over month as opposed to year over year. So sometimes those metrics get confused in tweets and things like that. But yeah, you do want to look over at the month over month. And that's why when CPI goes up month over month, that's not a good sign, which is what's hitting this market to the downside. So I apologize if there's any misunderstanding about that, but that is, like, you're saying you're unsure where that 0.4 metric represents, but
it's two separate metrics.
Month over month, he's talking CPI.
He's talking only CPI, not core.
Yeah, not core. So I was just saying, the core, but even the core wasn't. What was the core last month?
The core was 6.5. Sorry, core was 6.3 last month.
Right, and so it came out 6.6,
and it came out 6.6.
Yeah, so you're right. So it should be. The metric should be 0.3, not 0.4. But again,
core was 0.1 last month, and it was 0.4. It's
still 0.3. I don't know where this 0.4 is coming from.
That whole incremental gain is sort of how the math works. I think that's what he's getting confused.
Yeah. So, anyways, either way, man, it's not a great print if you are looking long, but it's congratulations. Where's our bull? Where's our bear? Sorry, there's our bear. Oh, we kept him a bear all day, but I just found the bear here, and they are roaring here today. So. Let us know whenever we are ready there, Fahad, and we can go on and on and on. But the TQQ's tried to get back going. We are going to have Rahim Alani coming on here, talking about a couple interesting names. He just talked about the cannabis sector and whatnot, so that should be flying high. Needless to say, what is Tilray at right now? I mean, there's probably no liquidity. Yeah, down to $3 again. We did have that rip up in the last week or so on Tilray. Ooh, we did get to that was in the aftermarket, 450 right there. So, that was on the pause. Ooh, There it goes. That was on the possibility right there of when Joe Biden was talking, President Biden was talking about pardoning. Well, I think he wound up doing it, pardoning in the federal jails for small crimes related to cannabis. But that faded out right back down to the bottoms again, like no surprise there. Like I said, you basically always want to fade these pops. But all right, looks like we're locked and loaded. The market has come back in a little bit, so we avoid that scare there in the TQQ and keep heading to the low side. This name was $40 a month and a half ago, 2 months ago. Now you're all the way down here to $16.50. So, all right, let's go over and see what Raheem and Brendo want to talk about.
All right, I wanted to just run over quickly, guys, this numbers once again, if anyone missed it. So the core, year over year and month over month, 6.6 versus 6.5 on the year over year number, 0.6 versus 0.5. So these are the estimates, and then these are the actual numbers that came across. We get 8.2 on the yearly number, the big one, versus 8.1, 0.4 versus 0.2. So, yeah, misses to say the least right across the board. Raheem Alani is here, Managing Director of OCI Groups, back in the building once again on a very exciting morning. Good to see you. What a day, what a week it's been as far as inflation is concerned. I mean, we can talk about the impact that this is going to have a little bit as far as us here north of the border. We've said many times on this show before when you've been on, it's not necessarily the same, but we still are going to be affected.
Yeah. Same but different.
Yeah.
And just for the viewers at home, you're in a live trading environment when there is just chaos going on here this morning and people are jumping around. So
it's exciting.
You're definitely in a live trading environment because there is quite a bit of noise this morning here versus when I left my place coming over here. Environment was a little bit different.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, a little bit quieter, I imagine.
Yeah. So, like you said, U.S. numbers do affect us a touch. Especially the way the U.S. greenback is going, that's going to affect almost everything that comes out of Canada and things that do come into Canada. So that's going to affect numbers going into the next quarter. Obviously, when you start looking at Q3 and Q4 results, start factoring in that dollar basis. But yeah, you're right. Inflation is going to be a concern. In theory, yesterday the cruise lines were all up. In theory, should that follow? Air Canada should follow that trend. So it's a very interesting thing to see. As retailers go one way, do retailers here follow another? And energy prices are always going to be.
Yeah, it's strange in the sense that we still have all this demand, it seems, specifically in the travel area of the market, but prices continue to march higher. I want to touch on, you mentioned the dollar there. I want to touch on some of these names that are going to be affected on the currency side of things.
Sure.
So we can get into retailers to start. We'll give you a few opportunities here or a few names to look at as far as stocks on this side of the border that are going to be affected by. The dollar, as I said, back to multi-week, multi-month highs here this morning, 114. Aritzia, which is on the retail side of things, obviously going to have a lot of inventory, a lot of things that are going to be currency-based.
Yeah, and obviously the inventory is going to be one side of it. The other side of it is that they have made a big push during COVID. I think we talked about Aritzia basically a year ago. They did make a big push prior to and during COVID, setting up both their online and their in-store premise in the U.S., and so when you put those two things together, coming out of the COVID mess and coming out of that, I think, people that are shoppers at Aritzia are going to continue that to that play into the shopping there. So, they just reported their quarter last. I think it was yesterday actually.
Yeah.
Quarter was up 50% revenue-wise. 500 million in revenue. So they're knocking out of the ballpark from those metrics, and you're going to, I think, continue to see what Aritzia is doing because of the moves that they made to get into the U.S. brick and mortar as well as on their online side.
Huge. You can see on the daily chart there, huge day higher yesterday. We were in the mall here in Toronto a couple of weeks back, and that's where they have one of their larger flagship, if you want, stores, and it was packed, like absolutely packed.
So and 46 million of bottom line. Tells you the number.
Exactly. So it's still tons of shoppers, tons of demand as well. On the other end of the spectrum, if you want, some of the dollar type stores also should be on our watch.
Yeah, no, I definitely think they should be, just given anyone that's studied economics, elastic versus inelastic names. We've talked about this, whether it's in the U.S., Mexico, Canada. As we see what's happening with inflation, when you go to your local grocery store, your local Walmart, whatever it is, goods are just more expensive. And people are going to start shopping less. Like off camera, we were just talking about Amex getting downgraded because people are just going to be spending less. And that's going to trickle all the way through. But if you look at your dollar stores, and our American friends have a number to choose from as well. In Canada, we've got Dollarama, you've got Pesorama in Mexico, you've got Dollar General, Dollar Tree. Yeah. You've got all these guys out there. When budgets become a little tighter, consumers start to revert back to the mean almost, as it were. So maybe goods that had a higher delta, higher margin, they're maybe going to shy away from, and they may start buying a larger variety of goods from their local dollar stores because they know they're capped at $2, $3, $4, $5. Yeah. So I think you're going to start to see that taking place a little bit more often. Dollarama here in Canada is the biggest one. They just had a $700 million note offering. So people definitely see the torque available in that stock as well if they're coming in to put that kind of money into the company.
I want to make sure we get to some of the cannabis names getting on in time. Already 9 o'clock here. So let's touch on some of the cannabis sector because we had obviously a note from the Biden administration last week, if you missed it, as far as what is to come as far as pardons and charges in the U.S. in this space. Just as a general thought here, what should we be looking at first when it comes to the cannabis sector in the U.S.?
Sure. And that news doesn't necessarily pave the way for we're going to have immediate changes coming to cannabis in the U.S. It's not going to all of a sudden, the SAFE Act will eventually, potentially, likely come, and that's sort of the rhetoric that is going around the Biden administration. Will it, when it, who knows? But these things all start to pave the way for more things to come in the future with relation to cannabis. I mean, this only affects a few thousand people in reality, but as it grows and it goes, a lot of quarters are coming out. So I think you'll start to see a lot of moves there.
It's amazing to see that, the 20% plus moves that we saw on the news itself. All gone, right back down to recent lows. So we'll touch on Tilray, I'm sure, and some of the other ones coming up here this morning. But great insight as always, great information as always. Rahim Alani, Managing Director of OCI Groups. Appreciate it.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
I got one.
All right. Apparently our stream might have just frozen as well. So if we are back up right now,
looks
refresh. F5 back. Yeah, people are saying we're back. So hit F5, hit the refresh. We are back. Thank you to Rahim Alani for all that talk right there. A couple interesting names. Aritzia. Look, the higher end retail continues to be working. I mean, I talked about LVMH yesterday. We have Aritzia and talk like that today as the market trying to bounce a little bit upside here. I'm going to use this 1720 to get out. On the TQQs. If we do bounce too much higher than that, we'll be out of that one. So we're going to use these little levels here to get out of our TQQ trade. Other than that, we're going to average in a little bit here. As it comes back up into the 80s, we'll take a print right here at this spot, and then we'll take another print around 17. And just to make sure that we don't, well, actually, I mean, now the 50 period's moving down. So I'm actually going to change my target out right now and put it to like that 17, 15 spot or so. So yeah, all right. The market's going to be a funny one here again today. Like we mentioned, if you're not looking short, then I think you're probably looking the wrong way. But you have to wait until this market opens up, right? I mean,
still half an hour.
Right now, you still got a long time. Nothing on the imbalance locator, no NASDAQ names, nothing on here yet as NASDAQ comes through at 925. But yeah, still a half hour to go in this market. And Rahim's right, man. It's a lot of excitement on the floor. We're really proud of some of the guys behind us that were able to cash in on that move. And like I mentioned, man, it was a pretty simplified move to the downside here in the TQQs. This should be a short, not a long. But we got out, like once I realized, I went long there instead of short, and I thought, okay, well, I'm going to take some profit, and I got more long, and then the downside, and then we just said, forget that. Punched the short there once we realized our mistake and got out. And then now, watching this thing continue to go down to the downside. So yeah, pretty simplified trade there because we really haven't had the bounce back. And again, CPI coming in at 8.2, expected 8.1. Not a disaster print by any stretch of the imagination, but tell that to the market. We have Arun on deck. So let's hear some levels now, Mr. Arun, in this S&P.
They gone.
Yeah, going to be important to understand what to look for as far as the overall market is concerned, as we said, on a day like today. Here comes Arun. What a big move that was. Arun, obviously worse than expected, higher than expected, right across the board for this number. What are you looking at today?
Yeah, so a couple things before I get started on the levels. If you saw the action before we got going on that 830 number, we saw that pop into 45. It reminds me of a couple months ago when they did the exact same thing where they popped it by 30 points, clearing the stops to the upside, and then complete reversal to the downside. So as soon as we took out, it looked like 15 You may have, if you were looking at the level 2, you may have seen some weird action there where the bid and the offer were like 1,000 by 2,000. It was just moving down. That's a locked book. I've had that experience years and years ago. It doesn't happen often, but in that situation, when you get a locked book, essentially what happens is no trades happen. They just move the prices down, bid and offer, track it down, and then they open it back up. The opening price was 73. So 35.73 is going to be where I would really key on if this market were to get back into that price point. Obviously, we have downside action, so you're seeing a decent amount of move to the downside. We haven't got to the open yet. 3,500 still in place, right? So downside trend, but the ranges are going to be a little bit wide, obviously, with the market the way it's moving. So what I would look for is a pop. We just had it actually into the 20s and 25s. That stalls out. Potential short there. Maybe join in on the trend here against 35.55. If we break past 35.55, we're gonna have to let that one go. But if it gets back into that 35.70, specifically, I'm gonna target exact prices 35.73. Just because I know there's gonna be a ton of volume based on the way the books were locked. I've had that experience before. It doesn't happen often, but when it does happen, there's a ton of volume that's gonna be waiting there. So 35.73 is where I'm gonna key off there on the upside. And of course, if you get back into the 80s, there's a previous, we've been somewhat of a range for the last few days. So there's going to be some action up there as well. So up top, 36.05. So I would start looking for potential shorts from 35.70 all the way up to 36.05. Secondary short, the easier short would be, if you can even get it, is going to be somewhere between 35.25, 35.20-ish, going all the way up to 35.55. So those are the two plays. And of course, given how this market moves and given how fast things happen, if you take out 3,500, is a momentum trader's game at that point. So you're just going to have to work with what comes after you get that break, because big round number, it's a key area, especially if you go back to a weekly chart as well, going back years. So definitely key off on that 3,500. It's going to be a matter of, do we get underneath and do we stay underneath? Because if we get underneath and snap back up, it could easily just come back into the 30s and 40s again. So I'd be really careful if you're going for low breaks or level breaks. Just be smart about how you are trading it once it does get underneath 3,500, because that's a big area. Definitely one to watch. So again, 35.73 is a key area given how we move, and then 35.20 going up to 35.55 is going to be a potential short range. And then if you break 3,500, be smart about how you play the downside. Although it might be really good, it might the issue is the possibility of a snapback, an aggressive snapback once the stops are cleared there as well. So just keep an eye on those three areas.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. Yeah, important to understand what could potentially come into play on a day like this, where ranges will be larger than we have seen over the past couple of days. Anyways, make sure you grab that every morning, I should say, before you come and join us at 8:30. Absolutely free. Our daily watch list, guys. You can use a QR code or hit that link, and it comes right to your inbox. Just enter your email address, comes right to your inbox every morning, and then you come join us at 8:30. Very exciting morning. Obviously, you can still probably hear some commotion in the background, but let's jump right into things, because a lot to get through here, guys, and we'll start with big tech. On a day when the overall market is moving, we've talked about this many times in the past, it's going to come down to the leaders. What are the leaders doing, the big mega cap tech stocks, and how can those kind of give us clues as to what the overall market could do?
Yeah, look, at least for now, you guys have already seen the move to the downside, so let's get that one out of the way. We don't need to talk about it, but we can talk about what's trying to happen right now, which was the futures putting in a bit of a bounce, NASDAQ at 10.5, the VIX, volatility trying to bounce as well. Apple has not retested the low. I saw the futures bounce off the lows again. Apple got to about a 133 print, did not get any lower than that. It's now holding a higher bid. Look, to me, if it gets above 135, then you can have some kind of a relief rally. I always look at that first resistance level. When it pops back to the upside, that's going to be a 135 area. It looks like 135 and a quarter. If we're below that number, I think you're just still hunting for some of those shorts. And the other one, which, I think I'm kind of focused in on Amazon. That one pops in anywhere close to that 110 area. As solid as Amazon has been the last couple of days, making some higher lows. I mean, you broke the floor at 110. That's what I was. If it wasn't for CPI, when it got to that price, I was probably going to be on the bid in front of it one of these days. But it didn't happen. We just chewed through it on CPI. So below that number, I'm looking for shorts. Those are the two big tech names I'm likely to watch the most. And the third one, Meta, of course. Meta just, when you talk about breaking support, it was right it was right there, 126. It's so far away from it now that I don't know if I would want to be waiting till 126 if you're looking to short any kind of pops. But if any of these big bids come down, I'm talking 120 on Meta, 130 on Apple. I don't know if we'll see something, maybe 105 would be on Amazon. I'm not sure we see that. But if those start to come in, it's not to say that you have to go along in front of it, but there are going to be situations where on these big capitulation type days, you do look for some bounce long plays just for scalp trades. Like you get it in good, tight to that stop area and try to catch a bounce. And then if it breaks, you can always look for that break. But yes, it was a hot print. It was a little bit hotter than expected. It wasn't it wasn't crazy. So I'm kind of in the back of my mind saying, any of those 4 to 5% days would seem a bit much. I think there's going to be some bounces to be had. But as long as they're below those numbers I was stating, I'm looking for shorts beneath them.
Yeah, it's not like you mentioned. This is not like an outlandish number at all. If you're going to miss, missing by 1 is fine, I would think. Anyways, the market doesn't think so. And again, I just think it's people caught offside. I think the market move is probably a little too dramatic to the downside, but it doesn't mean it's not going to open up to be a complete nightmare for the market. So we're still holding the net short here. One name that I'm looking at here, Google, down 3%. Remember yesterday it was pretty strong, relatively strong when we were looking at the market. So I think if there is going to be a bounce back potential here, this is a name that I don't mind hitting. Just showing you this, the last low, previous low, was back here on the 30th, I guess it was. No, October 3rd, right, the day after. You are going to get that bottom of 95 right there. Right now you're below that. So, I think of maybe a break higher above 95. And we're just throwing out darts here to, if the market does want to bounce back, I think Google is a nice little look there for that bounce back. Again, relatively strong yesterday. We saw it started to take off. Sure, yesterday was back and forth. We called yesterday a really bad trading day. It went up, then sort of this, that, and then at the end of the day kind of just tested again. But Google was up yesterday against a negative market. So we'll have to wait to see what happens here on Google right there. But 94 seems to be a bottom right now for 94. So we'll wait for that one. And then there's the 95.30, 95.50. So I do like Google today if the market does pop up. We're getting ready to take out another piece here on the TQQ as we're just hovering. We're not doing anything right now. The NASDAQ is doing this. There's the move down. We had the short. It's all good. A lot of pretty much all the traders behind us hit that short, so that's fantastic. Was about as easy as you could see there. Straight down, no bouncing. A lot of opportunity to get short there, as Arun was just mentioning. Now we wait for the NASDAQ to see what that does at 10.5, which it just bounced off of, and then the ES at 35. So lots of opportunities abound here to trade, and we just got a piece out of the TQQ right there. As again, it's just, I'll take the bottom. If it's going to hover around these bottoms, fine. We were waiting at 83 to get shorter, went up to 75. We'll take another piece out. Hopefully this can come back in to the downside, but there's the direct move to the downside now. A reload at 60. We take a piece out now at 54. Hopefully we can get some downside pressure here as the market opens. That's where I think we go. I think we definitely flush early, and then we look for that bottom. What happens at once we test and reject that 10.5? What happens when we get back down there? I think we have to test it. So when that happens, then we see if it's a bounce. I think you can attack some of those names, like an Apple, like a Google, and then if it continues to go down, then I'm already in the short, and we'll look to add to that position. So next on watch is ES 35 and NASDAQ 10.5.
All right, let's talk about some of these chip makers. Back on watch this morning, downside with everything else, obviously, because of the market. But TSM, Taiwan Semi, out with earnings. The actual number is not bad, but their guidance was very cautious. They're going to reduce CapEx spending going forward. Not a good look overall for TSM. Wanted to mention this as well. This one popped up right out of the gate this morning. This is the bull, obviously, downside, SOXL, but 3 times bull. Semi ETF, guys. Huge volume on this already.
Yes, look, SOXL's been doing a lot of volume, obviously. I think you have to, there's a bit of a separation that's going to happen, I think, in some of the chip names, at least when it comes to the supply. Not just the chip makers, but I'm in AMAT. I've been talking about that and Lam since you had this sort of disastrous pivot, or whatever you want to call it, with the administration. And look, there's way too many inputs that go into making chips, whether it's physically made in the US or in China. There's some kind of technology that goes into it, especially equipment. So that's going to cause absolute havoc if companies like AMAT and LAM lose access to the Chinese market. That is not good. That's where a lot of growth is. That's where a third of the opportunity is in revenue for these companies. So if we do get a bounce today, then I want to be fading at all levels on something like an AMAT. And there's going to be other names out there as well. Obviously, I've been looking at Intel a heck of a lot, and whoops, I don't need that one, but I can leave this order in here. Intel just attempted to bounce off of these lows. So Intel actually hasn't really broken its low because it's getting beaten up so badly here, 2470. So it's barely broken this low here. I think it's got a chance to follow 7%. Through and then hold below that 25. But until it does that, there's still that opportunity for at least this stock on any kind of a rebound. It's already put in a big bottom. And on that wick, it's currently holding it. So there's some names which have already been beaten to death so much that you look at it, and on the 15-minute, it could find some support. I contrast that with something like an NVIDIA, which is through the shelf at 113. 110, 111. Looks like that kind of line in the sand. It gets back above that price. You can maybe rally to 113. But Intel, oddly enough, it's like it's gone down so far that if this line holds, it's got a bottom on the week. Like I'm looking at a lot of different charts here. I don't see many that look like this because everything is broken the lows. This went to the bottom and is trying to hold the bottom. So if something's going to bounce, I really don't mind Intel here, but if it makes a fresh low, you got to cover. And I'm shorting AMAT at every single even dollar level.
Yeah, AMD is similar to that 56 level, trying to hold out. See, it's like, it has broke though. That's that 56, you're down to 55 now. I want to say shout out to Michael Noss here. I agree, man. This is like, both my kids have already made their first trade. And there it is right there. Shout out to you, Michael Noss. Teach him young, man. And thank you for that. What a sweet child there. Sorry that he's watching me right there. Yeah, hopefully we can teach them. Get those trade idea scanners working, young Noss. Get them going. All right. So that's that talk right there. I did want to say something, and now I got distracted with that. Oh, super chat. Thank you so much for the super chat here. I want to give a big thanks to Ehab. Thank you so much. I mean, means a lot to us, man. That $50, we put it back into the show for you. So this is exactly what we're talking about. 10% of what you made. Congratulations with that banger trade for you, my friend. And thank you so much. I mean, 10% is an incredible amount. So thank you so much for that. We definitely appreciate it. We will, we'll have a drink on you. We'll put the money back into the show. Like we said, make sure we keep on producing the best possible show for you, the best support, the best cameras, the best trading, the best everything that we possibly can for you guys to keep the show afloat and working. So thank you so much for everything. A big shout out to Bears vs. Bulls today for moderating the chat. It's been definitely a busy one. I see you doing that. So thank you so much for everything. As the NASDAQ continues right now to make a move down. I mean, we're still in this short, man. We're short the market.
Tesla low of days.
Yeah, Tesla low of day. Everything low of day right now would be happening as the NASDAQ is testing that 10.5 again. You want to talk about chips because that's what we're doing. AMD is on my watch today again. We already took that 56. It's funny that we danced around that level. That was the past bottom. Neil mentioned just like there with Intel as that was the bottoming a little bit. You have to, on a daily chart, Intel, NVIDIA, all these names just look like puke city down to the downside. It's really disgusting, to be honest with you, how low we are. But there's why we liked 56. It bounced off there a bunch of times. It was a crazy short. We also wrote 58 short. 56 possible support, but everything happened so quickly when you're talking about CPI this morning, and of course that was a pretty aggressive move down, needless to say there, for the Nas crack today, as we are cracking lower, so watch out. There goes AMD. Next up, 55, man. This market is continuing to bleed down. Congratulations to everybody that's held that short. It's been a big day here. We should be short a hell of a lot higher than this price, but we're going to still take this, see how low we can go here on the TQQ. Broke back down below. The NASDAQ is now at its lows and taking out every single print is a new low here as we go. So watch out for 10.5 here on the NASDAQ. It looks like it's going to break, and when it does, it's look out below. We only have 10 minutes to go, guys, in this market. Still nothing really on the imbalance locator. We'll wait till 9:25 to see what hits.
Let's talk about a couple of other things here. We'll get through a few of these notable headlines anyways this morning, guys. Here's Moderna, now down 3% after a monster day yesterday. Got absolutely smoked on that number as well, coming back into 125. This is what DWAC looks like right now. Also trying to move back to the downside, very thin. If you missed it this morning, yeah, you can now get Truth Social on Google's Play Store, guys.
Like this, look, every single pop in DWAC has been a fade, and the chart's been telling you that for a while. It's made a good bottom here. All I will say is you can't really trade DWAC until it opens up because it never has any volume, and even when it opens up, it's light volume. Any move into 20, I want to be fading a move into 20. And the day that it takes out 15 to the bottom, you could see that magical $10. It's already reversed, so I don't know if there might not be a trade because there might not be a pop to be faded into 20 even, and we could be just waiting around for the $15 levels. That's pretty much all I got to say about DWAC there. This is probably going to be a big tech day. Let's be honest about that. There's a few small caps out there we'll talk about maybe. But yeah, it's maybe something happens at DWAC. I paid for the locates in case we got that move up to 20, but it's already back down.
Yeah, so for some reason though, I guess because the VIX really is not open yet, you're still at 33 right now, but it says the last update is 9.15, so still $33, $34 on the VIX. I still think we got to get to 40 before anything really washes itself out, so that's still a while away, so we're gonna have to watch out for that VIX. I mean, I still do think we get a little bit of a move down here. I put DWAC on the board as well. Same prices as everybody. Anybody can see that $20 price. So that's going to be a level, that we're going to look at here. Where is it on the daily chart? Just $20. We bounced off there a couple of times. That's that bottom of 22. So I think if you take 20, you might want to look at 22. I was hoping, again, that the market would be upside for this DWAC trade because it's nice to have the market on your side when these things happen, but you could see it's a single stock specific event today for them, obviously being now allowed and approved over on Play Store. I mean, there are more Android devices, I think anyways, I'm pretty sure there are anyways, in the world as opposed to iOS. iOS is the single most popular phone by sales, but there are more, Android devices, I would think, Samsung and all that kind of stuff, using Android technology there. So it's nice to see them in the Play Store. So if you are long anything DWAC, you get that 6.5%, but it has been a little bit of a nightmare trade as we wait to see. There are rumors, and I don't know, you guys tell me, of President Trump again running, at least trying to run in 2024, whether or not he gets the party vote or not. I mean, you guys would know more about that than I do over here, but that's something that's going to be interesting to watch. I mean, I think DWAC's going to continue to be on people's minds as we get closer and closer. We have midterms coming up. So I don't know, if it goes on Android and then, the censorship and all that stuff kind of eases off a little bit, I could see people downloading the app. And then when you're going to move on daily active user numbers, makes sense. I don't even think 6.5% is enough. I think it should be up a lot more than that. So I just say on that, let's wait to see what happens at 20. If you take 20, then I think we could squeeze to the upside. Did we look at short? I don't know what. We normally look at these shorts. Let's go over to our favorite website here, and that is Float Checker. Shout out to Luca, who did give us that before. Let's type in here, DWAC, and see what we're at. So it's 12. So 12% or so short float right here on DWAC. So that's enough. That's enough to get it going. So we'll see what happens here. Traders are going to have to come in, buy some options, buy some calls here, and then you're going to get that squeeze to the upside. So I like DWAC here today. I think there is a chance to go. My mind will be on other names, but nothing wrong with having a look at Digital World Acquisition Corp. I wonder what their symbol is going to be if and when it ever gets turned over. I mean, I feel like they're running out of time. I mean, that should have to get turned over soon.
TRTH would make sense.
TRTH would be great. TTTH, something like the truth. But anyways, should be a good one there. We already saw, you know what? Let's just check out Rumble here. CCVI, CCC, I did it again. Rumble is rum. Let's just check out that one. So down to $10 again. Remember about Rumble, man. This is a name that it's $10 is the CCVI. So that's the SPAC price, right? You can get it at 10. So you've fallen from graces. Ever since that name change, man, right back down to 10. This is actually a short if and when it breaks 10. And it's going to do that right now. Remember, that's the price everybody's in at for the SPAC price. So watch out if Rumble does break back down below 10. Here goes the market as well. TQQ continues to go downside.
Quick note on Delta here, guys. If there's something that might be a little bit positive, we get earnings from Delta better than expected. Higher Q4 revenue versus 2020 or 2019, which is obviously going back to pre-COVID levels. So great look for Delta on that number. Their forecast, however, going forward, still a little bit cautious. But I mean, we're talking about some of the airlines with Raheem when he was in on this side of the border. Seems fine still for all things flying south of the border.
I had a couple cracks at Delta this morning looking for a bid. You can see here, guys, and we only have 5 minutes to go, so I'll try to be quick about it. It bounced back down to like 29.70 when CPI came out, obviously. Got back up to 30, took some profit, got a reload, got out, actually was accidentally short, but just got out of it because there was a vacuum. If I didn't get out at 50 and it broke at that moment, there just wasn't a lot of liquidity, quite frankly, on the stock. So I didn't wait for it to get 5 or 10 cents below. I just got out the second it was breaching and got out of Dodge. Maybe it holds up at 29 even. It's certainly a possibility for Delta here. But right now 1% is pretty solid. I want the open to come. And this is the thing. Like, it could still hold some support and be a relatively strong name, but I need to see it happen first. I think you would want to be very cautious about any longs that you're taking in there, just because of the overall market sentiment. I mean, I'm looking at so many things which are just absolutely teetering on the abyss. I want to go back to Tesla. Like, it broke that 210. It has been just sitting on this 208. Where if it breaks that level, it's probably going to be a little bit crowded. A lot of people are going to be running to that 208 level. And I heard Trader Prad mention a potential iceberg somewhere in there. I didn't hear the exact price. But you're seeing a lot of that in the pre-market. Like, the people, yeah, he's saying 206.
I think the split number is 206.
Yeah, so look, there's going to be some big bids and offers on iceberg because of the liquidity that you're seeing here, to be sure. So I want this open to come, to be sure, because that's what it's all about. I want liquidity coming back into it. That's why I couldn't hang on to that Delta trade. I know we kind of skipped over Moderna. I think if that gets to 120, it gets pretty interesting for a potential dip buy on that name. And there is at least one small cap that it's the only one that I'm really watching this morning, and it's Lays. Lays are again coming in with they got a Navy contract. Bump up yesterday, didn't really make the afternoon breakout, but it broke out at $3. It's holding this $4 range. Anything above $3.90, and this has a chance to run. It's already made a pretty significant move back to this $5 level. I think that's where it could possibly terminate. So if you're looking for things that might be longs without the market, obviously some of these small caps can tend to fall into that category. Lays here is definitely that for me, but it needs to hold at the open. If it breaks this floor, you can see the gap that could put in.
All right, I'm going to take another piece out here on the TQQs. Yeah, you guys were talking about, I just heard that Tesla talk. I have a split adjusted chart here. So we can see what this bottom is right there is 206. Yep, so it's right there, 206.81 or so. We've been talking about that, man. I emptied out my Tesla bags. Well, they weren't bags at all, but I got out of my Tesla trading up here. Remember, I was like feeling pretty bad as we were starting to rip up, but right there, we knew that Tesla was the next shoe to drop. I mean, everything's been dropping, so it's not rocket science to pick on Tesla or anything like that, but yeah, pretty sad state of affairs there for Tesla. Watch out for that 200 break, and then after 200, you could start buying that stock back at 120. For Tesla, I think I just
there's
feel
a 180 level on that stock because 540 was a
I mean 180 is still another 25% down. Or no, sorry,
in this
15% down from here.
There's a lot of time left in the year.
Oh man, that's what I'm saying. Like I'm not even really joking about a sub 150 print on Tesla. I mean, I don't, the way that stock is currently valued, I mean, if people don't have enough money out there to buy cars, wait till you see. I mean, look, Tesla has a great resale value, so let's just wait to see. And those of you guys that are in, Southern California or anywhere where Teslas are a little more prominent, you're probably seeing them on used car lots all over the place, I would assume. But okay, with only a minute and a bit left, let's wait to see here. CCL, nice downside move. We don't have much on the NASDAQ. I'm in the TQQ, so that's a sell. Remember, that's a triple levered ETF, so we'll watch out for that. Nubank is right there as well with the sell. Xpeng, Neo. I mean, here's Tesla right here. I mean, I know they're Chinese names, but Xpeng, Neo, Ford, they're all on here. Shopify was another name that I like to go. Wow. I was going to short Shopify through 25, but obviously that's been done now as well. And then some name called Palantir. Yeah, I don't know, Henry. I've never heard of this one before. Palantir all the way down to 7 and change right now as all these names continue to get cracked. The thing about Palantir is you're still a ways away from that bottom, so maybe that has some legs in it here. With only a minute to go, though, we got Tony on the bell. I just saw that. What's up, Tony? Should have wore your Coca-Cola shirt today, man. The red is in the market here as we go today. Prod looking like a gang member over there. You'll see that come on the midday show with only a few seconds left, man. 30 seconds left before we rock and roll.
Yeah, Apple's actually beginning a little bit of a bounce here, so the market's still in the bottom end of the range. But 135 on Apple, we're going to be watching that. 110 on Amazon. Tesla's way closer to that 208 than it is to 210. So Tesla dragging down a little bit. So if there's any kernel of strength coming in here, it looks to me like it's coming back into Apple, which makes some sense.
I like Apple.
That never got anywhere near its lows. So watch that 135. The countdown is on. Tony is on the bell. I'm just in aim at 4 now, looking for Coinbase in front of 65 on a pop in 3, 2, and 1. Ring it.
All righty then. Thank you. Welcome to another great show. We are on CPI Thursday right now as we get ready to watch this market go. Of course, volume pretty high here off the open. As expected, we are watching out for Apple. We do have the TQQ trade. We're going to get out of that if it breaks 17. We're also watching AMD dance around now. A lot of volume going through off the open, man. A lot of dark prints creating some crazy wicks. So let's just wait to see where this market settles down at. Microsoft hovering around 220. AMD right here at 55. So that
AMD's collapsing.
Yeah, that 55 is the bottom right now. But bottom be damned. We'll see what happens if it does break that on AMD here. Apple trying though, Neil. You're right. Apple's trying to get back to the upside here.
It did just get to 135. Tesla just bounced in a big way to that 210 level and then just started a bit of a reject here. So look, it got to 212 earlier. So the actual CPI high is 212 on Tesla, but it looks like Apple's the first shoe to drop. Whoa, the bid just... The liquidity on Tesla just died. It cracked 210, got 10 cents above it, and then it was at 209. This is the thing about this open, man. Like, I was looking for that pop and fade idea. It was at 209 before you could even think about getting in. I'll take a shot if it gets anywhere close to that 210, but there's going to be like a 30 to 40 cent stop on that if I can get it. Oh, never mind. It just triggered a 208 break, and I didn't even see 08's break. Like, that's bad.
No. Yeah. Tesla liquidity almost non-existent right now. Apple making that move back to 135 and now trying to make that move back upside right now. Whether or not we hold 135 or not, I don't know. We're waiting for the NASDAQ to break that 10.5. It just tested 10.5 again. So that's where you get that bounce in the NASDAQ. That's why you're getting some of these names to try to figure out what they want to do. We did take another piece out on the TQQs here. 50. We're going to wait to see. We have lower bids in the 30s for the TQQ. Let's see if that can hold that. Just looking for more for more trades here, to be quite honest with you. Right now, nothing really popping in, man. AMD is about getting ready to break.
Now it goes.
Yeah, AMD getting ready to break 55 here.
So now Tesla goes through. So it was crazy. Like, Tesla did get through 08, or at least it triggered the order through that 08 level. I'll cancel my 210s. It then snapped back up, but there was no liquidity. It was like 08 to 0850 with nobody really bidding higher up. It then hits 207.50. I did scalp some of this out. I want to go to Apple here. So now I have Tesla and AMAT to the short side. Apple is trying to hold this 135. It's doing a good job here of holding this 135 level, but at some point it's just going to give her up again. You got a wick top. If Apple can't hold this market is breaking this lows and there's nothing in beneath it. I want to go over to Amazon because that was the other one. It was like below 110. You wanted it. Amazon's at 106.
Yeah. This is disastrous right now.
I need more than two shorts.
I just shorted AMD. I mean, like I said, I'm always going to try to pick on the names that I'm more comfortable with. We took an AMD short through 55 right now. It's not like it's tanking. We're in the money 20 cents or so. But there it is. We take out an 80. Let's see if we can hold this one. Who knows? That market is right now just broke below 10.5 here.
Shoot. What
just broke below. Okay, we got to get some more out. Just broke below 10.5. We also are looking to take more out. More out on our TQQ trade, and we got to watch out for this AMD as it's just bouncing around. The thing is, you are going to make bottoms. There are going to be bottoms that are made. Temporary bottoms, possibly, but that's what you got to watch out for. A possible retracement back to the upside. There is going to be traders that are going to be reverse trending this, so you got to be careful that you're not stuck. And look, there's no stuck if you're short. I mean, you're fine right now, but it could reverse out back up to the upside. The Nasdaq's down 3%. I mean, 5 is not out of the realm. We've seen that happen before, but you could get a bounce back. So I am starting to get a little bit light here. I thought we would crank a little bit lower through that 10.5. We didn't do that at all. We actually stopped at 10.5 again. The lowest we got was 10.480, and the S&P bouncing at 35.11 right now. So no breaks. They didn't break. So right now, bending, not breaking on the short.
Yeah, bending, not breaking. I mean, I got that first move on Tesla. It's right back to that 208 level, but a DWAC came in as well. So DWAC spiked up, broke the high of the day, rejected it, wick off top. I got in on the way back down here, just throwing an order, thinking, I'm not going to get the fill. I did get it, but it's way down at 1808. I'll give it to the high, but Tesla, the whipsaw is crazy. Like, it just got to an 06. I was waiting in front of 05, thinking every even dollar, every $5 move would be the next increment. So I'm going to be sitting for an 05, looking for that move. AMAT is basically gone. I did make an attempt to try to get some more shares in here, but if it gets to 72, I guess I'll short that pop. And then Intel was the other one that I thought Intel could have made a bit of a bid. It's still holding that low.
Rocking.
The only stock I can find, well, I mean, a few things didn't break their lows on the week. Intel is definitely one of them. I want the long, maybe just in Intel for now. Brendan, I think.
Ton of relative strength, guys, coming in from one right off the watch list. Walgreens Boots Alliance after earnings topped estimates. Have a look at this chart. 2.6 already to the upside. As soon as the market got an uptick there, this thing popped up about 50 cents or so for WBA.
Wow. Yeah, well, nice to see a stock that's going up. Let's check DWAC quickly here. What happened? You get Morg behind us there? No one's talking about anything anymore. All right, so let's go, man. Still some downside moves. DWAC not doing anything. Well, DWAC actually making nice upside moves, to be honest with you. Apple was the one that got going. Apple got going to 136 there. We almost got out of our AMD, so let's put some more shares on the bid here and make sure that we capture this, because AMD went right back up to 55.30 there, and we almost punched out. So we got to watch out for that trade. Just trying to take some profits on these moves down. Tons of liquidity, man. Just pick your gateway, push bid, enter, and get your fill. There it is, another fill for AMD. We are now out of more than half of this trade as we wait for it to make a move back up to the upside here. AMD right now, the only short that I'm in. Well, I'm short the market and AMD right now.
Yeah, light it up, man.
Yeah, let's go.
I got to do gates of hell at some point. How have we not used that graphic? But I just reloaded on Tesla. It retested the high again. Lower high got put in 209.50. I jumped to grab some south of 209. Scalped already. Now I want to just put the hold back on. All I got is DWAC, AMAT, and obviously Tesla, but looking for a long off the bottom in Intel, and have a quick look at Apple. Like Apple, if we're not breaking lows, it's because of Apple. Apple broke out from 135.
Apple's a beast.
Yeah, it's a beast, but it's now it's retesting 135 to the downside. That breakout might be short-lived. If we hold below 135, I'm almost using it like the futures here a little bit. Like if we hold this level, there's a chance for some of these bounce plays to work, but as I say that, Tesla right back down to the lows. The shorts are still going to be very much valid. I am looking at one small cap. It's Lay's. I didn't take the long because we're focusing on the bigger names here. But Lay's did actually bounce off that $4 level. So if you got it, congrats. It's trying to take out the top. That's a 440. Could be worth a shot on a break. I'd rather buy the dip.
So thing is like, we're bouncing off 15.5 again, or 10.5 again. Here we go. We're trying to break it. There it is. There's the break of 10.5. So let's wait to see now. Now we just got a great fill. We got a 40 fill on our TQQ trade. So let's see if that can hold. Now it's holding that 10.5. Like we are just bouncing around this 10.5 right now like crazy. Doesn't know what it wants to do. So that's making me nervous, man. I feel like we could have an upside surprise here if that 10.5 holds. So that's basically what we're doing. The ES the same way, man. If you just switch this over to ES, you'll see what I'm talking about. You are holding right now that 3,500 right here on the ES. So, I mean, holding 35, holding 10.5, seems like we might be good to go here on some of these bottoms. Not to say that the bottoms are in, but it's holding it. So I feel like if you're in the short, and just this is just what I'm doing. I don't know what everyone else wants to do, but I'm starting to piece some of these out right now on AMD. We have one trade here. It's a big trade for me. It's a short through 55 Our best outs are like mid 70s, low 70s. That's the low of the day. It's 71. So there it is. Yes, sir. New low of the day right there at 70. So let's see now if we can get down. I'm bidding 64. But there it is. There's a little bit of a bounce back, man. I'm going to take another piece out. I'm not certain of direction right now. It's definitely a downside move. That's fine. We have that, and we're capitalizing. But where do we go from here? That's the question. Not where we've been. It's where are we going?
Yes.
So, and right now, a little confused as some of these names like Microsoft and Apple are just taking off to the upside here.
Yeah, and so by the way, 105 on Amazon is real close. 105.74 is the current low. I said if it got down to that price, I'll be on the bid. I'm going to be on the bid of that one. If 105 breaks, fair enough. I'm out of dodge. I got no problem with that, but I will be taking a shot at it. DWAC looks like it wants to take out the high imminently. So if it's a short that's not going to work, it looks like it's going to be DWAC. And this high of the day just got breached there. So unfortunately, I got to take at least one hit, and it's going to be on Digital World Acquisition, of all things, wants to go to the upside. I can't find anything other than maybe like Apple, relatively strong. I know that's what you just said, Sean.
Yeah.
It's still above 135. Intel is the other name that's it's not great, but it's holding the lows, right? So I'm bidding in here in front of the lows. I might just take my stab at Intel, maybe like this 24.80 area, and give it a very tight stop to 75. Because if the futures bounce from here, give me something that just does not seem to want to fall. And the two names are Apple and Intel. Right? Like Apple's again retesting that 35, but the thing Intel's got going for it is it never broke its weekly bottom. Brendo.
I remember anyone trading DWAC, guys. This Funware, Phun, just popping up on volume once again as well. So they're trying to get this thing going once again. It's been a while, but Phun on watch here.
So DWAC went to like 1890. The problem is that it made that move down, DWAC, and I decided I wanted to short the pre-market highs instead of just sticking to that 20 level, which you go away from the level you like and you pay the price for it. Tesla just now, come on Tesla. I just tried the rinse and repeat. That's not where. Yeah, I just tried the rinse and repeat. I just missed getting shares again when it cracked that 209 area. It goes up there. I feel like you have to get it on the way up, the way liquidity is going. So we're retesting these lows, but we're not exactly breaking them. I did want to show you guys UVXY. This is the thing. Like my resistance level that I put in here, we're still below that on UVXY. We've broken out a couple of times and rejected the highs on volatility. So until we break higher and hold higher, you're actually seeing some support come into this market. That's why I'm looking for at least a couple of longs.
Here we go. Yeah, we actually got out of our AMD. We're still holding TQQ, but we got out of our AMD when it broke back above 55. That's a mistake, because it's not now at its lows because the market just took out that 10.5 right now again. And the ES is still fine. It's the NASDAQ that's going lower. So watch out now. We are into a Microsoft long. Let's see if we can give this one a little bit of room, though. Microsoft maybe back down to 220 or so. What's up, Rendo?
CNBC just reporting, guys. Twitter deal on track to close. So this just happened. Big volume spike to the upside for Twitter today.
That too? I mean, this is the thing. It's you start complicating things by jumping over. I'm like, my mind's like, oh, I can go over to trade Twitter. Maybe not today. Maybe not today. I'm already looking at Tesla here, and that makes me want to. Maybe I just shorted another pop in Tesla, but Intel just broke 25 even. This is going to be a long for me on Intel. I just got to find a way to get into more of it. Tesla churning is trying to take out that 210. Wow, it just broke 210 on Tesla.
Fucking go.
That just went nuts. I got to get some more longs in here, but Intel's all I have, and that just broke like 20 cents higher as it looks like it wants to run. AMAT's still holding like a dog, and got to get some Apple.
All right, we're already into Microsoft right now, taking 55 cents on this already. Sorry, 60 cents on that. Oh, no, on that Microsoft. We actually I thought we got out. We offered 50. We did not get out, but we're there at 50. Let's see if we can get out at 221.50 right now. I could take a piece right now. I mean, we're only in the money now, 30 cents. Let's take a piece right here if we can get some 29s. There it is. We got some 29s. Now next stop, 50. Nice little reversal into the long now for Softy. So let's go. There it is. Yes, sir. Ring the Reggie again. Hit that. Let's go. Nice little long side action trade here for Microsoft coming back in now. So good trade on that one. We again, looking for longs, man. That's what we're doing. We're waiting for those longs. Let's see if we can get going now back upside here for Microsoft. Probably hold this one as long as we possibly can. And what was a good out? Bad out at one point, good out now for AMD as that started to bounce back upside right now. Like, this is not that disastrous. We've seen Microsoft, AMD, some of these names are horrible, but we've seen names like Microsoft be down, 3% on a day. Today, only down 1.75 and going. We also talked about Google was a name that we wanted to get long side, but that's still got to break over some of these levels here. It's got to break above 95 and stay there for a bit before we're happy with that one. But right now, it's a rocker. It's 70 cents in the money. It's softy. I don't really have a target. That 224 looks real nice. I don't know if we get to that, but 222.50 or so. I mean, that's $1 from here. I could see that happening. But again, in a blink of an eye, this stock just could tank right back down, right? So definitely not counting our chickens before they hatch, which is why DWAC just popping. Oh, I missed that. I did not put the 20 out.
It just hit 21. So, like, why is it not halted yet? Look, DWAC could go into a halt at some point. This is why you have to have stop orders when you do this, right? So when it broke out that pre-market high, well, when it broke out the high of the day, now it's going into a halt. 21.49, it looks like. It's going to halt to the upside. I'm going to be looking for shorts above this price. If it gets to 25, that can be an obvious level. But I just worked into Intel and to Apple on that on that north side. And I know we just talked about Twitter. You're now in a potential 5-minute halt. If it doesn't open in 5 minutes in DWAC, it opens in 10. Come on, load up. Load.
Come on.
Twitter broke 50 to the upside. If you are trading this, I think it's slap a 50 bid on it, and it's going to be solid. But one name that I want to stick with the shorts on any pop, AMAT pops, I'm shorting it. It's that simple. I'm still in it from earlier. I'm taking advantage of this pop, and I want to be shorting some more AMAT. So if it rolls over at first resistance at the open, which was like 72.50 right here, I'm going to look to get some more shares of this. This is the one I was the most certain about to the short side. So this is the one I want to add on any pops.
Yeah, I like that. We did take a long on DWAC. I cannot believe we didn't. We had the, I mean, it's right here on the sticky note, long 20, and I just didn't put the order out because of...
It was at 17.
All the CPI. Yeah, but that's, I mean, we even talked about in the pre-market, like, that we liked that name even when it was at 17 to break through that 20 level. And unfortunately, I just didn't have the order out, so that's my bad on that one. Okay, so our Microsoft trade just right back into flat again. So we're going to wait to see here as the market did make that bump off of 10.5. And that's why we cashed them out on Microsoft. Microsoft's a good name for us. We're just going to wait to see where it goes now. Back to 10.5, we could retest. And then if Microsoft takes down 220, which it looks like it wants to do, then we're going to have to get out, man. I mean, that's about as simple as it can be. We are stuck. We're stuck because it's halted. But right now we are in this DWAC trade at 21.50. The tap is only trading 21.
Did you get the long?
I punched the long, so I punched 50 before I went into halt state, right there. So that's why I'm long DWAC. It's not a big position. I would have loved. I mean, we would have put on a position here at 20. My bad for not having that order in. So let's just wait to see where DWAC goes. This is not going to be a big position. So, well, it's not a big position, and I don't think I'll average in. Let's just see what happens here on some of these bumping grinds for DWAC, because when it opens up,
I don't see nothing wrong.
There's nothing wrong with that. It's going to be an interesting trade there for DWAC, and we got to look for some more names, man. Fear and Greed is at 18. You mean for DWAC there? Yeah, we'll see what happens if that goes back down into that price. Maybe at that point I'll average in, but what's up, Brendo?
Just noting, guys, volume across the board, relative volume list, very, very light so far today. This group, though, one of the first to pop back up. Here's JP Morgan, some of the banks starting to go back to the upside. Red to green for JPM. There's also this one, DPZ, off earnings, up 7.8%, trying to get higher as well.
That was the other one. I mean, it held that 300, broke back to the upside. I just rinsed and repeated some Apple here. Is it the channel in Apple 135 to 136? I got some shares diddling in the middle, which I always hate doing. But then it came back down to the 35, and I was able to add down there, which is a much better price. So some scalping will have to be done. It doesn't have to be done, but I'll be doing it in front of that 136 level. But if 136 breaks on Apple, I want to be holding this long if it happens. The other one, which was Intel, and I kept saying higher time frame and then didn't show you guys this in the 15. Intel held the week's bottom, right? It broke it very, very briefly and then held support at 24.70, and now is breaking out through 25 even. So 24.8 was the first break. Second break is at 25 even. I got a little more shares long at 25, so at some point my average price actually it's a 24.98 right now, as you see. So I'm all out of the early ones. I rinsed and repeated AMAT to the short side. Here is that, again, we talked about the chips and the sort of the Chinese aspect to that and how that's going to probably affect AMATs and LEMs more than it's going to affect everybody else. So I reloaded the short. It didn't break 73 yet. And until it does that, I want to be in the sell side of the trade. Keep talking about Amazon. I thought 105 would happen. It got so close, man. 105.34, and I'm sitting at 105 like 20 something. And now you're back at 108. So Idea was okay, just didn't quite get the execution long on Amazon. Otherwise, that would be in the money. I still think there's going to be some faith to be had in this market. Amazon opening range 109, that could be a nice area. But the Apple long working, the Intel long working off these bottoms.
All right, another thing working is Microsoft. We averaged into that one again right here. So buy these dips in Softy, man. We got out and back in there. That was a mistake. So there's another load up back to the high side right now at the high of the day. I mean, high of the day is up here, but high of the open day for Microsoft, right up to 222, bouncing off 222. We're long at 220.90, so we got $1.10 now in the money on this name, so all is good. I'm not having too much. I'm just getting out. So right there on the TQQ, I just got out there. Whatever, good trade there on the short for the TQs, but we'll wait. I'm going to cancel that offer. Make sure I don't have any more to go. I just want to focus on the long now, to be completely honest with you, because now Microsoft is starting to take up to the upside. We will look to go short. I told you guys never to mess with Coinbase. That's down 10% in an absolute dumpster fire. I've been sort of hating on that name for a very, very long time. We'll wait to see what does happen with it, though. But Coinbase, look at this, man. As Bitcoin right now, 18.4. Coinbase down 10% now, going SSR, and just an absolute destruction of a name there. As there goes Softy. Nice little bang up trade there for Microsoft up to 222.20. Let's see where we go from here. What's up, Rhino?
DWAC just opening up there again, guys, back below 21. Here's another one. MMAT, multi-day move here. Meta Materials. This is an electric component maker, but MMAT back above $1 once again.
All right, I'm just gonna get my order out here. Yeah, good call on that one. I'm just cruising right now. We got a nice little $1.50 winner now on Microsoft. And then in this DWAC trade, small trade, but if we break back down below 20, we're going to get out of this one. Spread not that great, just kind of hovering around. Doesn't seem to be too much action on this. We're here in case it halts. More on that upside move here for DWAC, putting us basically back to flat. Well, I mean, whatever. You can take whatever price you want, but we're out in the money now, 50 cents on DWAC. So let's watch out for that one. There's a nice out, man, for us on Softy. As that goes right there. So our DWAC trade is already in. Breaks below 20, and we're going to get out. I mean, I think that's going to be everybody's out, so I do expect a little bit of a flood there when and if we do break. So watch out for DWAC. But yeah, we made a decent amount of money back here off of our keystroke error to start the day. There it goes, man. Market's now starting to bump up.
Yeah, so look, I said I was going to try short pops in DWAC. I didn't. Obviously, I'm not going to get that. But after it opens back up, halt price 21.50, wick top off the halt, rejects 21. I shorted it when it got back through 21. I think there's going to be a bid at $20, so I'll take another leg out in front of $20. And then at this point,
there it is.
I just want to hold. Like, it just broke 20. If it had bounced off 20, I think it's retesting the highs. Now I just want to hold it. I think we can get back to 18 if there is a bigger flush. So the last little bit, I'll slap close to a break-even stop. Actually, I'll just leave it at 21s. 21's reasonable enough. It's close enough to break even. If it gets above that price, then I'm all out of it. But I was looking to fade a move. It gave me that wick top setup, which is one of my favorite ways to enter a trade. So at this point, this short can't turn into a loser unless I miss my stop. But the initial short was no good. Apple just broke upside. 73 broke on AMAT, so you'll see me out of that. Apple just got up to 135.75. So that 136 still looming. Can't break it just yet. I'm going to get one more leg out in front of 36 and then hold the rest for more upside because the futures have broken the channel up.
Yeah, baby.
Brendan.
Not seeing anything on this yet, guys, but Piton making a pretty impressive move here in the last couple of minutes. Bounced off 8 pretty hard, and then a whole bunch of volume came in straight to the upside for Peloton.
All right, yeah, nice little move up to 850 on Piton right there. We're still focusing on what we're doing here for the longs, right? So we just got more out for Microsoft, and again, making bank here on Softy right now. So good trade. I think Apple has a chance to go again here. Breaking this high of 136, I think is there for Apple, but I really like the 136.20. I mean, I think it could break it and then dance around a little bit. I like a 136.25 break for Apple, so let's take that. If it does break through 136.25, I'm just setting up my order right now to take that trade. Hopefully it will be a nice one to the upside. As there goes Apple. We're already in Microsoft. Microsoft, but we'll take both of these names. I told you, the flight to quality, man. That's why we went back to Apple, Microsoft. That's why we were initially looking at Google. We'll take the long here on Apple. But again, you know, I always trade it with too many shares, and then I get too excited and get out too early because I have too many shares. But we'll see here. We did take that break right now. It looks like the 136 break was a bit better, but we are now long at 26. So let's see what happens now. Long 26 here on Apples. This is trying to dance around a bit. I mean, the futures are now above the 200, sorry, above the 200, above the 50 period. So here we go. Apple now making more moves, man. Only down 1.5% now. And Microsoft, by the way, that's $1.50 in the money for Softy. What's up, Brendo?
Kroger, big spike on Kroger here, guys. Albertson rumors floating around now on this one, KR.
So just a couple of things here quickly. Intel is now up at like 25.25. This is getting out of hand. It could come all the way back to the pre-market highs. I just got a bit of the Apple, but I do want to get to D. Westermeyer here. Thank you for the super chat. You got some MMAT. MMAT is now at 130 to the upside. It's broken that one. If you've got 17,000 shares at 108, pay yourself a little bit. I mean, certainly it gets into this. Like 150 is where I think this thing likely has a bit of chop zone. And when I think chop zones of resistance is going to come in there at that price. So you want to pay yourself out something. You got a great return on it already. I mean, you're sitting up 20 points on a penny stock. These things come down as fast as they go up. So I would be paying yourself a little bit here. It's above that quarter mark. Trailing stops at quarters aren't the worst ideas, but it's already starting to sell off. So hopefully you've already paid yourself on the way up. It's got room to 150, but I've seen these things come down too fast. And if you don't pay yourself on a penny stock, then you're trading it the wrong way, in my opinion, on the way to the upside. Apple continues to try that run. I did add to it above that 106, so you'll see my price a little bit different here. Now it's like a 135.8 is going to be my average price, as I want to continue to play this trend into the upside on Apple. Intel's now off and running. It's gonzo. And DWAC, still holding $20. So that's short. It's still on, but it's not really free falling to 18 like I'm hoping for.
Yeah, we just absolutely crushed it on this Microsoft trade. Hit the alarms, man. Hit the money sign. As we are now $2. Well, it was just nicely in the money. We got out at 220. We got out at 222.80 right there on that name. So watch out there. Microsoft, beautiful trade back up to the upside. We noticed that it was strong early off those bottoms. You know what else was pretty strong? It's a good thing we got out of our AMD, as that just went right back up through 56 again. And then there it is, out, like cashed in pretty nicely there on AMD. All right, so we did take a piece out of Apple as it did fall back in, but again, just waiting to see how far back this name does want to fall, and not that far. All right, we'll buy a little bit more here as we just got out. We'll buy some more back in for Apple, but I'm waiting for that 135, like 50 or so to come back into play here for Apple. So let's try that 135.50 or so. I don't know, man, whether or not it holds it or not, we're about to see right now. And then we're going to get out if it takes below about like 135.25 or so here for Apple. But it looks like it wants to continue its move back in. Let's put some bids here near 50, take a fill, and then watch out to see what happens near that 25 spot for Apple. But for now, you know, just a little dancing here on the market as we kind of expect. This market is not going to go one way today in a straight line. I do expect a little bit of back and forth, which we've just had. So
it won't make it easy.
They never make it easy for you, except for that number this morning. That was just straight to the downside and really didn't get any reprieve at all until 9:30. So that was a pretty good trade for the short here this morning, and I hope a lot of you guys got that. And I want to say, everyone, hit the like button, man. We started the show today at 8:25 for you. Had some great coverage. We got a Raheem Alani back on. What is the like count at right now? 1.4K, 10,000 watching. Let's go, man. Let's go here. Let's barbecue up some likes, guys. Hit the like button as we continue to go long Apple. We continue to go long Microsoft. Let's get 3,000 likes like in the next 2 minutes. That's a challenge from me to you. 1.6 now. We're starting to climb. 1.7K. Let's get those like buttons going, man. This is CPI Thursday, baby, and we're here for you, helping you guide through this market.
Exactly. It's about finding the next trade, to be sure. Amazon just got right back to the open price, which is an awesome opportunity for me. It's like looking for that rollover. It's decision point. This was that low in the pre-market, 108. It goes right into 108. Challenges it, fails. I'm going to throw a bid down in front of VWAP. I'm actually, I just looked at my bid was below VWAP. So I want my first out to be in front of VWAP, then hold for a break of 107, look for that 106 bottom. But I'm I'm short Amazon, which is down 5%. I'm long Apple, which is down 2%. So it's relatively strong over here in Apple. So I do want my exposure alongside to be in Apple. Intel I've also picked as one that's got some relative strength on it. But the Amazon short's starting to work. DWAC is now getting a bit of a bounce. Like I said, the first short was a loser. The second one can't lose unless I really do something stupid like move my stop. If it breaks 21, I'm getting out. I'm holding out for 18s. I think if it retraces all the way. I don't think it's going to be any half measures when it comes to that name. So if it does fall, I want to make sure I'm holding on to a bigger piece. I'm waiting for a retake of 136 to start getting any more shares out on that Apple long trade, which if you're looking for a long, let me know something else if you guys see it that's relatively strong. I'm seeing Apple. I know Sean's looking at Microsoft. I'm seeing Intel. There has to be something else we could be looking at to the long side.
Yeah, I don't know what DWAC's at right now. I was just long, and now it's at
175. It's not going to 170.
That was the best time ever, that DWAC. We got to find that.
It's never doing that.
95.60 Google. Okay, so Google, again, something that we could go long. We did average in to our Apple trade, but there we go. Maybe Google breaks that 95.60 there. We could get out at 95 if it doesn't want to do that. So I'm going to try that trade as well. I talked about Google yesterday and how strong it was. I know a lot of you are probably looking for names to fade. I mean, I don't know. Like, we're already $2 now in the money on this Microsoft trade. You could fade Google right here. I mean, this is not a horrible spot to get excited about, but I'm excited for the long right now because we did bounce. And again, this is still down 2%. It's just we bounced, man. We bounced off of some of these key levels, as you guys know. So that's what I'm looking at. There's that 10,500. That's literally the only reason why we're looking long is because I feel like we have some bottoms that have already come into play. So that's my look right now. I'm feeling the long. We've averaged into the long here on Apple, and it looks like Google wants to take out that high as well. So let's take the long in Google if it breaks that 95.60.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I'm sort of with you. I'm looking for relative strength. I know some of the airlines are putting that in right now. I did get that one first fill on Amazon. Now it's bouncing higher. If it breaks out from here, there's no move your stop or anything like that. If we break out, I'm out of that short. It'll probably mean Apple's going for a pretty big run. I'm already sort of sitting, like Intel, oh, I don't even have my next offer out. Got to get one out in front of these highs. Something going green like this. Like, Intel just got to almost green on the day. Like, really? It's about to go green?
Yes, sir.
So, look, if it goes green, I want to make sure I'm holding on to a piece of this. It looks like the longs are really starting to come in here. Apple has yet to really, truly make that big push, which I think could get to 138. So I want to make sure we're holding on to that one as well. Brendo, it's 10 o'clock. What's happening now besides the market bouncing?
Yeah, wild moves coming in. Let's have a look at a red board still, but well off the lows, as we've been mentioning here, guys. I'll direct your attention to the bottom. First off, here's the NASDAQ, 2.08, 2.09. That was down 3% at one point this morning, so a full percent back higher right now. 2.4 for the Russell 2000, still leading the way as far as weakness is concerned. Some of the small caps. Here's the Dow, about 1%, 1.3 for the S&P. A few things to note that we were discussing if you joined us in the pre-market this morning. Yeah, all about that September CPI, hotter than expected. 8.2 versus 8.1 if you missed that this morning. Earnings beat for Walgreens and Delta, higher demand still to come, according to DAL. There it is, 2.3%. Now back to the upside for Delta.
There it is, man. Let's go. Thank you so much for that, Brendan. Let's throw some of this around again as our Google trade goes all the way up to 80 and we cash out some of that as well. So far so good here as we throw some money around here today into some of these positions, man. $2.50 now in the money. That's for you, Sharif. I hope you're doing good back there, my man. A nice little move. Yeah, I like that kid back there. Let's go. Nice little upside move here for everything. Apple now 35 cents in the money off of reloads, man. This is why, guys, you take your fills and you take your medicine when they come in. If you have ideas, try to stick with them, man. I mean, you never know what's going to print you in, out, or around. There's Apple. Trust that long and trust some of your numbers, right? We've talked about this over and over again here on the show. You got to believe in something. So there's Apple. Nice little move to the downside. Trust some of those VWAP numbers. That's what we did, and it paid out for us today. So far, so good here on these moves to the upside. Google, rocking, good trade. Let's see if we get higher. I'm with Neil on this. Maybe Apple Apple does continue to climb, but we're just getting out here at the top. Microsoft, possibly a different story. It's coming up to its 200 period right now. I'm going to put an offer right here at 223.50, sorry, for Microsoft and see what we can get, because if we can get anything around there, man, we're right at a 200 period. Let's start to respect some of the things that we've talked about in the past, and those are these levels, right? So there it is, nice little upside move. We don't want to give everything back, so being very, very careful here today with what we're doing. This market could still go the other way. This is not by any stretch of the imagination like an all clear sign. It's just a bounce off 3,500, now to 35.40, and the NASDAQ's to bounce off of 10.5 pretty clean, up about 130 points to 10.630.
Yeah, so look, try not to complicate things, right? Like we have had a pretty good bounce in the market. We're still down 2%, right? Yep. So pay yourself before this happens one more time. Now, I'm still in some Intel, but I've just gotten another leg out there. It just went exactly to green on the day. If that's not an obvious potential pivot point on the stock, then I don't really know what is. So I got to take the money and run. This is not a stock that moves dollars, right? So when $25 stock like Intel goes 25 cents, that is a good move. I'm going to hold on to a piece in case it gets to that high. I've been paying myself on an Apple as well, but look at how muted it started at 135, added at 136. You're still pretty much at 136.25. So it's kind of slowing down a bit. Lay's came in. I waited patiently. I said, I just want to buy the dip. I'm not taking the break on LASC. Waited for the dip. It came into $4. I got 408. It's back at that magical 420 level. There's nothing magical about 420. It's just, for whatever reason, that price just keeps on coming up. VWAP is right here at that 420. So I'm going to take some out at VWAP, get about half out, and if it runs to the high of the day, I'll hold on to like 10% of it if it does try to make that break. But waited patiently for the dip on the only small cap that I am looking at. Although I suppose maybe you lump DWAC into that. I suppose you can. It's bouncing again off of 19. I'm hanging on to the short. Either breaks 21 or hits 18. I've already scalped what I want to scalp out of it. This, I don't think, is following the market, but the market's going up, and DWAC is catching a bit of a bounce. Finally, Apple gets to 136.50. Let's go, Apple. I feel like this should already be at 137.
This is, let's just go, man. We're riding this today, boys. Nice move, man. Look at that Google trade. We just took this for you guys. Like, this is a brand new position right there, now in the money, 40 cents. Nice upside move there for this name. Google continues to impress to the upside as well. Microsoft, you want to have the banger trade right now? Let's go. Siren alert, bang alerts everywhere for Microsoft. Now $3 in the money for this name. So yeah, today is a fantastic trading day. I mean, I haven't seen, again, the move here off the open was so good. That clean move off the CPI number was amazing, and then we bounced exactly. And this is why I'm hoping that you guys are all over Trader TV Live, man. This 10.5 number, that's all I was talking about, man. 10.5. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. There's the big move up. We're ready to go long or short. We picked the long, and now it is blowing up, man, to that upside. There goes Google again up to 96. I'm going to put an offer rate. Yeah, let's go. Wow, I can't even throw it to Brendan right now. Oh, that's the dab up sign that's not working. I'll have to get that to Lucas. And right now, man, $3 in the money Microsoft, $1 in the money Apple, 50 cents in the money Google. What's up, Brendo?
Yeah, market making moves here is Revlon, guys, also making moves, just halted. In fact, back above 5. This move right here looks like nothing, but you can see the volume that came in. About this time yesterday, there was a spike to the upside on a note that suggested some of the bond holders lost a court case apparently yesterday. That could be a positive, but not seeing anything in addition to that today, but a huge move up for Revlon.
Yeah, it's not the volume is the volume isn't a ton on Revlon, but you got to watch those halts when they come. Joe Carbone, thank you for the super chat there. Yeah, we'll keep it rolling. Why not? Like, the market is giving you these moves, so we got to take advantage of it. But I got to show you. Look, you found relative strength. The reason I'm long Intel and we're looking at Apple and Microsoft because there were signs of strength off the bottoms. But I was only short Tesla and then got stopped out at 210. But you know what? Tesla is still relatively weak. The Twitter deal looks like it's going through. That was the news that Brendan gave. That's a bit of a drag on Tesla, so it's not participating in this bounce. From looking for something to fade that isn't DWAC, Tesla is on that radar once again.
All right, I just have an offer out. I might as well look at Apple right now. I did have an offer out in the 40 or 47 there for Apple. I'm going to take a piece out right now, 42. We'll take that out for Apple, just in case we do have a little retracement back in. Now we could just sit on here and watch these trades because we are a little bit light now as far as positions. Google just came all the way back. I mean, you guys saw me get that out there at 10 when it ripped up. So we only have now 20% left of our Google trade. So trying to tell you guys everything that I'm doing right now. So only 20% left on this Google trade. Good trading today. The best trading today. I mean, yesterday was amazing. You mentioned Intel. Intel yesterday, we had that bottom. I mean, it's not the bottom anymore. We had that trade yesterday, guys. Look at this right there. Look at this trade we had on Intel. 24.75 yesterday. Out 25.30, so that's 60 cents on Intel, but that wasn't even enough. That kept on going there today. And then look, I know you're on it, but look at what Intel did today again. Right back in basically to those exact same levels. So should have definitely been on that one. I'm glad you are. So that's a good trade there for Intel today. We'll wait to see if there's any more there for that name. I just got out of some Apple. We talked about that. Microsoft, Microsoft is really, this has been an amazing run here for Softy. Softy's almost green right now. So we have the bottom. I mean, we don't have the ultimate bottom, but we respected some of those at 220. Just obviously wish we still had the whole load. Next up, man, Apple. Let's see if Apple can go to the upside. So that's something that I'm encouraged for. And then maybe we should have logged or went back into the long here for Google. Good out for AMD, man. We saved ourselves a lot of money on that one getting out there. We just should have punched long, but that's the case with everything today. If you didn't punch long about 30 minutes ago, then you're probably now looking maybe for some shorts. Tesla's still down 4% though.
It's the only thing that's relatively weak. It's getting into VWAP now, so I just jumped back into the short. The other thing it's at VWAP and rejecting it is lays. So I don't want to get lazy with this trade. If it doesn't get above VWAP, then this thing could reject. And if it fills in the gap, it could be at $3 really, really fast. So I'm taking a little bit more out of laser. I think it's laser something. But anyways, Lays is the only small cap that I am watching. DWAC is still trying to fall. And this is why I don't want to give this one up, man. I can't do it. It just tested higher. This is a bad dark pool wick. It just tested 20 bucks and is falling once again. So DWAC, I think we're going to get some 18s. But Tesla, as soon as I like it, it's now retesting that 210 level. Brendo?
Heads up on AMC, guys. Just had a huge volume spike there back to 580, I guess, 590. But took off. Was sitting here at 560, not really doing anything. Some volume, though, on AMC.
All of these are coming out of the woodworks today.
Yep,
like
they're
randomly,
all...
Revlon, DWAC.
Revlon, eh?
Revlon's halted.
What? Okay,
Rev is halted to the upside. I think Brendan just came to us with that one. Actually, don't check that. Revlon is actually open back up already and faded through $5. I wish I had paid for shorts.
Boo, Revlon.
That's basically the DWAC.
$5.
Wick top through 5, and now it's probably going to fall back into 450.
All right, we just went long, new long position here. We're going to watch out for. We already have our Google. We don't want to get completely cranked out on all of these positions. So we did take a little bit of a long there on AMD because it was breaking higher, and we've seen this trade happen before where it just gets going and there's basically no stopping AMD. So let's wait to see. We'll average in again right now at 53 and watch out for basically a move back down. To 56. I mean, if we break that 56, then we got to watch out below on that one as well. We'll average back in near the 20s, but this one looks like we'll take a dump on this. AMD coming back in. We have all the longs. Microsoft's $4 in the money. That's unbelievable how much that one's motoring to the north side right now. We'll average in a little bit, like I said, to AMD. We'll wait for a little bit of a bottom here to 56. That's that bottom right there. I mean, you can use these numbers here, 55.80. I just don't really want to be caught in this in case it is a dramatic move back down. So we're going to play off that 56 now and then just average in. I mean, we're out of the money 20 cents and acting like this is a major deal. We're in the money 50 cents right now for Apple as that continues to go. I don't know if it's going to take out the high. We already took a shot on DWAC and we got out at 20. So that was a pretty good move there for us on DWAC. Not a good move. We didn't make any money, but a good move to get out there on DWAC. There goes AMD right back up. So we just took a piece out as it just ripped back up to the upside again there. So this name is just wild. AMD averaged in, then took a piece out. We're flat on the stock. We're up on the stock because of this trade. But let's wait to see now what happens with these AMD trades. If this market, go AMD, if this market goes to the bottom here, we might have another opportunity. Come on, AMD. I'll take some out at 75. Let's go. Here we go, man. We've got this all on board right now. Hit the sirens. This is a big day. Those light counts better be at 3K. Let's go, AMD. Nice little upside move. Nice trade here for AMD. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day, baby.
And I just saw someone in the chat just say they got blocked by Jim Cramer on Twitter. We won't do that. I don't even know what you said to the guy, but it ain't going to happen.
I'll block
here.
people.
TSM, Taiwan, it just broke. It's 3.5% to the upside. Taiwan Semiconductor.
Boom.
You want a strong stock. Wow, I don't know how we missed that. Thank you guys so much. I love this about the community. We never miss anything because collectively we're going to find the strong stocks for you. And this one's breaking out at 66 even. Brenda, what's up, bud?
Dutch Bros, guys, having quite the day. Here's another one. Almost 4% coming into play here for Dutch Bros off a bounce at 30.
That's not our dirty mic.
No, that's not the real dirty mic, I don't think. I see some dirty mics in the chat. But guys, like, honestly,
Our dirty mic.
these are the days when you put your hand out and the money just flies into it. There isn't, like, yesterday was a bad trading day, right? We talked about why. Today, it doesn't get much smoother than what we saw. We went right down to 3,500 and bounced. We went right down to 10.5 and bounced. Like, you got to play those bounces. Now, whether or not you're caught short or not, that's going to be a completely different story. But, I mean, I just feel like you didn't want to hold on to those shorts the minute you bounced off that level. So that's why I didn't have any shorts on. That's why we got out of our TQQ where we got out of the TQQ real early, man. Like, we got out of this one at 940 right there, sensing that something was up. Meanwhile, all these other names, Microsoft is $5 in the money right now. I was joking. Like, I wasn't joking, but I was like, well, we'll see about Microsoft when it gets to 225. How about 226 on Microsoft right now, let alone what Tesla's probably, I mean, you were looking at Tesla. I haven't been looking at that one, but
Tesla just jailbroke to the upside.
Yeah.
That was the only name I was left short, and it jailbroke. If the stock I'm down on is going to be Tesla because it just finally broke out to the upside. So the only thing I'm going to be stuck short in, well, not stuck short in, is DWAC. But there's one name, and someone asked me, am I still looking at AMAT? Yeah, 75's on AMAT, which is right here. I don't think AMAT's turning green today. I didn't think AMAT was turning green today. And even if it goes up today, I think long-term, the direction that this is going with China is not good for AMAT and LAM. So it's hard for me to believe that this stock should be holding, even if it holds today. Tomorrow I'll be looking for the shorts in the stock, probably next week, unless something drastically changes with what's going to be happening with the admin. I'm still holding Apple. I'm looking for places to buy the dip, but at this point, like it's going. But Apple is only up $1.70 since we started going long the stock.
Crazy.
So like it could be a heck of a lot better than what I'm seeing here. And it's the same thing like across the board. I'm looking at the chip names. Like Intel just hit the highs. It's now up 1%, a full percent.
Yeah, no,
a full percent. What is going on here, Brenda? What's up, bud?
Another one starting to move here, guys, from the watch list that it wasn't on the watch list that we were talking about it though. Victoria's Secret, 3.75 right now, just ticked up to 4% actually. Big volume starting to come into Victoria's Secret off an earnings beat.
Good song there, Victoria's Secret. I won't be trading it, but I'll be jamming onto that song later on. Nice little move upside right here. Obviously, we just talked about Apple. Apple's bouncing off its 200 period right now, so I'm going to put an offer right into here. Like I said, man, we have enough shares that we'll be able to do that, and it's not like you know, if you don't have very many shares on a board right now, and you're like you want to try to get this a bigger move, then I think that's what you want to do. I mean, I think the move is long here. We've obviously cracked that bottom of 3%, and now we've made back half back to zero right now. So, I mean, that didn't take that long. It's only 10.15 right now. But, you trade your own book for sure. But, like, if I kept getting out of Microsoft, then I wouldn't still be in, right? So that's part of it. I think you do got to hold something for some of these big boy moves. Now, let's just check out on DWAC again quickly. Ape as well. I know Brendan's been talking about, and so have you, Neil, some of these names. Ape is only $1.67. Wow. what? Okay, so that started to go as well. I think they're all going to zero at some point until somebody buys
specifically 8
it.
because that's the one that can get diluted. So if the value is going to be split between like just put the two together, then AMC is going to hold the intrinsic value of the company, and APE's going to gravitate towards 0. That's just the way that it feels like it's going to be true to me. I'm now in AMAT, so if it makes a fresh high, sorry, not a fresh high, if it breaks the opening range, that's 75.30. I'll have to take it out. DWAC looks like it's plunging here. If you traded Revlon, you had to see it. This is the problem. It halted at $5, and this was probably the easiest short to just pay for the short. When it retakes 5, it then goes to 450. Quick 10% move. Like, that's about as easy as you're going to find it because it's an even dollar breakdown. Like, you're not going to get too many things that are going to be easier than that. I do want to look at a couple of other growth names that are getting to pretty key areas. Roblox is still down 4%. It's back at 36, and to refresh memories, broke out at 36 in a monster way yesterday. Where is it putting in a lower high? 36 even. So I'm still looking to fade some moves here, and one of them will be Roblox at 36.
All right. I like Roblox.
Was that 34 just half an hour ago?
I don't know about that one. Roblox is definitely a different beast. That name can go for sure. All right. Apple right now, we just took another piece off. I was going to wait for 137, but it's like, why would I bother to do that? I already have the hot name here. I feel like in AMD. AMD is not giving it up. It just continues to go. It's bouncing around 57. I don't want to get anything out here until, I have an offer in the teens here. I just feel like this is just looking real strong, man. AMD. What's not as strong is going to be, unfortunately, it looks like Google is kind of like hovering around right now. We're now out of another piece. We have 10% left. I told you we had 20 left, there 25 left. We took a piece out. Now we're only holding our 10%, waiting to see what happens on the downside here for this name. And I don't know, man. Maybe I'm wrong here. Let's take another piece out. We'll take a 99 out right there for AMD again. And maybe we're wrong. I don't need this name falling back too far. But again, we were wrong on the initial break, but this is what we talk about, man. Sometimes you got to believe in your ideas, and like if there's a name you want long, you kind of got to find some pressure points because the market could turn on you, and what was once looking like a great trade could easily turn sour. So you got to make sure about that. And then also Microsoft is turning around a little bit. Always nice to hold something 450 in the money, but that doesn't mean that you don't get out when it comes back down, right? So let's hold out for a little bit more here on Softy, but there is a turn definitely happening now for Microsoft. That 225 area, pretty key, man. Maybe we should have took that out. I'm going to sit around here, 225.30, 225.40, in case we do get another bump in Softy. Reload spot for this, 223, which is a ways away. Hopefully that doesn't happen, but 223 reload spot, 225.30 or so as my out. I'm going to put that order in right now.
Yeah, so my bid is out here on DWAC, and I'm still holding for 18 even. It just broke 19 definitively, so it feels like this one is going to temporarily be done. Maybe it bounces off the breakout price, but this is going to come down. My guess is that Revlon and some of these other ones might just be following and then sort of coming back in. So be careful on any meme-ish type name there if you've got it. AMAT, I just started taking a little bit out there. It just got to 74 quarter, 74 half, and then 74 3 quarters, 74 half, 74 quarters. I'm going to get on those bids. I am all out of Intel, but I'm not shorting Intel. I'm looking to dip buy Intel if I can. I'm thinking 25s, but it could end up being VWAP as well. So if Intel wants to come back in, I'll be there for it. And Apple, I want to hold on to Apple. As long as it's above 135, I want to give it a chance. But it is now 136 that is getting retested on Apple. VWAP sits there at 135.50. I just like VWAP as a place where a lot of decisions get made. So if you break it definitively, sometimes it's a good place to get out of positions, maybe not get into it. As we go to Brendan, it's 10:20. Let's get the small cap recap.
Hey guys, busy morning. Couple of small caps to have a look at this morning. There's a few that are moving around. This LASE, first off, was a big mover in the pre-market back to day one levels coming into play once again. This is a recent addition to the NASDAQ. So day one levels, 450, 475. If you go into an intraday time frame came into play, this thing was having trouble at 420 in the pre-market. We get up to 450, and then it looked like it failed, but it's having trouble going down any further. Thank you, Lucas, for that. 440, 450. 1950, the top right now. We'll use that to see what happens going forward. 18 was this level. I was just watching that in the pre-market here on DWAC. So I tried the short first, flipped it long as we broke, and the velocity to which we broke through this 18 level in the right at the open for DWAC. That was a great trade up to 20. We're on the way back down. So I'm going to use 1950 and then 20 to the upside on the short. So on the way back down here for DWAC, guys.
We just went, okay, DWAC on the way back down. Interesting name there. We are just into Google again. I don't know, like it could easily just break this 50 and then we're gone. But we just bought some more there. So let's take advantage of that and get some out. Yes, sir, as you rip up to the upside. Wow, I don't know if we just made that go up. I doubt it, but that's a nice little trade there for me on Google. We'll take some out there as it continues to run now to the north side. Not a huge trade. This is the name that's in trouble. So we're going to watch out to see if this breaks lower, man. Like 95.40 break, we're going to get out of whatever this is, Google right now. We just bought it there and got out. So a nice little move to the upside there. But yeah, definitely not like super worried about this trade, but we'll see where it goes. This is one of the, yes, sir. Holy crap, man. This is hit the sirens. What kind of a day are we having here today as Google just rips up there and we get a 70 print on that one. AMD also. Wow, yes, sir. That's a little bit of diamond hands. We got nervous there. I was just checking back to see where AMD was going. And yeah, how about upside right there for AMD as that continues to make a march to that upside. We're now long 80 cents in the money on AMD, so good trade there. Microsoft trying to get back. We're going to get out. I mean, Microsoft just went up to 20 there. I thought, where am I waiting? I'm waiting at 30. So let's see if we do get a better spike up here for Microsoft right now, guys.
Yeah, and just got a turn right at 136 on Apple. So 35, if it comes into play, I'm sure we'll be playing that level as well. But it just bounced off 36. Got some more shares back in at 7s. Going to try and scalp that into that 137 level. Looks like Intel, I was looking to buy a dip on Intel, but it wasn't at 25.35, but that's where it seems to be dipping. I was fortunate enough on AMAT to get the second fill there. 74.5 just came in. It just retested that 75 top and is pulling back. As strong as this is looking, I'll probably take another leg out here at that 75 mark. So if it gets that quarter in the money, I'll try to rinse and repeat it here by grabbing a few more shares out of there. Revline, I know, is moving. Brennan mentioned that Lays. I did take another leg out at VWAP, so I don't know if I want to be adding to this. The trend is clearly to the downside. I'll keep my stop in at that 395. So this small cap, it got a little bit of a bounce, 4 to 420. It looks like it's going to be fading back in with the rest of them here, but I'm not letting it break 395.
All right. All right. So AMD did. So we got that fill, and we're almost out of the trade. But still, a nice little move to the upside there, and then it just broke 57. I was like, maybe that was the top. I don't know. Microsoft just went again to 20, so I'm going to switch my order here on Mr. Softy over to a 20 fill instead of a 30. I mean, I don't know. We might have missed that again. I don't know if that move's coming back. So we'll put an order there to see. Too many tops right there. I know. I just have a feeling that we could be going back down into the downside right now. So that's why, we got out of some AMD there. Our Google is almost out, man. We just got an 80 print there on Google. So I'll put in something else in the mid 70s. I'm not in love with this trade. This is one of the weaker ones for me today. Although it's been good, man. Buy out, buy out. I mean, we're red on nothing today. We're red on DWAC. So that's going to be one name there that we got hit on, as you guys know. And then we went we had a keystroke error on the TQQs. So able to make a little bit of that back, but not all of it. So that's another error there for me as well. Oh, God, but I don't know, man. I mean, we got out of Google. That was out of Apple right there at that 200 period. We smelt that one out. But other than that, man, I think it's just chill zone for me right now. It's 10:25. Pretty happy with the way this day is going, man. I think there's a possibility we get to green here on the market today. I think that's that's kind of a crazy, I wouldn't bet money on that, but we've already made back half of what we were down. And then if we get any kind of Fed speak or something like that sort of shocks the market, then maybe there's that. But I feel like there was just a lot of dip buying in today, right? I mean, people saw, even Prad came over to me and said, I bought some Intel and Apple for his own portfolio on that move down, right? Great move there, Prad, by the way. So I just saying, if you're looking for something to buy, you probably did that, and now you're done. So now we need new buyers. Like, that's the way the market works. It needs to have new buyers come in. Is anyone coming in now to buy this? So it doesn't feel like it, right? So that's why I'm trying to get out of some of these trades, man, and we've done a good job of getting out. So I'm really happy with the trade today, and honestly, I mean, these names could fall back down. You know, the damage that's been done already. Really, really proud of the trading today, and thank you again for watching us. And I just want to say a big shout out to everybody that's out there, man. I asked for 3K. You guys doubled that in about 10 minutes. Like, we were at 1.4K. And normally we ask for 2K. I went right to 3 and shot the moon. So right there, 2.8. And I'm going to do it again. Let's see if we can get to 4 grand. Set a record today. 9,000 watching, man. I know there's not that much time left, but if you haven't hit that, let's do it. Like, tell YouTube what we're all about, and let's share this with everybody. The more people that watch the show, man, the more people are going to give ideas, and then our chat is going to become even lit up more. Did we identify these super chats, by the way? Yep. A big shout out to Joe, and then right now, I knew it. I didn't even have to check your name, my friend. There's the playmaker right now. 88, wearing 88 jersey. You're loving that. Shout out to you and Sharif. Thank you so much, playmaker, for that jersey, man. Sharif is loving that. You've been a fan of the show from jump. So thank you so much, playmaker. I hope you're enjoying your retirement as well. And yeah, let's just keep on going, man. Big day alert. Look at that. Wow, you guys are the best. 3.2K. All we got to do is ask, man. There it is, 3.2K. You guys are the best. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. And look, we just pulled back 100 points in the future. So if you weren't looking for a short up at the top, I don't know what you were looking for. I grabbed AMAT. It's down to 74 even. Quick buck on that trade. Apple is trying to hold 135 as we speak, but this is what just happened in the market. So if you're looking at this, you had to look for something to fade here because we just got so far so fast. And I just knew AMAT was one place I wanted to go. I wish I had something else. Remember Roblox 36? I was like, Roblox, big level 36. It's back at 34 already. 34 to 36 to 34. If we bounce again, I'm waiting for 36. But if this breaks 34 even clean and the market heads to those lows, you know what you got to do. Like, this is a big. The thing about these growth names is some of them have made some significant moves to the upside, and it's like, where are the buyers going to be? Like, it's down 7.5%, and if the market retakes the lows, Roblox is down 10%. So you have to look at where is the relative weakness. 7.5 is clearly a heck of a lot worse than the market. For now, Apple is holding up really well. I don't know how long that's going to be able to last. I'll go back to the 3-minute because that's the only story to tell. It's bounced off VWAP once. I scalped some out when I grabbed the reload there. But if you break through that on VWAP, you're headed back to that 135 support. So you got to have some outs. Lays is working okay. And by the way, DWAC, it's found some buyers. So it's back above $19. I'm not really giving it up. I think it's 18 bucks, but I'll probably trail this. At some point, I'll put a trail on this at VWAP just to make sure we don't give everything back. It is 10:30. The day actually started with crypto down when the market was up 0.5%. So it's good to get that crypto update because I imagine it's been a wild ride that I haven't been watching.
We are actually holding long-term support here to the downside on Bitcoin. I'll show you in a second. But yeah, definitely a volatile morning. But here's a note as far as what was expected this morning. Some steady action used in this note, not so much as far as what happened to BTC on this CPI number this morning. 19,000 breaks initially. We go immediately straight through to 18,100, starting to stabilize a little bit. But if I go back out to a daily chart, you can see we are still holding some key levels here to the downside for Bitcoin at this point. Here's the big board from Binance. Shout out to them once again. Downside in a big way, 3.6%. But hey, could always be worse. 18,400 currently, 6% almost coming into play for ETH, down to 1,200 once again. So that is the key level. 1,200, we let go of 1,300. The next stop was going to be probably 1,200. Here we go. 6.6 for Cardano, 7% for Solana right now, 4.5 for Dogecoin, guys. But a lot of red numbers right across the board, regardless of what market you're looking at.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm averaging into some of these longs. I mean, I don't know if they're going to be right or not. I mean, we have outs if we can, including in not Google. Sorry, we're getting some Apple and some AMD. Our AMD average in is working out really well down there near the 50s. And there we go. We got some more Apple. Wow. Okay, Apple. Let's go to the party one more time. Look at that average in on Apple as well. Wow, Apple. Okay. Can we get a 15 there? Can we get a 15? I just bought Apple right down there at 85, and then it pops up into 15 again. So I didn't even get my offer out. Let's see if we can get it one more time. But there goes Apple. Nice little upside move. It just stopped at 50. There it is. Nope, stopped again. Did we get that, Phil? No, we did not. But we are there for Apple. Maybe we'll just change it. I mean, what's the difference? We'll change this to 10 or so. If we get it, we get it. Nice little upside move there for Apple off of a reload. So I was just talking about taking it into this 50 level. So if Apple goes back down through 50, then we can get out. So that's why we're already 1-to-1 if we would have got that 15. But unfortunately, that came and went pretty quick there. And then AMD also nicely back up to 73, 74. Wow. Let's take some more bids out there. It just went to 57 or so. Let's go on that one more time. So there it is, man. Let's go. To Neil, Dan said you leave.
Dahmer said you can leave when Bills win a Super Bowl. First of all, I'm not going anywhere, but okay. I'll go to the Super Bowl when the Bills get to the Super Bowl. That would sound like a lot of fun.
Where is it this year?
Actually, you know what? I don't even know where the Super Bowl is this year, oddly enough. Usually I have an idea, but you guys can tell me because I'm not going to Google it because you guys are so much faster than Google. So
like
let me know where the Super Bowl is. But thank you very much there. I'm not going anywhere. Even if the Bills win, but it doesn't matter. I don't know what the Dahmer reference is all about. I know yesterday.
Hey, I was right. I said Arizona. Wow.
It is Zona. But it's always, I thought they've gone away from the warm state thing, where it can be anywhere now. But
they should stay in the warm state.
Well, I can tell you what's not going to happen this year. It's not going to be, there won't be a home team in the Super Bowl. That's for darn sure, unfortunately. I went over to Intel. I was looking for dip buys, and I kind of told you guys I liked Intel, but I want to wait for that quarters. It got to 25.25. Once I see the quarters, I went long on the bounce. I'm going to work it back up to that high of the day. Yes, it's a bit weird to be long Intel and short AMAT. I just think AMAT could be in a bit of a different category today. It did bounce off 74, but I still think VWAP as a retracement is very much in play for AMAT there. And if you're still watching Revlon, so Revlon broke 5. Retraced 10% to 450, held 450, and is now back above $5. So Revlon apparently ain't done yet. It is still going to the upside. And this stock, look, I mean, if it can get through this 550, it's not crazy on a big squeeze. You could see 6 or 650. I think it's going to see a lot of trouble at that 550 level, just based on what I see on the daily chart and the overall market sentiment. But stranger things have happened. So if you held on to it on that 10% dip, which I think is a bit much, then congratulations to you. It's getting to the next resistance level, to be sure.
All right, guys. I mean, meanwhile, we just, again, annihilated a couple trades right there. Long here, 56.60. We just got another out at 86 on AMD. The markets could fall back down. That's why, like, I'm talking about, like, getting in and out as much as we can right now. So there's the 10 fill and the 7 and the 15 fill. So we got both those fills on Apple. Stock's starting to fall back down now. So, you know, you got to make sure that you capture some of that profit. Microsoft ripped right up there again. I thought I had an offer at 30. I guess I did not. Let's put it now back there for that move back up to the upside. I mean, it's a $4 winner for us. I don't know. Do we really want to get out of this? I'm not sure.
Rumble broke 10.
Yeah, you know what? We'll get out there if it goes back up into that level. I mean, why not? AMD is coming back down, so we are getting ready to get some more shares. I'm surprised we just didn't get any, so let's put a bid there and buy some 49s. Oh, I'm bidding 41. That's why. Okay, so we're bidding 41s. I'm actually going to cancel. Actually, I'll put a 43 there and go a little bit lower on that into the mid 30s because we do have a target to get out if we do break below 56.25 or so here on AMD. So we'll average into that. If you get a break of 56.25, then we will be gone on AMD. So we're going to watch out for that trade coming back in right now. Nice little reload on that, but still lots of work to do here in this market. Apple pulls right back in as well. So yeah, good moves up, but also we're not, don't be like stubborn, man. This market could easily fall back down. We're going to wait to get some more Apple, but it's not going to be until down here, man. 135.50 or so for Apple.
And I can't believe we missed Rumble breaking $10. But Rumble, look at how clean the $10, I don't know how shares would have been in liquidity because I wasn't watching it at the time. But look at how clean this break is of 10. If you look at any SPAC, post SPAC, whatever it is, that $10 level is usually pretty good. I'm almost guaranteeing, I wasn't watching, there's probably bids on there, so liquidity was plentiful. It's down at 950. At this point, you kind of look at that 10 as a bit of an anchor. It gets to that price. There are going to be sellers at that $10 range. Gets above it, it's going to find some support. But wow, Rumble is making some power moves there. So I got the reload on Intel. I got one leg out and one leg only as it's retesting that 25.25. So I do have to respect the fact that it is trying to make an attempt to get back into this downside. I just liked its relative strength, right? We started it when it broke out of the morning range. We added when it broke an even dollar at 25, and this is the first add that's above that price. I like the trend in the stock, and if you're watching the chips, then you got to be looking at, well, I wasn't looking at Texas Instruments, but up 3.5% and trying to re-challenge those highs. If this breaks out, I think the Intel is going to be pretty solid. AMAT's still working in the money as I'm separating the chip makers from like the equipment suppliers there, but it could not break 74. Wow. So the long's starting to come back in here, but AMAT, if it takes out this high, I got to get out of Dodge.
Money, more money plays coming. I mean, this is what we're doing. We're not, there's Apple. Look at that long, man. We just got long there at 135.50. It bounces up into the 90s right away. So that's like a quick 30 cents. I laugh because it's like this has just been. Yeah, like I said, man, I love when the casino's open, and today it's like you kick the door open on this thing and just pounce right in. Big movement there for Apple. Let's see if we can get going higher side right now. And I also laugh because like Google rips up and we just get out there at 96.10 again, and then it falls right back down. Like this is the kind of trading that I was talking about. This is what we want. We want these moves to come through, right? Like you want to be able to sit here and trade appropriately and off of levels that actually hold. So wow, holy shoot. Look at Apple. Like we just got this trade in again. Wow, okay. Good thing we put that order there, man. And this is what I mean. Sitting there waiting for key levels to come through. We were playing off that 80. It went down to 50. Unfortunately, always never have enough shares, but still nice side movement. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day. One red stock for your boy today, DWAC, right there. And, that was because we missed the 20 break. If we had that 20 break, it would have been a positive name, but we did miss that. So, boo on me for that one. But still, DWAC, a nice little move now, hovering around 19. And then you talked about that Rumble. If you guys rewind the tape to, 9:20, when I said as soon as this breaks 10, it's see you later. Well, there you go, man. You're welcome for that one as well. Down 8% today, Rumble, or more. Like it was up to 10.50 there. Huge break. The minute that any sort of, you can look back at any of these, man, Clover, whatever. Anything that's broken through that SPAC price, it's been see you later on a lot of those names. So unfortunately, it is true for Rumble again. Although I do like Rumble. All right, Google back up to the upside as well. Let's just take.
There was a Rogan rumor the other day.
There was Rogan, and someone else went over there as well. Rogan will just go wherever the money is. No surprise there. Okay, here we go. Google up to the upside, 95.95 now. We just took another piece. We're just sitting back now. It's 10:40. The damage has been done. Our blotter is well done, and we'll just wait to see what happens now. I can't believe we had 152 trades today. Apple, AMD, Google, Softy, and the triple Qs.
Well, remember fills, right? So if anyone, when we say we have executions that we have, you can have one trade that has multiple entries and exits. But one trade that has come in here, it's 34 on Roblox. I said if it gets down there, it's got 34, it's got 36, it's back into 34. 34 breaks, and obviously this is a no-fly zone. But I'm long in front of it. If it breaks to the downside, fair enough. But you wait for these levels so that you can take a shot at those levels. And I'm now into Roblox. So it's a long off of that low. We did grab, like I said, we grabbed that Intel trade, which finally is starting to make another leg to the upside. I think you can retest those highs. But remember, this is at 8:30. We had a 25.60 top on Intel. At the height of that move to the upside, we had the same top. So we double topped exactly where we were at the beginning of this thing. So I want to pay myself out in front of that level. I think it's an obvious one. It does stand out there, but you got to take profit somewhere. AMAT still holding that 75. I got out of 80% of it. We're going to hold on to see if AMAT wants to be that one dog as the market tries to bounce into that upside. But you got to pick your poison on some of these. We haven't talked about Amazon since the open. Load. Come on, Amazon. Amazon was a good short initially off the open and is trying to hold a 108 level, so that's a pretty good price. That was the price I was short it. We made 50 cents and then stopped out essentially flat. If we bounce off 108, Amazon has one of the larger gaps to still be filled in, so there's opportunity to the long side on Amazon off 108 as we're taking you to Brendan and Sector Watch.
Hey guys, yeah, pretty red board to show you once again this morning. There are a few interesting notes to tell you about though. Popping off this board right now, Etsy, first of all, a lot of negativity and a lot of negative pressure coming from the retail group here, consumer discretionaries overall, but Etsy standing out 12.5% to the downside today. Amazon right there as well, 3.8% to the downside. Again, this all kind of going back to that ByteDance note, remember, from yesterday. Very quietly saying they want to get into the retail space as well on the e-commerce side of things in North America. Domino's right below them to the upside. One of the only ones standing out very positive, 9% on the day to the upside for Domino's coming off that earnings report. There's Tesla red on the day by 4%. Still not a good day for any of the automakers. It is tech up here, though, that is leading right now. The entire group pretty much in negative territory. A few in the hardware group that are standing out as positive, but software names, semiconductors, all very, very red at this point. Industrial stocks also very, very red. Some of the travel names on the airline side of things coming into play once again to the downside. I want to mention this as well. Banks, positive. The entire group positive. Just the banks, though, insurance and diversified downside. So the financial sector as a whole is still negative, but individual banks showing some strength coming off that number this morning. Communication stocks also red on the day, although there are a few over the past 20 minutes or so that have gone back into positive territory. I mentioned that note on Twitter earlier there, 1.5% for TWTR. So the more you get into some of these groups over here, material stocks, utilities, energy, and consumer staples, starts to get a little more mixed, guys. But you minus tech and you minus consumer discretionary names could be a lot better. Back over to you.
I just did want to not ignore more super chats there. I just saw something. Thank you for all the super chats today, guys. I mean, it's been a big day for that. So I want to say thank you to Go Explore, man. You guys are always great. I've learned a lot from you too. Thank you so much. Coffee and a donut, man. Thank you so much for that. 777. I like that. Spin that number and hit your lucky number. And again, thanks to Playmaker and a big thanks to Joe Carbone. What's up, my man? Yeah, we are going to keep it going. That is for darn sure on that one. I am just like over the moon with trading today, as you guys hopefully have been able to tell. What a big day it's been, man. We've really lit this stuff up today, including Apple. Just great reload rate there. Took some out. Now we're waiting to get something out here. I have something at 36. I mean, I might as well just take it out right now. I mean, big time movement here. We'll put it at 29. How about that? See if we get a 136.29 offer right now for Apple. Hopefully we can get that. Would like to get it a little bit closer to the 200 period. But again, just because this market's so violent, might not be the greatest idea today to wait for extremes because you're in the money, then you're out of the money real quick. That's what I sort of mean by that violence there. Google, again, if you guys have rolled with me today, then you sort of know what's been happening because a lot of these names are just bouncing off the same kind of levels. Google back down, man. We definitely took that one back in. So that's been a real big trade for me here. Google, AMD on the average is in again. Just boom, boom, right back to. We just got an O there, sorry, for AMD. More upside pressure coming. I'm hoping for that name as well. So let's just keep this party to the upside. Thanks, Sharif, for the chai tea, man. It's been good luck for me on that as well. So yeah, today, big day alert. I feel like this has been, if you didn't hit that CPI number, that was really clean. You had so many opportunities to hammer into that long. So hopefully you're able to do that. If you like the shorts, I think the shorts are getting life right now. So watch out, we're still at these levels. We keep thinking about breaking this 10,700 and don't. So just like I was very bullish down here at 10.5, maybe we're turning a little bit bearish here because we keep bouncing near that 10.7 and not able to break it, but a nice little 60-point move upside on the S&P as well.
Yeah, and some of these bounces are starting to get, it's going to get dicey if you break that support. Like Amazon just talked about 108. I got a bounce in front of that 108 level. Took some out in front of 109. I'll try and rinse and repeat it. Roblox down at those bottoms. It's hitting that 34. So it's bounced a couple of times in here. And the thing about the chart is when a stock goes from $38 in the pre-market to 34, You got to zoom in pretty far to ignore that. So the scaling is just out whack. But this is just bouncing off 34 and got up to 34.50 several times here.
Boom!
34. It's 34.50. That's right.
34.50.
So 34.50. So I keep bouncing off this Roblox here.
34.50.
Long. If it gets to VWAP, I'll probably take most of it out in front of 35. It's a Russell Peters. If you guys are wondering what 34.50 is, it's a Russell Peters sketch. But these long bounces, if you play inside of the range, it's giving you the scalp over and over. So Amazon 108, Roblox 34 now for me. Intel continues to run to the upside. Although it's checking up. I'm a little bit skeptical on some of these retaking the high of the day without the market breaking out because the chips went so far so fast. But heck, man, it's positive on the session, which I didn't think was necessarily going to happen to it overall. So the longs are definitely working. I'm going to get back on the bid of some of these because, as I just said, Roblox, it got to 34.50. I'm going to get back on the bid in front of 34 and rinse and repeat over and over and over again.
Thank you so
if it does break, then I got to cover it. There's nothing you can do about that. I understand, like a level breaks, you got to be able to get out of it. So I'm getting back on the bid of Roblox. I'm going to get back on the bid of Amazon here. That's 108, not VWAP that I'm looking at. But if we break 109, hold on to something for the long. Because if we do just trend up for the rest of the day, yes, you want to pay yourself inside of the range. But the other aspect of that is, I mean, if the NASDAQ were to get to just where we were, you're talking 200 points from here. So half of that move, and Amazon could be at 111. Apple could be at 138.5. Roblox could be at 36. So you want to give yourself some room to hold on to some of these longs, even if you are scalping it out here.
Yeah, let's hope so. I'm going to put out a tweet of all the positions that I had. I'll put the charts out and everything like that. So follow me at TraderTV. Yes. We're blasting again. Like, I don't even have to look at the futures. I just look at the net, and every time it's like, ding, like that. It's like, okay, what just happened? Well, look at Apple. Apple tried and did take out that 200 period, right up to 136. We just reloaded that. We're now in the money $1. That was 10 minutes ago for you guys down there. AMD as well. This one taking out highs here as well. Unfortunately, and by unfortunately, I mean, I got to be happy when we take a $6 winner or whatever that was. Let me give you that exactly on Microsoft there. $5, long down there at 220, right there out at 225.50 for that trade. So that was a big one again. Obviously, you wish you would have held it all, but I don't know. I mean, to take it this far up, I mean, that was a big move in the market considering how red and how negative everybody was today. So let's be careful. Google as well. Oh my God, man, what is happening today? What a great day for us. It's only 10:48, man. This midday show is going to be hot fire with Sharif and Brad as they're getting locked and loaded right now to come in for you and give you some banger trades. I know Brad had a good trade there off the futures today. I mean, that, like I was saying, if you were here earlier, guys, everybody behind us there had that short. That was about as clean as you could have had off the CPI number today. It was just red, gave lots of opportunity, and even if you were late to the party like I was, you were still able to catch a nice move to the downside. We were able to get out down here though on the futures. Unfortunately, we didn't punch long. That would have been nice, as right now we are tipping up. Look where we went to again, guys. That's 10,700 again right there. So like I said, if we don't break that, we probably are turning around, which is why we continue to get lighter and lighter in our positions. We just took 80 cents there on AMD. It's going up. I mean, AMD I think can go. It's Apple right now that just keeps on hovering. We've already been higher than this on Apple. So I have enough bullets to fire. Like I said, I'm going to keep getting out once we get to key levels. But I feel like the next one, as the net goes back up, I feel like the next one for Apple is 137. So I'm going to put an offer. We've already gotten a 136.70 print. Let's go a little bit higher, man. Let's go to, we just got another AMD fill. Wow, AMD right there. Okay, so another AMD fill, no wonder. Let's put an Apple order in at 137. And hey, man, sometimes if you put it there, maybe it will gravitate.
It's the same spike. The second you said I just got an AMD, there was this little spike in Intel right back up toward the high. So it's like we're just kind of pushing, and this is a NASDAQ, by the way. I'll show you the chart. The NASDAQ just goes right back to the top of the move has been 10.7. On the NASDAQ, if you break out there, hold on to some longs. You got to have something on board if we do break because it could be like floodgates opening up. Sometimes when you get a move down like that, the shorts got to cover, and then you have capitulation bottoms. And that's kind of what we saw this morning. I just paid for locates on Revlon. So I know there's some other things moving out there. I might be a little bit late in paying for them because it just made a pretty big turn into VWAP. But I did say if it gets to that 550, I think it runs into some trouble. It got to 564 and pulled back. So I'm probably going to be looking to short off of these highs in Revlon for the rest of the day. DWAC is still binary for me. It either breaks down to $18 or it trails me out. It's kind of sitting deep in the money at this point. So I was only looking to, well, we didn't get that 20 level because I quite frankly didn't think it was going to go there after it was at 17. So that breakout wasn't really on it, didn't have my stop, but I wanted to be fading any kind of a pop. So we'll hang on to that one as we go to Brendan for Money Talks. We got it.
Hey guys, yeah, wild day for stocks, wild day for currencies as well. I'll show you the dollar here. First off, to start things off, obviously with CPI this morning, this one going to be the main mover. We get the initial move I was saying to the downside on that note from the UK suggesting that a mini budget that they're talking about could reverse some of the tax changes that came into effect with the new prime minister over there. But straight back to the upside then on an hourly chart again for the DXY when we get CPI. Takes out the high and then some, but we are back down below yesterday's high, which is notable. So we are still positive on the day for the euro, 97.2, Canadian dollar. Downside, it was more than 0.5% at one point, but has started to come back in a little bit, 72.1, 112 and a quarter right now for the British pound. Still up, up 1% on that note about the tax changes or possible tax changes. 67.8 there. This is a 24-year low for the Japanese yen versus the US dollar right now, in fact, for today. 4% for Bitcoin down here, 6% for Ethereum. But what a move for the US dollar, guys. But notable, we are back below that high from yesterday.
Oh, Kenneth?
I want to thank Rob for getting us a coffee, but yes. I just burnt the crap out of my tongue because it was like really, really hot. Usually out of the machine, it doesn't quite come back.
I got a coffee and a chai tea here.
Yeah, you're double fisting.
I got both these guys working
the caffeinated beverages. All you need is like a Monster Energy.
The chai tea, nah.
No, it's got. Chai tea's got caffeine.
No, I know, but I'm not really touching it yet. So we'll wait on that one. I let that one steep a bit. So basically every morning, but by the time 11 o'clock hits, I wake up at whatever time, 6 something. And then it's like I've had probably 2 coffees in 5 hours. So if you're on the chat board here, let me know if that's dangerous.
No, that's
or not.
hell no.
No, I know. I'm just playing.
When I started trading, it actually got really bad because as a trainee, you don't get the free. You didn't get the free lunch back then, but there was free coffee and there was free pastries in the morning. Mm-hmm. So out of school, I'm not really making money yet. I was drinking a lot of coffee, eating a lot of pastries when I was a trainee. And it was, by the time we got to this time, I probably had 5 cups of coffee and realized that's too much. Yep, and you got to control it because what I found was you start over trading. You get to this time, and if you're too hyped up, well, suddenly the market slows down and you're on that next level. So I went cold turkey, got off it, transitioned to tea. Now I do just a couple, 2 or 3. But I'm up really early in the morning, so it kind of balances out a bit. But yeah, you got to do whatever works for you ultimately.
I find coffee is more of a routine thing for me. It has 0 effect caffeine-wise on me, but it's just more like sitting here drinking something. I have the water here as well. So obviously stay hydrated. You guys could tell, man, right now today, we were just this is the kind of day it's been for me today. We're just going to sit here, hold some of these trades. You guys, I don't know. I can't say all the outs. Well, I can. It's just we got to throw to Brendan, Neil, so on and so forth. But we just got out at 40 again on Apple. So, now it's coming back. It just touched 136. So here it comes back up. This is why I'm trying to sit on my hands right now. I'm in AMD long. That's $1 in the money. Apple's $1 in the money. Google's 70 cents in the money. We've already taken out our Microsoft, which may or may not have been a mistake right there off these longs. Looks like this will. We'll see. Whatever the trade of the day is, we normally just use whatever YouTube algorithm tells us to use.
Probably,
but
it's probably going to be tell us the CPI thing.
Yeah, that CPI thing. But that Microsoft right there is pretty big. I pushed the wrong key on TQQ, or this day would be my biggest day. This is going to be my second biggest day of the month. But I pushed the wrong, I thought I was short here, and I was long. So I don't know if I thought I was on SQQ or whatever, but definitely pushed the wrong key and got out. Why the hell would I go long when that number came out? But that should have been a short, and then we would have been see ya all the way to the downside, but we realized our mistake there. Take about 80 cents, I don't know what the hit was on that, probably about $1 or so, and then we went short at 17.15 there. and took that all down and even went short there. So it was a good trade, but yeah, that was a keystroke error. One that I haven't made. I even messaged it to my wife. I was like, can't believe I made that mistake there. But okay. This is why. This is effing why you have those diamond hands sometimes. There goes AMD. This is why we sit on these hands. Look at AMD. We went short there. Sniff, sniff. Nothing going down. Boom, get out. Take advantage of that initial short. Then boom to the upside. And there goes AMD all the way now to 58. This might be your TOD. 57.80 right there. Let's put an offer right there. If we can get that, then hey, man, I'll get out of that one. I'm going to go for this walk. Call the wife. Make sure she's all good. But right now, I mean, I'm just chilling out. Taking some time here. Let's go to 75.
Hold it.
Yeah, we'll see.
We're breaking highs right now.
Yeah, oh yeah, don't worry about that. I'm going to hold a piece of this. But if we can get that wick, man, we'll get out. But yeah, maybe the good advice is to hold this. But we're just sitting here. I should have held everything in hindsight, but.
I don't know what the 15 looks like on AMD, but on Intel, this is the resistance, 2560 on Intel. All week long, look at this 2560 level. It's been a gold short. You just broke this out. The next move up is 26. Intel was at 2460. This stock does not move $1.40. Like, this stock does not move to the upside of $1. Well, it's moved down $1.40 sometimes. But upside of $1.40 doesn't normally happen. This has been long 2460. It's been long 25. It's been long 25, and it continues to churn higher.
Wow.
So you got to find something. This was the first one I liked to that long side. The only short that's it's DWAC. It doesn't matter what the market is doing. DWAC is gonna do its own thing. So maybe just ignore the fact that I'm short DWAC because everything else is a long today. There are some earnings to get to because Friday is tomorrow. And you know what that means? We start getting the banks on Friday.
Let's go.
Yeah, and it kicks off the main swing of things when it comes to this quarter's earnings season. Next week, guys, Netflix, Tesla, among others, but going to be a big week next week. Here's what's to come tomorrow morning for earnings.
Look at the double tap on JP Morgan.
What is JP Morgan?
So we get Wells Fargo, JP, but look, we get the banks. United Health, look, that's a great company, great stock. I like them long term. It's not a day trade. You can never really day trade that stock, but it's a good stock. But you get the banks coming in. But look at JP Morgan. Double bottom at 101. Yesterday's low, today's low, the same damn thing, and now you're breaking out. 3% to the upside. That's what capitulation bottoms look like on an individual name, but that's pretty clean. That's essentially what I was looking for. Why I liked Intel was if it held yesterday's low or the weekly lows, that's a pretty good sign this morning. JP doing that same job as well into that upside. I'll be rinsing and repeating, for me, Amazon at 108 every single time. But watch out what just happened. And one reason why you are taking profits on the way up, but I'm trying to hold long position. The NASDAQ just took out that 10.7 and put a wick top in. So, you're not out of the woods yet. You are still down 1.5%, and it just failed a breakout at the high of the day. The NASDAQ, that is.
Yeah, that's, and again, guys, we got out of AMD. AMD's still here. AMD's still high up. It's more Apple, so I'm going to put an offer to Apple. I mean, we've already taken this out at 136.60. We could do it again. So let's see if we get it back up here. 136.80 for Apple, and then we'll be done that one. It's only a minute left on this. So, I hope you guys have enjoyed the show. We're trying to show you some of the trades that we've had on. Of course, we are going to celebrate a little bit of our wins here for you guys. That's all part of the show, trust me. Like when I go off the show, it's just chilled out, relaxing, but we are celebrating here for you and with you. Hopefully some of you do have some of these longs again. I mean, we had that great super chat today where a gentleman super chatted us 10% of his winnings, and that was $50, right? So means you made 500, which is absolutely fantastic. Certain people are going to have different targets, which is why we don't talk about nets here, because what does it matter if one of us is up 10 grand and one of us is down 10 grand? You got to look at the trades, see which trades we're making, and just try to understand the methodologies behind our trading, and that's really what it's all about. So I don't know if someone said, Neil, what is the, who makes the chai tea that you have? Well, my name is Sean, and it is Stash right now. So it's Stash
I've never even heard of the brand, but
I don't know. I think it's a pretty popular.
I think we have the same brand for most of our.
We have all.
There's like 2 different brands of all the teas that we have.
Yeah, we give all the traders everything, teas, coffees, all that kind of stuff here.
Juice.
Like Neil said
There
before,
used to be, so when I started out, actually, we're past 11 o'clock, so this is the last thing I'll say. When I started out, I thought there was pop in the fridge, too. So traders used to get pop, like
and
soda.
desserts and everything.
Soda,
it
which
was crazy.
Soda is a bit much to be getting free at the office. I think that'll get out of hand really quick. But it's going to be a crazy midday show.
Nothing's free.
Well, it was free. Yeah.
It's
not free. It's not free to everybody.
It's included in your commissions.
Yeah, it's included in your commissions. Yeah, I guess you had to pay for it on some level. Nothing's really free in the world, but you could go to the fridge and get it when you were a trader.
Yes,
not
sir.
there anymore. Trader Prad. I see
what's up, Paul?
Sharif came dressed ready to kill it here today. And Trader Prad, you can tell what direction he thought the market was going pretty easily. Let's go get him, boys.
You already know it's Suge Knight in the office today. We're straight Reddit out all head to top. Well, not all the way to the downside. We got black jeans on, but we straight Suge Prad today. I was ready to put a green shirt on, and then I realized, wait, today's CPI day. I'm gonna go find my red shirt. So I opened my closet. My red shirt was ready for me on a hanger. Pull it off, put it on, come in, and the market's clearly pushing into that direction today. CPI coming out a little bit bad, 8.2, not too bad, but also it's a little bad for the market, which completely pooped to the downside today. My best shorts on the futures. We all killed it. I want to just start off the day with congratulating Max over there for finally graduating. We're gonna have a lot of fun time at the graduation party for Ian and Max. And once again, apparently I promised him that I'm gonna do a shoey if he graduates off futures. So I have to pay up my bet. I have to do a shoey
What's
for
a
Max.
shoey?
A shoey is like an Australian thing. You take a shoey, you pour a beer in there, and you drink beer out of the shoe.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so I promised them that if anyone graduates off futures, I'll do it because it's a pretty hard thing to graduate off futures. And my man, killed it.
Are you going to use an old shoe?
I'm going to use my Air Force ones I have right now. That way I can use an excuse to buy a new one.
I like it. Okay. I actually was wearing a red shirt earlier. Like I changed for the show, obviously, and I had a red hoodie, and that was done on purpose because I wanted it to go down. I'm still short, guys. I'm holding the TQQ short, so we'll see where this one goes. I've got to stop. I've got everything set up. But look at what SNTI. I talk about small cappers a lot. I'm just going to go over the small cappers I'm looking at today, despite the fact that I didn't trade any at my desk. I've been trading the futures the majority of the day. But for those following the small cappers, SNTI making a nice move up 27% on the day. I'm already long that at 404. Took out a piece here at that 411 level. I'm looking for another piece at 415. But there's also other things going on too. APDN moving. IMUX moving, Revlon moving. I think DWAC, Neil was on DWAC earlier. That was moving. I didn't get to trade that. It's way too spready for me, and bad memories from DWAC, to be honest with you. So I stayed away from that one, but there's a whole bunch of going on today, guys. So we'll have a lot to talk about, especially if this volume holds up into the afternoon. What a morning, though, Bradley. The atmosphere in this at this firm today was like none other than I've seen, to be honest. Everybody looks like they hit it out of the park, and it was like what Prad just said. Max got to graduate. Max is a fellow small cap trader, so it was a nice, gratifying win there.
Indeed, currently looking to still stay short on the market, even though we're only down 0.8%. I want to show a graphic that Mateo, another trader on the floor, shared with us in the morning, and I'm trying to find it at the moment. Too much conversations, guys. Holy. Okay, here we go. So this is the graphic that, thank you, Mateo, for sharing this. This is the Goldman CPI scenarios, which is if we come between this range, 8 to 8.2, S&P 500 loses 1 to 2%. We dropped down 2% to 3,500, and the buying started kicking in. Maybe they themselves bought a bunch of shares and positions across the board. I know I punched into an Apple long in my own long-term account, and also Intel position into my long-term account. So part of that statement is actually coming true. The market's only down 0.7 on the S&P 500, NASDAQ down 1.5%, and we're trying to teeter around this 3,600 area, which is where I'm currently short on the futures. I'm also short SPY, NVIDIA, Google, and Apple, trying to see if we can bully the market back to the south side a little bit. But we are getting a pop above the 3560 areas right now. There is a good chance this market could march back to 3,600 before we actually see a proper rejection coming in to take advantage of. 70 cents out of the money on NVIDIA. Might have to take that loss on it, but thankfully the sizing on this trade is small. We're just watching the market move up right now. And UVIXI, that's going to be the real big question mark for me. The volatility index is actually down on the day. We're down almost 1 full percent on UVIXI, and the VIX has been going straight down ever since the open. This was around the open. We've been pushing down. We went back up, obviously, when the CPI numbers came out, and then we pushed right back down. The VIX is now at 32.69. The volatility is going down, not what we want the market to do for us if we are short across the board, and some of these positions are actually going out of the money. So we're going to have to think about these trades a little bit.
Yeah.
Max is the one sitting all the way in that corner.
With like the long hair. Yeah, bizarre to me that this market is getting bought up, but you know, I don't want to like impute anybody, but a lot of gamblers on Wall Street, and that's just the way that I see it. I don't see any reason to buy up this market. You could say shorts are covering, whatever. I personally would not go long in any of my long-term accounts until I see a positive CPI print. People don't see it my way, let them. I closed out some puts that I had from Friday that was very profitable on my personal account. I shut them right at 9:30 once I was able to, so I was pumped about that. And I'm going to continue to be short-minded until I see something to, you know, let me know that this is a long. Obviously, I'm dollar cost averaging into the big caps, and I've been doing that for the better part of 3 weeks now. And that's just the way I see it. Those are long-term plays, but you know, the way Microsoft got bought up today, I really didn't get that. Like, have a look at this, guys. Let me just bring down the much maligned IBKR charts here. Look at this dip on Microsoft. My goodness. So what was the bottom there? We made a 219.13 bottom, and we 226.56. So that's a big range for Microsoft. You know, Microsoft's not a small mover. It tends to move quite aggressively, but not this aggressively anyway. So it looks like a lot of people on Wall Street feel like Microsoft is under or oversold. So here we got another piece out here on SNTI. So we're super profitable into this one. Wow, look at the futures go. I'm gonna get stopped out of my futures trade if it keeps going up like this. But hey, whatever. I was already profitable on it. So first out 411, second out here 416. So looking for more on SNTI. Let's see if we can reclaim high of days around that 428. I'll take out another piece at 425. Let's go ahead and do that now. Flip here to let's put it at 424. Why not? A little bit below where I want it. But, oh, looks like I got, I'm definitely out now of my TQQ trade. Sucks for me.
Sorry, I should have hit the cough button over there. I forgot that button even exists. But yeah, this market's having a monster move up to the north side right now, guys. 35.80 coming into play on the S&P 500 futures. I'm adding a little bit more to my SPY shorts, honestly, at the 100-period EMA. We'll see if this one's going to be a wrong trade. We're giving some of the money that we made on the futures back right now, sadly. So I'm not really too happy about it. But I don't know why my candles are not showing. But to begin the day with, I actually got wicked into a long, which was very scary. Right before the market, this is my first CPI trade. I'll be honest about that. But Max, who graduated today, was mentioning that this happens all the time, and this being the market actually pops before the number even comes out. The algos kind of do their own thing. So I had a script order to go long on the break of this range, and I also had a script order to go short on the low of that range. And that order wicked in for the long side. I instantly punched out. My exit was at the high of that range over there. I was very lucky to get that out. Trust me, instantly made money before the CPI comes out. And the CPI comes out, then this move happens. I get wicked into the 3,600 short. I added.
Sorry to laugh, but Aaron's got a machine gun of like a sneeze back there.
Every day.
Yeah.
Yeah, so added on the 3,600 break, and then added on somewhere around 35s, 55s, I believe, and then my average was 35.71. Basically, I would have been stopped out right now if I had my stop, as the market did manage to go through my average price, and currently we're seeing the 100-period EMA on the 5-minute chart come into play for the NASDAQ and the S&P 500. I'll be honest, guys, today will be a lot of just covering the market moves overall. Even Apple, look at Apple moving to the 100-period EMA. Monster long on Apple coming into play. Congratulations to anyone who took longs, man. And honestly, buying Apple shares around these prices at 134, 135, I was complaining of me not getting that price yesterday, but I'm happy that today that prices did come into play for myself on this Apple. Market's
yes, sir.
ripping.
Market's just ripping
S&P
up.
500 about to go flat.
We're about to reclaim maybe 3,600. Yeah, so we are flat. This is this level here. Let's bring it in. I believe it is that 35.88, maybe 89 level. I can't quite see it on this chart. That is where we closed at yesterday. So now we are technically flat, or like minus 2 points. So basically flat. Obviously, I'm not talking about.
There's no way this market stays flat, man. Go short.
Well, I'm already stopped out of my short. Sucks for me, but whatever. I made money on the way down on that big move, so I'm not going to complain too much about it. Guys, took out another piece here on SNTI. We're spinning it already, baby. Killing it on SNTI, long 404. We just printed here, 424. So that's another 20-cent winner. I've got about half the position left, give or take, a couple of shares. I'm looking for that high of day break over 28 now. Let's go ahead and put it at 29. We're going to go for 29 for a 10% piece. Let's go. There we go. So now it's set up. Let's see what SNTI can continue to do into the afternoon. The position that I took on IMUX, I saw a little bit of a flat top, held VWAP. So I'm like, let me take a little baby long here for a flat top breakout, possibly. Especially, he's been super wicky. That may be good and bad because you can get wicked wicked on the way up, right? So you put a profit taker, it wicks up, wicks down, but it fills you. So I took a really small position on IMUX, and the reason I took it is it's holding the 200 period, it's holding VWAP. It made a nice move off the bottom, but the thing is, it's only up 3% on the day, and that's not going to get too many people's attention. You know, this one is a continuation play from yesterday and the day before and the day before that. So maybe some people's got it on their watch list. Anyway, we're like a couple of pennies out of the money. I'm long 10.03. I see 9.99 printing on the Ask Proudly. So not too big. Another piece out on SNTI, baby. We just broke high a days, killing it on that. Let's drop the cash again. Woo! I'm holding another piece here for the dream, and I'm going to adjust my stop on SNTI to my entry, which is at 404 Proudly.
Yeah, this market just set up a donation box in front of the Wall Street, and everyone who made money is currently donating back their money into that donation box outside of Wall Street, trying to short the market back again, right? So obviously we have to be a little careful over here when trying to short the market, yes, because I mean, you could be as bearish as you want, but here's the thing that really stands out: we're only down 0.1% on the market. Yeah. So clearly people bought up some positions. The market also had a nice little pop up. I believe the most of the pop came from the shorts covering, right? A lot of shorts covering their positions, taking profits so they can go buy some hibachi grills for their families and whatnot to cook up some sushi omakases at their home. But here we are turning flat a little bit. Let's see if this. I honestly believe, look at the word I'm using. I believe that the market will not stay flat / go green on the day. Hence, I'm going bigger short at the moment, adding more size to my shorts even though they're out of the money. We'll see if we end up donating more back onto the day over here, or do we actually come out big win over here on the short idea as the market maybe pulls back to VWAP at some point later on in the day. We're currently batting 35.83 on the S&P 500 futures, down 0.13.
This guy using baseball analogies, batting 30.
I didn't say batting.
Oh, I thought you said batting.
No.
What did you say?
I don't even know what I said.
You said batting, bro. Unless I'm like going deaf.
I don't think I said batting.
All right. Well, I thought you were trying to use baseball analogies. I was going to give you props.
I'll take it. I'll take all the props I get. Let's go. But yeah, NQ wants 10.8K, says loan. It could very easily go there. We're not too far away from 10.800 on the NASDAQ futures, only 5 points away from there. And let's see if we bat it past that or bat to the downside.
Yes, sir. Proudly. Look at this, man. The market is... It can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent. I know that's like whatever folk wisdom or market wisdom or whatever, but it's literally true because to me, this makes no sense. Proudly just explained that, there's a lot of short covering. I think that there is probably a lot of people taking advantage of these depressed prices and dollar cost averaging in. I mean, you got to assume these hedge funds are looking at these big six here and they'll be like, yo, I want a piece of that. I just don't want it at the price of where it was trading at 2-3 weeks ago. They see, all of a sudden they're seeing 133s and 134s on Apple and they're just like, their eyes are lighting up. I mean, my eyes lit up. I added to my Apple position today too. Why wouldn't I, right? I mean, I believe in Apple into the future. I don't think we're going to be at these inflationary rates going in forever and ever, amen, right? Like, that's just not where I think we're headed. I think that the Fed is really taking inflation seriously now, and You know, we're going to see another 75 basis point hike likely. Hey, let's check the odds. You want to, what's that thing called again?
Just type Fed rate tool.
Fed rate tool, that's right. Okay, let me just flip here. Let me go like this. No, so I'm on the right screen. Damn it, what did I do?
KGB in the chat goes, Young Prad, why you trapping so hard? Young Prad got a 12-car garage. You know what to do, baby.
Oh my God,
market, though, currently turning green. S&P 500 green on the day, Sean.
Boo!
Yeah, the spies are green on the day, baby. Wowzers. So clearly I'm giving money back at the moment on these shorts. The money is just donation box open outside of Wall Street and just pouring my money back into that account at the moment. Yeah, wowza. Wow. Market turning green right now. NASDAQ hitting that 10,800 marker. Let's see if NASDAQ can flush off here. Now NASDAQ is only down 0.38% on the day. What can I say about this? This is an insane market. A lot of people in the chat saying, I don't understand this market. Trust me, neither do I. Yeah. But exactly, neither do I. But you don't need to understand it. All you got to do is punch the wrong shirt, Pratty goes, you're right, bro. You're not wrong about that. Wrong shirt as the market does turn green for a second there.
So what does this mean? So this one here, does that mean 75 and then 100? Is that what it is? That can't be 50. I mean, we're not going to get 50 with another higher print.
That's the 100.
So that's probably 100, right?
Yeah.
And then that's the 50.
Well,
right.
It says 100% chance to go up to 3.7 to 4% interest rates and a 3% chance to go to 4% to 4.25%.
I hate that. Why don't they just tell us the basis point?
Well, what are we at right now? We're at 3.5 right now, so they're saying another...
We're at 3.5?
We're at 3 or 3. I think we're 3 or 3.5.
Where are we at, Sean, in terms of the Fed funds rate?
We're at 3? 3 or 3.5. So if we're at 3.5,
so that's a half a basis point hike. Are they out of their mind?
I think we're at 3 right now. So they're claiming a 0.75 or more, 100 or a 0.75. It's 100%.
Okay, let's find out here. Fed funds rate. Let's find out what it is. I mean, I should probably know this. Let's search by. Okay, here we go. New York Fed effective Fed funds rate. What is it? Where are we at? So the 10, 12. So we're at 3 to 3.25. Okay. So that means this will be 3 point. Okay, so it is a 75 basis point hike. Yeah, so this here, 97% chance of a 75 basis point hike at the next meeting, which is, I believe, November 2nd, if I'm not mistaken. And then there's only a
this market. Yo, we're seeing 3,600 coming into play right now.
This market is nuts, man. Absolutely nuts. Let's shout out to the Hayes Records for the $1.99 super chat. He says markets are all about certainty over rationality. Yeah, well, I guess. I don't know. There we go. Guys, IMUX. Let's take out another piece here quickly on IMUX. Let's go. Come on, flattened. All right, we've got 2 winners on for you guys. We got SNTI and we got IMUX. The small cappers are not taking a day off, despite the fact that the market is making moves. Look at all this. My goodness, Bradley.
What is this buying? What is... Wow. This market is going to go back into that range where we dropped from. What? That's insane. Are we going to actually break the day's high and rip past it? Because this is a monster move on the market right now. The shorts are getting squoze, ladies and gentlemen. The donation has been given, and I have no words at the moment other than absolute shock that this market ripped my shirt off. Yo, who's got a green shirt for me to change into? I need to change into a green shirt right now because this is monsters. The NASDAQ is now green on the day, and I am at loss for words. Honestly, at loss for words. But look at that pullback this market is showing you around 3,600s. Can we actually stay green on the day? That's going to be wild. Something that Brando mentioned in our work chat, Apple and Goldman Sachs are teaming up. Apple high yield saving account available through Goldman Sachs. You can open a high-yield savings account through Apple via Goldman Sachs. So lots of catalysts over here as to why Apple is doing what it's doing. I mean, look, Apple is the... I don't want to say the best company in the world, but it's one of them. It's one of them in there, along with Google and Microsoft and so on. So Apple going to 135. This is the analogy that Sean taught me. It's like, do you really see Apple going down below 100? I don't. So if I'm buying Apple at 135, 140s, that's because I don't think about closing Apple unless it goes below 100. And on that note, there's a lot of buyers stepping in around these prices. I think even my dad bought some shares of Apple today and maybe some AMD. Talking about AMD, let's go check out our baby AMD. $60 coming into soon for AMD. AMD up 2.3% on the day. Guys, I am at loss for words right now. This is insane. Like, how does the market drop 100 points and now be up 28 points on the NASDAQ and be up 21 points on the S&P 500? This is absolute monster moves. I think a lot of people right now are looking to where they can take their short fills. If you're not careful, you're getting absolutely squozed on the market, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what you guys are looking at. Wow, I got roasted, fam. Yeah, it's happening to everybody right now, not just you. If you were short, you are getting roasted. Same like me, I got roasted. I gave back so much money just now trying to short the market, but that's fine. We're still up on the day. We're gonna try to bring back some of this money that we just donated, and we'll see if we can make it back.
Yes, sir. Oh, it's been a hell of a morning, so I've been having to use the washroom a little bit more because I keep drinking all this water because my body temperature keeps going up from all the excitement. So, yeah, wow. I have to do a quick...
market up 1%.
The market does not want to stop. We're now at 36.34. Look at this, guys. It is an absolute madhouse in here. Completely irrational, in my opinion, but hey, let it go, man. There's just more better area to short the next few days. This reminds me of like last Monday and Tuesday when the Dow was up like 1,700 points in 2 days off like garbage news, in my opinion.
Dude, we just made a new high a day and we're going higher.
Yeah, oh yeah. 36.48 right now is the high of day. We are gonna, what are the pre-market highs? The pre-market highs here, this was the wick up off the algo spike at the 930, 36.47. It looks like we actually,
I'm short.
Yeah, we just broke that, or we just came to it evenly, I think. So it looks like we touched high, pre-market high of day. That's insane.
Did someone say anything? Is there any news? Like, did Russia come out and say anything by any chance? Like,
I don't see anything.
Wild,
I know there was
man.
England news earlier in the day that brought up the Dow 350 points before the market opened. I thought that was funny. And then we were down 500 points after that. So the Dow moved 800 points in a matter of minutes. And now it's moving up like in a matter of minutes. So, hey.
QQQ $1.40 in the money. As soon as NASDAQ futures touched 1100, I punched short on the QQQ. I also punched short on the SPYs over here. QQQ pulling back a little bit. Wow. I'm going to look for Apple short over here near 140. That's going to be a short for me for 140 on Apple. We got to be quick with these before they run away from us. 1100 on the NASDAQ, guys. NASDAQ now up 1% on the day. S&P 500 up 1.2% on the day. UVIXI at the low of days in pre-market bottoms. We're down 4% on the UVIXI market. I want to also go check what the volatility is. Where's the VIX at the moment? VIX pulled back a little bit, but we're still under 33, which is where we were yesterday. This is insanity. Guys, if you're not using stops, this is the perfect example why you need to have stops set up for trail your stops, or you have them at break even, because moves like these can happen at any moment. Negative catalyst, positive catalyst, we don't care. This market only cares about where the buyers are and where the sellers are. We're going to push it back to the north side goes the market, up 1.2% right now. Wow, 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 wow.
I thought they were part of the euro. Okay, I guess I was wrong. Thank you there, Martin Sterry, for the 200 Czech Corona. Okay, I hope I said that right because it looks like Corona. Okay, thank you for that. Also, Butternut Squash with a $1.99 super chat saying Uber printing calls right now. Money, 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 money. Yes, absolutely. Martin Sterry saying money, love it, love it. Being an optimist pays off big time. Yes, I hope that all your days are this good. Sadly, your good day was against what I theorized or what I thought was going to happen, which is we're going to have an all-day decline. I even talked to my buddy yesterday about that cash, and I was like, yeah, just go short and leave the rest of the day. Boy, was I wrong. So, and good thing I had a stop on my TQQs, but hey, that's just the way it works out. Let's continue to watch what SNTI is doing here, kind of pulling back into that $4 level. A bit of a double top formed here, so let's see if it breaks through. I've got my out at $3.99 on this one. That will be less than 20% of what I had. There we go. I'm out of that one. So the last piece here is 3-cent loss. It continues to make its way back down into VWAP, but IMUX, that one's setting up to do well. We got in here at that 10.05 area. We took out the first piece, 10.19 or so, and then we finally got out the rest at that 10.31. So IMUX has been profitable. Let's go up to Brendo at the big desk for social sentiment.
No shot. Come on.
Improving market and improving sentiment as well on social media this morning, guys. I'll show you a nice board at this point, all about the overall market. As we said, it's going to be about the future, is going to be about the overall market with CPI today. Look at that. SPY, huge right now, back to the upside. Q's trying to catch up, but still seeing a little bit of negative sentiment on social media. AMC, a notable gainer today, also back on the green side of things on the social sentiment board, along with APE, both making moves this morning. There's DWAC making moves this morning as well. Off that note, again, if you missed it, now available, True Social, now available in Google's Play Store. This one was a big mover yesterday to the upside, back down today for MMTLP on the OTC. Tesla struggling a little bit, but trying to catch up as well. This one, MMAT, little penny stock with a big move today. But look at the size of the green box for the market, guys, back to positive on the day.
Wild, guys. I'm currently $2.70 in the money on QQQ and $2 in the money on the SPYs and 50 cents in the money on Apple. But I want to bring up Peloton because Brendo put it in our work chat. The Peloton is apparently Amazon's bestseller, says Amazon themselves. I find that hard to believe, but it's not what you believe at the moment. It's the facts that Amazon's coming out with. Peloton jumping up off that catalyst, having a nice little volume candle at 11:15. This could have also been just the market's volume candle that the market pushed up to. NASDAQ rejecting beautifully off that 11K number. That's where I got short off of on the QQQ. As soon as NASDAQ hit 11K, look at that top fill. I got filled at what, 267, 266.78? Whew. Fire fill on that over there on the NASDAQ short. Let's see if we can take this right back into the red zone for the market. If this market stays green, then I really don't know anything about this market. I know nothing about it. You know what? I'll actually say it. The only thing I know is I know nothing. So every day we're here. We're coming to learn. We're coming to understand the market variables, how the market cycles happen. This is something I've never seen, which is a negative catalyst coming out negative, dumping the market to down 2%, and then actually turning positive and going back into the pre-market ranges. That is monster.
Short you got there, bro.
Yeah,
Jeez,
baby. As soon as
wick,
NASDAQ hit 11K, that was a short for me.
That
That's
was
a short.
beautiful. Excellent short there, Pratt, on the Qs. Keishan Badello sends a $20 super chat and says, victory. Yeah, appreciate it. I'm happy for you. I hope you made lots of money today. Good for you, and thank you for the super chat. Dominic Fumolaro, a friend of the show, says ANPC is a beast. I haven't had a chance to look at ANPC. Let's do that now. I don't want to use the IMUX chart because I want to get back into that because IMUX got legs. ANPC, let's flip here. Okay, up. Looks like 6.65% on the day, or no, AMPC, sorry, up 75% on the day. But this is a penny stock. And Dominic, I know you love these stocks. That's not the first one you sent me that's under $1, but I will not be trading this stock, Dominic. All the power to you. Look at this, but I'll look at it and I'll tell our viewers about it. Off that 18-cent bottom, look at this, up to 33 cents. That's a hell of a move. Not actually a big notional move, but a percentage move nonetheless. Let's see what this one can do. Back at that 28-cent area, maybe it takes a nice little dip-off view up, but I will not be participating in that. Let's flip back to IMUX. IMUX making that push up. Kind of feels silly for punching out everything that we had here. Looks like that 1080 top at the moment, now up almost 11%. Let's go to our small cap charts here and see what the daily is on IMUX. I tend to forget, despite the fact that I traded it yesterday, so I should know. But look at this move, guys, on IMUX the last 4 days. It has been a beauty off that top break at 550. So yesterday's high on IMUX was 1155, so we're going to mark that off on the chart because that may be an important level going into the afternoon if this one can get some legs. Current day high on IMUX is 1125, so 30 pennies off yesterday's high. We'll see what this one does, Brad, if it makes another new high today or not.
300,000 bid on what? Oh, okay. We're watching the market currently figure out what it wants to do around these new ranges that we popped back into. Well, not new, but pre-market ranges that the market popped back into. And I'm actually going through a lot of my conversation chats that I look at, and everyone's in shock right now. No one can believe that this move came through. I'm sure not even Sean can believe it when he's in the money $5 on that Apple longs. Sean comes back and he goes, wow, market's green, wow.
I thought you were trolling.
No, market, he thought I was trolling him. them. But no, he was actually in the money deep on those Apple longs and smoking it, baby. Hey, let it be a negative news, but we're still here to show you how to trade the market. But sadly, taking some losses and then getting back in it at different prices. Your price is very important. You can always reprice yourself. So take that stop that you have initially planned to take and then get back in at a different range. So look at that. We're now $2 in the money on QQQ. Sadly, though, Apple just hanging out at our average price, not really doing a whole lot. I want to move to Walgreens. If the market moved the way it did, Walgreens should have absolutely taken off, but it's still hanging out in the pre-market range over here, up 6% on the day, though, and Walgreens had earnings yesterday, or today, sorry. Walgreens had earnings today. I'm just trying to open up our Trader TV Live watch list. If you're not signed up to that, you're making a big mistake. Here you go. Q4 results beat top and bottom lines estimates for the last 6 straight quarter. Wow, that's actually pretty good. The company also said that it expects full year 2023 EPS in the range of 445 to 465, well above the analyst estimate of 453, says Refinitiv.
You know what I like about that? The fact that there's probably less foot traffic into the pharmacies now because less people are getting vaccinated, yet they're still able to keep up their revenues. That, to me, is a good signal, to be honest with you. Like, so
the first time I heard about Walgreens, honestly, was watching a Theranos TV show, and they talk about how the Theranos machines were inside Walgreens and they faked the whole test and everything. That's where I learned about Walgreens.
Was Walgreens in on that nonsense?
Well, they weren't in on it, but they partnered up with Theranos, and the Theranos machines were at Walgreens. You would go to Walgreens, get your blood picked, but then they wouldn't test it in those machines. They would go to off sites and they would test it in actual stores.
I don't mean to
that's
say
where
that's
I learned
jokes.
about
That's obviously sad, but Elizabeth Holmes still dealing with that trial. I think that they were trying to. Oh yeah.
It's not settled?
No, man.
What?
Yeah, it's been going on for a minute. Yeah, and to be honest with you, it was like prior to my endeavoring into the market, so I didn't really know too much about it, so I had to catch up. Yeah, Apple. I can't believe. I'm very pleased with my dollar cost average today on Apple on the account. But yeah, you never know how long this is gonna last. I want to ask you. Over or under today? Are we going to finish green or are we going to finish red?
Sure.
I don't mean to put you on the spot, especially after the day we had today, but hey, you're a gambling guy.
Yeah, I mean, give me the odds. What do I get for
betting
the odd? What's the favorite? What's the underdog?
Oh man, you're asking too much of me here.
You gotta make the book for me. If
I don't know how to
pick
gamble.
The over or under,
you
gotta make the book for me. You gotta put minus 110 odds and plus 110 odds, and I'll be like, okay, I'll see where the favorites are. But you know what though? I'll make a poll for the chat. What do the chat think? We're gonna go green today or red today, guys? I will always say red, especially off the move that the market gave us off the pre-market numbers, 830 number. We went full into the red zone, so I'm pretty surprised we're in the green direction today, or at least right now we're in the green direction. But in my mind, we gotta close red. We gotta close red.
I gotta agree with you. I mean, if we close green, I'm gonna question everything. I'm gonna question whether my parents are really my parents or my cousins are really my cousins. Because wow, imagine finishing green on a bad CPI print when the market is already reeling with these higher interest rates anyway. I'm going to take a baby short here on the Qs against better judgment. There we go. I think I can ride this down. Maybe back to VWAP. VWAP currently on the TQQs is at 1735. We're currently at 1842. Looks like I got a partial fill there. Did I get a partial fill? Yeah. So looks like I'm not fully filled at the moment. I'm going to leave my out on the TQQs, obviously at high day. So if we take out that 19 area, which would probably be the 3648, even though the Qs are a reflection of the NASDAQ and the MES is a reflection of obviously the S&P, they tend to trade in tandem. So I'm going to base it off the S&P chart. I don't know if that's a technical mistake for futures traders or not, but that's what I'm going to do at the moment. Short 1842. Look at that. We're already, I was in the money now. Kind of flipping in and out. Guys, I want to mention IMUX because it did an epic flush off the top there. Where is my IMUX? What happened?
Somebody else made the poll before me. Thank you, whoever made it.
Sean's quick with it. Jeez.
Neil did it.
Neil. Okay, I thought it was. Let's just flip quickly to IMUX here. I want to talk about this. Look at this top wick here, guys, on IMUX. It looks like it. Is that a real? No, that's not a real wick. Okay, so that's a dark pool wick, so ignore that. Looks like the high on IMUX is 1082, so we didn't get that epic flush that I thought we did. Let's see what this one does. If it continues to hold that 7 period, it's quite strong at the moment. I'm not going to get back into this one. I want it to flush a little bit, maybe back into that 200 period or VWAP or something. A new setup. Otherwise, it's a little bit too risky and extended at this point. Let's go up to Brendo at the big desk for the Euro close.
Apple about to turn green on my portfolio right now.
Hey guys, yeah, what a wild day it has been, both in North America and over in the European session as well. Well off the lows. Europe markets not really getting back to positive territory. I'll show you in a sec here, but very volatile day right across the board, coming off that U.S. inflation print that was, again, if you missed it, higher than expected. But these ones also affected by this today. We end the day down 0.64%. Still waiting on a few prints to come through here. Final prints on the day for Europe. But Germany 0.4, 1% for France to the downside, 1.26 for the Swiss market. They're leading as far as negativity is concerned. Again, well off the lows. Europe doesn't get back to positive like North America, guys. But what a rebound for all markets.
Under break. So, Blind Jedi, our Discord moderator, kind of hitting me with a joke over here. Bro, you're wearing a red shirt, but wearing a green underwear under, son? Like, is that why the market's popping?
What
That's a little joke over there.
That's
but
hilarious.
apparently, 27,000 contracts of the ES got stopped out on the break of 3,600. So this market absolutely squoze to the upside after 3,600 breaking on the S&P 500. Yeah, baby. So imagine having, I think one contract, I was just talking to Sean, is around 50,000 USD, let's say. So 3,600 times 27,000 times 50K, how much ever buying power that is.
That's
absolute
crazy.
Squeeze action coming in, and this market's trying to stay green on the day. I am still surprised that this market's trying to not really go down at all. Does this mean that the bottom's in?
Can you look at this? I'm getting creamed on my TQQ short here. It's going to back to high of day, proudly. What is going on?
Is 3,500 the bottom now? Like, is this market not going to break 3,500? Because 8.2, as we said, is not a bad number.
Well, remember
and
what
we're
I
expecting numbers to probably get better and better and better. But as I was getting ready for this CPI number today coming in, I was watching a bunch of YouTube videos, and they were talking about it. They're like, the inflation numbers have not really leaked in all the way in. Like the gas, for example, if you're on a fixed rate income for mortgage, if you're on a fixed rate, your mortgage rates haven't gone up yet. And when they do go up, then that will start bleeding into the numbers too. And if you're on a variable rate, obviously your numbers are going up, which are already being calculated. So some of the damage of the housing market and the other prices that need to get hurt have not yet bled into it. So that 8.2 could go worse, could go 8.5, 8.7, or it technically could also get better as you know, Intel's cutting jobs. A bunch of companies are cutting jobs, which slowly which slows down the economy, and the interest rates come up, and then companies who are trying to hike up their prices will see that people are not willing to spend those prices, so they bring their prices down too. All in all, this is a big basket of ideas that people are having and are fighting against each other. That's why we see moves like this on the market, where the market poops first and then absolutely juices up to the north side.
So just to build on Pradley's point here, what goes into the CPI is the following: recreation, medical care, food and beverages, education, communication, apparel, housing, and transportation. And that CPI, all those components differ from country to country. So not every country uses the same components for the CPI. This is the American one. And they're not all weighted the same. For example, housing, food and beverage, and transportation are weighted the heaviest out of all those 1, 2, 3, out of those 7. So no, I have 3, 5, 8, sorry. Out of those 8. So housing, transportation, and food and beverages always weighted higher. And today, by the way, the core CPI, which excludes food and energy, was up also as well. So core CPI not showing much in, this is crazy move on the market here. Looks like we're going to break day's high. If that's the case, I'm going to be out of my Qs. So on my TQQs, looks like we got 1898 high. I'm going to get out at the 19 break. Let's see what we're going to do here.
Apple just had 1,000 lots on 141 and we broke through it.
So this one looks like it's going to blow everybody out of the park. And there you go. I'm probably going to get stopped out here for a loss. That sucks for me. There we go. So I'm out of my TQQ trade. Oh, what did I just do? There we go. Looks like I'm out of my TQQ trade for a loss. Hey, what can you do? Like, don't go against the trend, I guess. The trend is to the upside today. So a lesson learned for me.
Apple just had 1,000 lots on 141, and we churned through that and no problem churning through that. And now we're a whole $1 above 141 on Apple. Wow, oh, another 1,000 lots on 142. I'm gonna try taking this break over here.
I can't believe it.
Okay, I'm gonna try taking that break, and this is the break that's gonna be bad. Obviously, obviously, this is the break that's gonna be bad when I jump into it. These algos, man, they're ruthless, and we're instantly 50 cents down from that. NASDAQ actually managed to break 11K to the upside. S&P 500 well above the shorts that the market played off, and now we're at 36.58 on the S&P 500 futures, up 2% on the day.
Unreal.
What is going on, man?
Unreal.
Like 142 on Apple. I'm already green on my portfolio now after buying the dip on Apple. So this is beautiful. We gotta love it. Intel, what did Intel do? I'm sure Intel popped up, and I bought Intel shares too on my own account. Yeah, baby. I'm up 5% on my own account on Intel now. We're smoking it. We're getting smoked over here, but we're smoking it on the other side. I'm just having so much fun today, guys. When you see moves like this and the volatility like this in the market, there's so many opportunities to make money. But let me calm down my excitement real quick and talk about the other side. There's also very easy for people to lose money in these environments, guys. Make sure you're using stops. I know a lot of us are fighting the shorts over here, the longs to go short, and it is painful at the moment. So guys, maybe it's time to step back a bit. Let the market really decide what it wants to do. I for sure don't know what it wants to do. I mean, a lot of us are voting for what? We have almost 800 votes, and 57% says green.
133.20 is the pre-market low on Apple. The current high of day on Apple now is 144.30 something. So we are almost at a $10 range on Apple. You don't see that every day. I mean, I'll tell you, I personally haven't seen it often. So Apple, even though it started off as a bit like weaker, I want to say relative to Microsoft looked like it had a bit more legs, especially after the bell, and it was carrying the market. This Apple has now exploded ever since that, I want to say 11 o'clock time slot. It's been shooting up. Where were we at 11 o'clock? We were at 136.10. At 11 o'clock, guys, we are at 136.10. We are now 140. Well, now back to 141 and change, but we just made a high of 142. So in the span of 40 minutes, we moved like $8. That's unreal to me. I mean, I did not expect that. I don't know how many more times I can say that anyway. So IMUX starting to make a move back up here. Looks like it's gonna break the pre-market high. The pre-market high on IMUX is at 1126. So how close are we to that pre-market high? Yeah, we're very close. We're like 3 pennies away. So careful if you're going long here on IMUX. I know probably a lot of you guys don't care about the small cappers today, but if you are long IMUX, careful at that 1126, a good flush back down. That's the pre-market high.
Sean, smoking the long right now, man. He had the 55 short. Obviously, a bunch of us had the 55 short. That was a quick little scalp to the downside. But look at this monster winner as he flips long into the right direction of the market. I don't know why I couldn't do that. Obviously, I know why. I'm not at Sean's level yet. Maybe one day I will be. But flipping back into that long, cover. And look at that cover that he just now had around $60. This is a monster move on the day today, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stock market, right? And Sharif keeps on saying that there's too many gamblers at Wall Street. Hey, and their gambles paying out at the moment.
Oh yeah.
No risk, no Rari. That's what I was saying earlier too. Just because I made money today doesn't mean I have to stop taking my shots because I'm tired of taking the Brampton Transit. I gotta go more risk for a Rari, right? So that's what it takes. No risk, no Rari, and I'm stuck on the Brampton Transit. So we gotta take these shots.
Great,
but sadly, man, this market is monsters to the upside. We're looking for 11,000 to see if it's going to come and hold to the downside, or are we going to keep on ripping north and way higher? We hit 11,100 on the NASDAQ today.
Wow. Yeah. Do you think we pull back tomorrow? Free fall Friday? If we finish green today, do we pull back tomorrow? I mean, I don't.
No shot.
No shot.
No shot.
All right. Well.
Bottoms in, exactly.
Hey, Sean called it bottoms in. I'm seeing Revlon kind of, straddling VWAP, not doing all that much. It's showing up as #1 on my scanner here, and so that's why it's getting my attention. Let's have a look at Revlon. This one hasn't been on our radar in a while. I want to say a couple of months. Let's see the daily chart here, so if we can glean any levels. Yeah, not a whole lot. Look at this, guys. Last time it had a day was back like in early August when we opened up at that $4 and $4.25, and we finished at $9, almost at $10. The next day was a bit of a bust, but ever since then, Revlon's been doing nothing in a tight range. Today's breaking out. I like it. I want to see if we can reclaim that 50 period on the daily chart. If we can, I think it puts it in a different game, especially going to the afternoon. It looks like anything's up for grabs today, Bradley. God, jeez.
Goliath Geo says steaks or ramen, no in between. You're right, baby. You're 100% right. No in between. It's either steaks or ramen noodles every single day. That's the way we live over here. But that's a little bit of a gambling mentality, though. So maybe don't go that far with that. But markets are trying to pull back over here slightly. S&P 500 showing us a little bit of a rejection candle on the 5-minute chart. Same with NASDAQ. We're 25 points above 11,100. And I'm watching very closely if the market actually pulls back much further than 11,100. Let's look for some trades. It looks like my scanners are kind of dead on the short side. So obviously they're dead on the short side because the markets are ripping at the moment. So let's look for some longs that maybe we can get into. You already heard Revlon be mentioned multiple times today. Revlon coming back into play. We gotta love that. A high short float stock, I believe, is Revlon. Let me go check real quickly. Revlon, yeah, 25% short float on Revlon. So nice little short squeeze coming in. Even DWAC coming in today because the Play Store accepted their application for renewing the app on the Google side.
Nice. That's why I was going to ask you. Why is it moving? Okay, remember it got banned,
Google
right?
Play allowed DWAC to get back, or what's it called? Truth Media
Truth
Social?
Social.
Truth Social Media is now back into play for DWAC. Not sure if this is still kind of a SPAC play, though. Like, do they change the ticker of DWAC to maybe something else at some point? Sorry? Deal is not even done, says Neil. So yeah, we're still waiting. So it's still a SPAC play over here. So every time we go to 10, that's a no-brainer long. But looks like we never actually pushed to $10. The lowest this DWAC stock went to is 15. And today, with a nice little move up to the north side, market finally breaking that 11,000 marker to the south side. Let's see how low can we go from now.
I don't know, man. I feel like DWAC may have some headwinds because from what I heard, Twitter is already preemptively looking at their lifetime ban policy on some, I'm assuming it's probably on Donald Trump here, in anticipation of Elon Musk taking over the company and, you know, kind of moving forward with his free speech or freer speech prerogatives with Twitter. So I don't know. I think if, you know, that they make some adjustments there, I kind of think that makes Truth Social a bit of a dud, to be honest with you. I think people will probably want to stay on Twitter, especially if the big Donald starts tweeting again. I know that they took a big hit to their user base after he was off there. People went on there to see what he had to say most of the time, good and bad. Let's see what the chat is up to here. It looks like we got a $5 super chat from Jared. Saying everyone loaded shorts this morning. Big money says LOL. Yeah, I know, honestly, right? Yeah, I think that's what it is, Jared. I think people assumed that that everyone would take shorts and people would buy puts and do all sorts of things that were downside related, and then they said nuh-uh, and they flipped what, and they took everybody for a ride. We'll see. I don't know. You never really know these things until after the fact. TQQ stopped me out here. I don't really want to get short again. I've been burned too many times on the short, but chart patterns are chart patterns. If I see one here that makes sense for me to go short, I'm going to take it. I don't care. I see a level of support here on the Qs and also on the ES that if we break, I will take it short. Look, have a look at here. So this is a key area of support. This was a former peak at that 36.43 level. We've retraced back right into that 36.42, 36.43 area. Let's break that, and then maybe we can ride back down to this level of support at 36.11. I'm going to keep my eye out for that. But not really much happening right now in small cap world. I think Revlon just made a move above VWAP, trading at 541. We'll flip to Revlon quickly. Just want to keep my eye on the Qs too. Let's see if we can keep IMU, X, and Revlon on the same chart. Revlon is a New York stock. I remember that. There we go. So it's up 36.5% almost on the day. I'm looking for probably a retracement back into VWAP to get into Revlon, Brad.
Yes, sir. Currently just watching what UVXY wants to do. Punched into a tiny little long at the bottom of the day over here. Trying to see if this market can pop down or drop to the downside after failing 11,000 hold. But looks, we're still playing around 11,000 on NASDAQ. I mean, come on. And S&P 500 around 36.46 at the moment. 2 cents in the money on UVXY, so maybe there is a chance to get a nice little long on UVXY over here. This market is nuts, says chat. You're not wrong about that, Heather. It's a lot of people got burnt on this up move without a doubt. Anyone who was short and was battling the longs is paying the price at the moment, and sadly, I'm part of that group at the moment. But we'll see if we can turn this around a little bit, maybe slightly. That would be good. Why did you short TQQ and not go SQQ? It's probably just preference and also liquidity, right? TQQ an $18 stock. And SQQQ is what, 50 something, 60 something. Look at the bids and the asks. Look at the size on the book. If I filter out the one lot, you'll see like the lot sizes are not going anything more than maybe what, 20 at best. But if you go to TQQQ, you'll see the lot sizes go up to 30, 40, 50, even 100 at times. So a lot more liquidity, a lot more volume on TQQ. I'm be guessing, yeah, 251 million shares traded on TQs today. It's only 12 o'clock. We're hitting lunchtime right now. The next largest position that with volume leader is actually SOXL. This is going to be your 3 times leverage semiconductor stock, and look at the liquidity on this one compared to most likely on SOXX on NASDAQ. So it makes sense why people are picking TQs and not SQs, but at the end of the day, it's the same thing. You go long SQs or you go short TQs, you're doing the same thing over there. Just depends on how much size you want to take, right? Maybe Sharif wants to take thousands of shares, and he can't do that on the other side. That's just all it comes down to. We're going to send it over to Brenda over here for Sector Watch.
Hey guys, yeah, what a difference an hour makes on this board. Wow. Complete opposite from last time. We saw the S&P 500. Here it comes, very green now, right across the entire thing. It is financials that are leading. I was mentioning earlier, if you joined us, the banks were among the first to go green on the day, the individual banks here. The entire group now in positive territory, but it is the individual banks that are leading. Tech shares with a huge reversal on the day as well. Semiconductors now leading to the upside after leading initially to the downside. Hardware equipment makers among the leaders as well. 5% right now for HPQ. Skyworks there, 5.8%. There's Micron as well, 4 and change. AMD, NVIDIA, QCOM, they're all here and all moving back to the upside. Healthcare stocks among the leaders as well. Back in positive territory, pharmaceuticals specifically showing relative strength within the healthcare group, but the entire group now positive. There's Domino's and Etsy. We were talking about those two earlier, heading in the opposite direction. 10% to the upside for Domino's today off that better than expected report. Look at the energy group. This was barely holding on to positive territory the last time we spoke, but now 4 to 5% right across the board for energy stocks, guys. Nice green board. 1.54 for the S&P. Back over to you.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Hilarious little comment in the chat there. Someone says, who sprayed bear spray on the market?
What is that?
Bear spray?
Like the mace?
Yeah, it's kind of like that, but it's like for bears, I guess, right? So someone sprayed bear spray on the market and scared away all the bears, so everyone went long. Haha. I thought that was pretty funny. Short again, TQQs. Let's see what happens here. 4th or 5th time is a charm, I guess. I don't know. Let's flip to IMUX quickly and have a look at what that guy is doing. Why am I losing IMUX on this chart? I keep going to it, and it keeps flipping away. IMUX continuing to push higher here into 1140 is a bit of a slow mover today. Not too bad. I mean, we just had a move back into 11, a pullback here. That got bought up, and now we're moving to 11.5. So recall, I think the day's high yesterday on IMUX, I think I looked at it earlier, but my memory sucks. So the 1155. So we're not that far away from that 1155. Keep your eye on that one if you're long IMUX. I'm looking for a break of that, and then let's see if we can continue to move up. But TQQ's going against me again.
Yeah, someone in the chat was asking, actually, why did you pick TQs over SQs? I basically answered for you while you went in the washroom, but would like you to answer for yourself on that side. I told them that the liquidity is a lot more on TQs.
Is it really? Okay, let's have a look.
It's an $18 stock, and look at the size on the bids and the asks compared to a $60 stock, right?
Tons of liquidity here. Let's just see the SQQQ. What kind of volume we've got today?
131 mil.
Yeah, 100. I got 132. Same thing. Let's see on the TQQQs. What do we got? 256. So there you go. 100 million more. A liquid market's always a better market, to be honest with you. It gives you opportunities to get in and get out. Whatever way you're going, you're able to enter and exit without trouble. And anybody who's been stuck because of lack of liquidity knows that. We've all been through that probably on the floor here. Some of the newer users may not know what that's about. what's this person's name? Mile High Daddy says, Sharif, dig you, brother. I'm just doing the opposite of what you and the Qs are printing. Thank you, brother. You know what? I don't have the touch today when it comes to the Qs. It kind of sucked. What happened? Did that just change?
Yeah.
So now it looks like...
they just pivoted.
Refresh that quick. Make sure that you got the accurate
They
thing
just
there.
pivoted.
So it looks like the FOMC. Can we go to my screen? Thank you. So earlier we had an 80, 90-something percent. We had a 90-something percent chance for a 75 basis point hike. That has now moved to 99.6% chance of a 100 basis point hike. I don't know how that's calculated.
No. So this was already here.
No,
but
it was
then
not.
This little percentage was over here. So it was 375 to 400, or the little bump was at 4.4 to 4.25.
Oh, so they're saying
so they
50
pivoted
basis?
backwards.
Oh.
So they're saying now
50 or 75?
It's 50 or 75 instead of 75 or 100.
Okay, got it.
So they just pivoted the whole move to the other side now. So they actually think inflation. They're fighting inflation in a good way.
What is the reason for that?
And I wouldn't be
know.
surprised if this half a basis point number starts to going higher.
That's unreal. I mean, I have no idea what's going on.
They literally just pivoted in front of our eyes in less than a minute or two over here. That's insane. So the Fed rate tool, guys, obviously it's live. You know that. People in the chat are saying, where can I find that? You just go to Google. Go to Google and type in Fed rate tool, and it'll be the first link. It should be the CME group link. And guess what? I'll even do a favor for you. I'll throw it in the chat right now. I'll spam it in the chat.
Nice.
Please don't ban me. Click on that link, guys, and save it as a bookmark. Save it as a bookmark. I actually have a trading folder bookmark right here. I'm gonna save it in there. And along with this bookmark, I actually have a couple new things that I want to show you from that bookmark that I found. Look at this website, Bitcoin Wisdom. This is a pretty neat website that shows you exactly the changes on it. But for those of you who know what Bookmap is, right? I'm sure a lot of you know what Bookmap is. This is Bookmap on Bitcoin itself. So all the deep colored lines and the thick lines are where the size is. So this is where the size is, this is where the size is, and this is where the size is. Looks like a lot of size at 19,500 on Bitcoin to the north side. If we do manage to break that, then the squeeze to the north side is what we're looking to come out to play. And we got a lot of buyers over here piling in at 18,000 for Bitcoin, trying to help it not push down too much further. So this is a neat little website. I'm always hunting for tools like this that can help me with my trading, as long as they're free. If they put a paywall on there, then yeah, goodbye. Not dealing with you on that side. But here's a SPAC scanner, right? SPAC scanner by alpharank.com. If you go over there, you'll find what's going on with SPACs and so on. So always got to do research, guys, to find websites like those to help you.
Guys, I just saw AVCT show up on my scanner here, up 22.5% on the day, but 35 or 36% since the open. Here's a chart on this one. It started making a move at that 11:20 time slot. Not sure what the catalyst is on that. Let me have a look quickly. American Virtual Cloud whatever. Okay, what's the? Okay, I don't have a catalyst on this one. Not that one at the moment, but the liquidity is a little bit thin on this one. I mean, it's done 5.27 million shares. Actually, it's not bad. Done about 500,000 shares in the last 5 minutes, but it is a dollar stock, so tread carefully with this one. I'm not going to be trading. I just thought I'd mention it because of the small cappers out there. Let's see what else is going on. Looks like Rev pulled in hard here to VWAP. This might be an interesting area to initiate along, but you know what? VWAP doesn't look like it's being well respected by Revlon at this particular point. You have a breach of it right here, where it makes its way down to that 488 area, and then you had a reclaim and another breach here where it made its way down to 496. So maybe this one would actually benefit from a trend line as opposed to following VWAP. So let's take a baby long here. Let's go ahead and take, where are we? 531, so we'll go like that. 533 is getting away from us now. There we go. We're long this one. Let's see if we can break through this top. I like to buy these like erratic dip candles. I'm not going to hold this one too much past this trend line that I've drawn here. So if it comes down to that 515, 513 area, maybe even to break a view up at that 516, I'll probably punch out of this one, Bradley.
Yeah, people in the chat are asking, where's the bear stuffed toy? Well, the bear stuffed toy is now inverted into a bull. It's Benny the Bull.
Mike.
Oh, The bear stuffed toy is now converted into Benny the Bull, the Chicago Bulls mascot. Benny the Bull coming into play after the market turning green, so we're going to put it over here. Sadly, the market was bearish when the morning show started at 8:25, but now we are straight to the bull side. The Bulls are back in power. The boys are back in town. The Bulls are back in town. But yeah, so looking at the market, pulled back slightly to 11K, but we're still above 11K by 2 points on the NASDAQ. Monster moves, guys. I know I said this too many times, but monster moves.
Very exciting.
You guys should have a kangaroo also. Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what a kangaroo move looks like today. A V-shaped recovery coming in on the market. Monster V-shaped recovery. People in the chat talking about DVAC as it's trying to push back above to VWAP from the 50-period EMA on the 5-minute chart. Looks like we consolidated around 1850 and now $19 breaking. Let's see how far DWAC could go. Last time I traded DWAC, it went to 175, and that's when I stopped trading DWAC. So maybe if we get that opportunity one more time, honestly, I don't think it will happen. But if we do get that opportunity one more time, I would love to be in that trade for myself. Let's see if this market wants to go back higher.
Keep going for a second.
It does want to go back higher. Insane, man.
I'm just trying to add VWAP to this new chart that I'm loading up here because I want to talk about SOXL in a second. That showed up on my scanner. It's making moves. Let's see if this one shows up. There we go. So SOXL, not too bad, guys. It is up on the day about 23% since open, but only 8% since from the morning. So it made its move after the open here. Look at this movement. So look, we had an aggressive flush on that the 830 number. So we were trading at 742. It flushed all the way down because of the CPI number to 632. Ever since then, it's been reclaiming. I don't even know what SOXL is, man. Let's have a look at it. The fund seeks daily investment results before fees and expenses of 300% of the daily performance of the ICE semiconductor index. Okay, so it is basically it's the semiconductor index there. So I guess semis are doing really well. Let's send it up to Brendo at the big desk for happening now.
Hey guys, yeah, heading into lunchtime, here's an update on a very positive market for you right now and a few things we're still keeping an eye on. What a board to show you here, 1.83 right now for the S&P 500, the Dow a full 2% in positive territory. Everyone was talking about 3% to the downside at one point this morning, 1.5% for the NASDAQ, 1.7 there for the composite, NASDAQ composite and 100. Few things to note if you missed it. Yeah, all about CPI this morning, coming in hotter than expected, but what a turnaround, 8.2 versus 8.1. Earnings beat for WBA, the guys were talking about that one. I want to mention this one as well because Delta, guys, along with some of the other airlines, still kind of hanging out here at day highs, setting up for another potential move to the upside. Delta off that report as well.
Economic calendar. Okay, there we go. I'm trying to pull up the economic calendar. Where's today? 8:30. No, I'm just trying to show the people how to look for certain things that always are useful for you. So tomorrow, this is the CPI numbers today. Tomorrow we have retail sales number apparently coming in and motor sales import price index. So that's probably another thing maybe the market might look at, but not really too important, I would say so. But clearly, you guys got to keep track of the economic details like this, because if you're not ready for the market, and a random number comes in and then you get wicked out of your trade and you're wondering what happened to me. It's things like this. Here's the number that I wanted to show you. Bang.
Bang.
Come on. So I'm just trying to highlight it for you guys so I can show you to you a little bit better. So the previous number is 8.3, expected 8.1, and we got an 8.2 today. So it's between the previous number and the expected number. So it looks like the market clearly liked this. 11,000 actually held on the market on the way down just now. We consolidated for a good 10 to 15 minutes on the NASDAQ market at 11K. And look at it. We're now pushing back to the north side, up almost 2% on NASDAQ, up exactly 2% on the S&P 500. And my UVIXI long is not working. So I'm just going to jump out of that one before I donate more money into that Wall Street donation fund. Michel Hubert, coming in from Quebec, my boy Michel. You're talking about GME. Let's go take a look at GME, up 1.62% on the day. I also would like to quickly take a look at AMC. AMC back above to $6. I think yesterday we were actually at $4.50 something on AMC. So very, very beautiful move on AMC. I did say I want to buy AMC at $4, but looks like I forgot about that and I missed the move. But here's GME. Michel all the time smoking that GME trade, killing the longs and the shorts too, I think. I think you play options. options, right? So congratulations on your trade today, Michelle. I can't wait to see what type of profits you bring in using this stock.
Rev, the volume dropping off completely on Revlon here for the moment at least. Now coming back in a little bit, but yeah, holding that trend line. So I'm going to continue holding this one until a decisive break of the trend line. I've already put my my stop out for this, but I'm looking for a retake of that 5.5 level, and then maybe we'll scalp some out. Maybe we'll scalp some out in the 40s, and then we'll hold the other piece through there. It's making a bit of a move now, but a bit of a slow mover after having a really positive morning. And the liquidity was definitely not suspect on this one. It's a little bit suspect now. I guess maybe we're in that lunchtime hour. Some people taking a break. The spread opening up a little bit on this one too. I'm starting to see 5-6 cents at times. We're long, recall at 533. So we'll take out some at that 539 area. Let's go ahead and take a piece out at 539. Should it make its way up there? I think it just wicked up there. Q's still going against me. No surprise there. Remember this one, guys? Lace, L-A-S-E. We completely didn't know how to say that word. We called it last. We called it all sorts of things. Lace is making a move, despite the fact that it is below VWAP. It made a move earlier on the day. Here's what the chart looks like. Look at this aggressive move. This was a 7 a.m. move right when the retail traders came in. This one made an aggressive move all the way from that $2, I want to say $3 area, or sub $3 by a small amount, up all the way to that 438. It then had another spike here at the bell, moving up all the way to 449, and ever since then it consolidated and then retraced below VWAP. Now we're really starting to approach VWAP again, but from the bottom. Let's see if we can straddle it from the top, that 420 area, and then stay above there and continue into the afternoon to make new highs. 449 is not that far away from where we're currently at, but the fact that it is below VWAP takes it off my radar for the moment. But I've got it on my side screen, so if this one makes a move, I will definitely update you guys. Let's have a look at what Rev is doing. Yeah, still, holding that trend line, not doing all that much. Looks like we're gonna go break even here on the TQQ shorts that we have. Call me crazy, but I just don't believe in this pop. I'll keep shorting this all day until I'm bankrupt, it looks like. Of course, I'm kidding. Let's see what is going on the side here. Yeah, not too much. AVCT looks like it just made a move here, Bradley. Yeah, AVCT just made a move, but now pulling back. A bit of a double top on AVCT there, AVCT. Let's pull up that one. Look at this move, aggressive, really aggressive, guys. The volume starting to come in really hard at that 11:30 time slot, so about half an hour ago. Looks like we missed the move on this one. Retracing back into VWAP at $1.55. Kind of cheap and pulling back. Not for me, Bradley.
We were Welder, $5 super chat to start off our morning day with. I sold cash secure puts on SQQQ. I'm up. Why not trade us? Yeah, we already answered that question. Basically, more liquidity on TQQ, but it doesn't really make a difference. If you're trading the direction of the market's going in, it doesn't matter if you're on the S's, it doesn't matter if you're on the T's, or it doesn't matter if you're on the Q's directly, as long as you're following the trend and you're making the money. So I'm hoping that you did that. So congratulations on your trades over there, Weaver Welder, and thank you for the $5 super chat. Looks like we covered this one by champ, but we didn't cover this one, the $5 one. That was the confusion. The math didn't add up. Market add up, making me think I didn't understand exactly what the metric represented. Thank you for answering. Yeah, no problem. That's what the show is for: educate, inform, and entertain. And we do it all for free, absolutely free, especially in this type of market. Well, not this type of market, which is absolutely green today, but in high inflation periods, we're doing everything for free, and all we want is you to hit that like button. So smash that like button, ladies and gentlemen. I know we're already at 3.5 or some number like that today, so thank you for everyone who has done that already. Hayes Records coming in with a $1.99 super chat. Fed rate monitor says 61%. See, it says 61% chance for a 4.5 to 4.75, and they pivoted today after loading up the bottoms. I don't want to mention that person's name who has a 100% win rate in the government, but she probably loaded up a ton of size.
Why not? Expose that name,
I don't
man.
want to. No, I don't want to bring politics in, but she probably loaded up on these calls over here and just going to the north side ops. Insane, man. D. Westermeyer coming in with a $1.99 over here. Thank you, Neil. Sold at a 1 1.28, 3.5K profits. Best show. Let's go, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Monster trade for my buddy over here. And last but not least, before we send it back to you, coming in Mendo 420 with the renewal of his membership for Trader TV Live and simply saying thank you. No, thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Always appreciate that. You guys are the best viewers out there. There's no question. You guys always interact with us in the chat and hit that like button. And hold on, we've got 2,000 votes proudly. We forgot to look at the poll. So right now, we got 63% of people in the chat believe the market is going to close green, and only 37% say red. Currently, we are up 1.8% almost. So, you know, if I had to do the odds, I think the green people are going to win. Do you know now during the soccer matches, they show you the win probability after the goal? So in the beginning, they'll be like, oh, yeah, Arsenal's got like a 40% chance to win, 20% to tie, or blah, blah, blah. And then Arsenal will score. And then that will change completely for you. I guess you could probably get that on the gambling apps too, don't know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's probably nothing too novel.
Well, they don't give you percentages, but the odds change live. So the team who's most likely to win, they get minus deeper. So for you to win $100, you have to put in a lot more money. So the odds change live, which is basically the percentages that are being calculated.
Okay, I got you. IMUX now almost testing yesterday's high. It looks like we got to that 1150 top, but recall that 1155 is the top on IMUX. So be careful there. I'm worried a little bit that we've touched that level and then we flush. But on a day like this, who knows? It could continue going up to God knows how high. So today, definitely an outlier day. To me, I'm very surprised with it.
Doesn't NFL do that too? The Amazon thing? I saw the last game I saw with the Kansas City Chiefs and Oakland Raiders. I still call them Oakland Raiders. That's right. I know about Oakland Raiders, huh? Look at me. You guys
think I like it. Okay, I got a question for you, but when you're done, go ahead.
On that, they showed Amazon powered by AWS, X amount of percentage for a team to win. So yeah, I think a lot of sports are doing that percentage thing.
Bradley, I got a question for you though. I got a question for you. Before Oakland, where did the Raiders play? Don't
starts
tell
with an
him.
M. It starts with an M.
No, it doesn't. Don't look at the chat, man.
I'm not. Okay. Before Oakland,
it's close
where
to
the Raiders
Oakland.
play?
It's close to Oakland.
San Diego?
Close, very close.
San Francisco?
No, a little colder now. LA.
So it was LA, Oakland, and then LA? So they went back to LA?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, they went to Vegas.
Oh, this
they went
Vegas
to Vegas.
Now?
Yeah,
It's Vegas Raiders?
Vegas Raiders,
Oh,
baby.
see,
they built a whole
stadium
for it. It's beautiful,
Yo,
bro.
Vegas has like more and more teams now. They have a hockey team too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty sick.
Yeah,
Good
Vegas
job for
becoming
Vegas.
legit,
Probably owned by the mafia though. Let's be real. Oh, it wasn't legal for them to have a team before?
Really?
That's crazy.
I
didn't know
they
that.
just were a smaller market.
The NFL realized the only reason why people watch it is for gambling.
Wow, makes sense.
Guys,
I mean, look
these
at me.
TQQs are finally printing redemption.
The shorts.
Redemption. Let's cover some here before we. Yeah, let's go. We're gonna cover some there. So there we go. Out a little piece there. Let's wait for a bigger retracement. I'm not gonna put my stop out at the moment because this market is much too wild for me to want to put out a stop. But I'm definitely looking for that 850. Let's take out another piece out at that 850. Let's say 853 area. Super random, but hey, what's life without whimsy? And we'll see what that one does. Rev is going against us though. Rev is sucking right before I send it back to Prad here. Yeah, Rev still holding VWAP, so I'm not inclined to get out of it at the moment. You guys know that I have a stop on that one. I'm going to respect my stop.
Playmaker in the chat says, Pratt thinks Raiders hit home runs. No. I know they're an NFL team. But someone in the chat earlier said, guys, why are you guys so surprised by this market reversal? This happens every CPI, and I just want to prove you wrong on that. I'm sorry.
Oh, I disagree with that completely.
I want to prove you wrong on that because this is the last CPI, September 13th. Look at that 830 drop that the market had. The market never really came back ever that day. No. And it closed at a new low on that day. September 14th, I want to see September 13th, come on, September 13th, 16, 16. There we go. The market closed at a new low on that day, and that was the last CPI. So it doesn't happen every CPI. Maybe some CPIs, but like it's mentality or theories like that could hurt you. So maybe back test that a little bit. Last CPI was nowhere close to pulling back the way it did today. The V-shaped recovery that the market is giving us is insane. But now the 11K on the NASDAQ breaking. Hence I am long on the UVIXY once again. I wasn't quick enough to take the short on the NASDAQ futures over here. Missed out on that move. But maybe we can think about building into a stock that's not so strong. Apple, we stay away from Apple. But there is one stock that's constantly popping up on the Trade Ideas scanner. If you missed out, by the way, to get Trade Ideas 30% off, you can still do that. You can get 15% off, not 30, by using code TraderTV. Do Trade Ideas in the chat. You will get the link, or even Bears vs. Bull will throw you the link. Right here, as you see, the mega cap losers, Kroger, apparently with a relative volume of 8.88, is pushing to the downside. So let's go check the chart. Let me quickly put my scanner back to its original location right there. And bang, bang, bang. Okay, sweet. So Kroger, as you guys can see, not really trading green on the day and is now getting ready to push a little bit more to the south side as the market's pulling back. I want to look for a trade here somewhere on Kroger.
Someone in the chat asked, by MFM, yeah. Does Etsy have news? It's showing relative weakness with high RVOL at TraderPrad, at TraderStream. So here's the chart for Etsy. You can see it made its aggressive move down from, it looks like we, prior to the bell, we were at that $150 area, and then we made a low of 91.70. Ever since then, it's reclaimed VWAP, but that is a bit of a move. It's down 11% on the day. It hasn't retraced. I don't see any news here that would justify it staying down and not moving back up with the overall market, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. It's just not showing up on my platform. Maybe Brendo, when he gets back, he can show us or he can tell us why, but maybe there may not be a reason, to be honest with you. So let's continue trading what's in front of us here. We're positive on the Q so far. Revlon still holding VWAP. I've got my profit taker out on that one at that 539 area. Let's see if we make its way back up there. Let's draw this trend line. For some reason, when I flip the charts, these trend lines disappear. But the trend line is still intact, guys. It's still intact here. If it breaks it, I've got my out on this one. Yeah, it looks like the Q's starting to pull back up now. Who knows? We might go out of the money. I'm thinking maybe I'll cover some if it breaks 19. My entry on that one is 1877, but bit of a difficult day for Mr. Sharif here on the futures. Definitely did not read that one right. Now, let's have a look at small cappers because we're positive on that today. IMUX continuing to stay around that 1150 area, not really breaching that. Oh, there we go. Now it breaches the 1155 area that we talked about. I'm worried about a flush here. Let's load up IMUX on the main chart. Is it on the ref chart? Yes, it is. We'll flip that one quick. Here's IMUX. There we go. Now breaking through that 1155. High of day now on IMUX is 1175. So a little bit above 11 and a quarter. We should have punched into this one. Too bad. Sucks for us. I was worried about that 1155 flush though, but it looks like it's a positive day on the market today, and things are more destined to go up. I'm not going to punch into this one. It hasn't really given you an opportunity or a very clear opportunity to come in on a pullback. You'll notice you have micro pullbacks here, like from this area, from 1143 till around 1150. You had a few red candles, and then you had a pop up. Same thing goes from that 1152 to that 12 o'clock area. You had a bit of a consolidation area, and then you had a pop up. And this is probably how it's going to move until it retraces back into more an appropriate level. I'm thinking here, probably the area I'd want to get in is that $11 area or that $11.10 area where the 50 period happens to be at the moment. But the bigger trade, come on, is on the TQQs. We're waiting for that profit taker to get filled. I want that blue line to be off my screen. Pulling back a little bit now. We have a big red candle downward. Are we going to give back some of these gains proudly? I mean, we're up 1.35%.
I told you donation box is open.
The donation. No, I'm talking about the gains that we've made on the market, not the gains that you and I have made, right? My out on this one is 1153, guys. We're printing 1158s and 7s on the bid.
Yeah, I mean, the market probably going to close green at this point. I'm changing my own bearish mentality on the day today. I'm joining the 63% in the chat who voted to the upside. We have 2,278 votes on that side. And how many likes do we have at this moment? Let's go check out the like button. It's already 12:17 Eastern Standard Time. We're at 4K likes. I think this is pretty good. There's still 6,000 of you watching, so let's get that like count a little bit more elevated. Let's hit 4K, and we're going to have a lot of fun on this market today for sure, without a doubt. We're getting a minor pullback on the market, and a lot of us are waiting to see what we can do with it. I'm in a decent long on UVXY over here with some good size on there too. So let's see if we can capitalize on that move. UVXY down 4.6% today. That's going to be your volatility index. I thought I had UVXY open on this chart. Sorry, let me pull it up. There we go. UVXY down 4.5% on the day, which is pretty insane to me. Thinking that we started off with, sorry? Quotes are fine. Yeah, quotes are fine.
Yeah.
But here's, as the Sharif did mention, that we are pulling back. 11K did not manage to hold on the market, pulling back to the south side over here. But you know what's standing out for me at the moment? The chart that I drew for the S&P 500 about 3-4 days ago might just actually come into play now. Did we push to 4K on the S&P 500?
Tell me it's not. Wow, Bradley, you're accurate with that, man. If that follows through the entire time, geez, I'm coming to you for financial advice after that. Bradley drew that, I think, like a week and a half ago now, or something like that.
Still
Guys,
holding.
We took out another piece here on the futures at that 1854. I've got another piece out to take at 1846. Are we going to break that 18 and a half? Who knows? It's trending down a little bit. Let's have a look at the ES chart here. Yeah, not by much, obviously, relative to what all the gains that we made on the day. That 36.75 high, and then we made a lower high, at that 36.62, and then another lower high at 36.45. So we are in a micro trend on the way back down. I'm still not putting all my eggs in one basket here. I'm scaling out as I'm able to. So that next 1846 target is within sight. Let's see if I can make back some of the money that I lost this morning on.
Maybe you can answer that question.
Which one? Okay. CDP says, how is implied volatility affecting the market? So implied
trade options. That's why I told you.
I don't really trade options. I just took the puts because I didn't believe that we would print lower on the CPI today. But with respect to how implied volatility works, I'm not really sure how it works, to be honest with you. I'm not an options trader. I use it sometimes to see what the premiums are and what the options market is looking at in terms of trying to forecast for swing trades and stuff like that. But with respect to its actual functioning, I don't really know, to be honest with you. But do we have a implied volatility video on the YouTube channel? Probably not, right? Because that's an options-based thing, right? Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, give that a go. Go to the, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to show you. We don't have one on implied. Okay, yeah. So what we'll do is, I'll get back to you tomorrow, CDP. What I'll do is I'll educate myself tonight on how implied volatility works, and then I'll respond to you tomorrow. But looks like we're creeping into that 1146. I'm seeing 48s now print on the bid on the TQQQs. I need 46 to print so I can get a little bit out here. I need to de-risk a little bit because this market is a little nutty, and I don't trust it, Brad.
When you guys are scaling out, what strategy do you recommend? I was buying all in this morning, and now I'm down to my 1% of my account per trade. I'm guessing you're talking about taking profits.
Yeah.
Sure.
You all right?
Yeah, just got a little vape burn in my throat. So I'm guessing you're talking about how to take profits, and yeah, nothing wrong with the way you did it, and also holding some for the dream is nothing wrong. But you know, trail your stops too. Trail your stops as the market's pulling back. If I was long in the day and I saw the market run up to 11,000, I probably would have honestly been done for the day completely on that level. But try to hold some too, and now the market's pulling back into pre-market ranges. Let me show you NASDAQ charts over here. NASDAQ pulling back to the pre-market ranges. I expect the market to actually bounce from that pre-market lows, or sorry, pre-market highs, and not really push too much further. And if we do push all the way to 100 period EMA and VWAP, then what what the heck was this V-shaped recovery for? Like, was that just a complete scam on this market? Trapping all the bulls to the downside first and then trapping all the bears to the upside after? Like, that's way too much nonsense on the market. But look, everyone knows that this market's manipulated every single day for the profits of the big money, right? The big money always try to manipulate the market, trying to take the profits for themselves and not keep any for us. So we got to be very careful on what we want to do. Uh-oh, Brad, now they've pivoted back to 100 BP hike. Shut up. No, they did not. Let me go check this now. CME, whatever.
Fed rate tool.
Yeah, but the website's already saved for me, so if I just type in CME, it should pop up, but I did delete by mistake. If this changed again...
What in the world is going on
They pivoted back to the downside.
Yeah, man. It's just like, there's no telling what's going on here. But somebody in the chat, thank you for that. I'm not sure if this is accurate. MFM says implied volatility is volatility derived from options prices. So tells you the volatility that the market makers have priced into options that they are selling. Okay, thanks for that. Can't verify that, but if you want to do your own research, obviously I would suggest that. Make sure to watch videos and read articles. There's plenty of sources on the internet. I don't need to educate you guys on that. You guys already know. Jonathan Candy says, hold on to TQQ. Yes, I will. I'm still holding on, despite fears that it may make a move back up here. Let's see if we can continue to make lower lows and lower highs. A bit of a trend line drawn here on the MES chart. Let's go and zoom in so we can draw this trend line. Here we go. All right, so we got 2 points touching there, so that makes it an official trend line. I don't want to give it back to 36.50 though, but I may have to because that's just the way trading works, Brad.
Yeah, wow, this
Aaron's
machine
going
gun
back.
over here is going
Aaron,
off.
the machine gun sneeze is back. Do you want me to bring you some Flonase?
No, he just needs to stop playing with dogs when he knows he's allergic to them. That's all he needs to do. It's like, you know the fire is going to burn you, but you still go and put your hand in there, and you're wondering why. Oh, why is my hand all red now? I don't get it, but it is what it is. But market is bouncing off the pre-market highs at the moment, so let's see if we actually get a true bounce on the market. I already scalped some profits on the UVXC long that I had, but UVXC pulling right back to the south side, and now only two points out of the money on that side, or 2 pennies, sorry. People in the chat are still talking about DWAC, so let's head over to DWAC to see what it's doing. It is still above 19 bucks, but not anywhere close to VWAP. Let's see if we can get that push to VWAP and above $20. We know the app is now on the Google Play Store for those of you who are Androids. Something Sean mentioned in the morning show was actually pretty surprising to me. He said that there should be more Google phones or Android phones out there. I mean, yeah, there's Samsung, there is even BlackBerry, I believe, uses Android now, right, Neil? But they use Android, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
so they use Android. They don't make phones anymore. Yeah, but their last phones are on Android. There's a lot more other companies like Huawei and everything. They all use Android, I believe. So technically, there could be more Android phones out there in the world. So there is a chance that DWAC gets.
Bradley,
I actually didn't believe that when Sean was saying, but when he was going deeper into the sentences, I was like, damn, you might not be wrong, because Apple might be the most popular phone out there, but there might be more devices powered by Android, because the way Apple works is because they're very proprietary with their software. That's why. They don't want anybody else to use my software. Yeah, my software, right? But whatever, more power to you over there, Apple. But market's holding that bottoms that we were talking, the tops, the pre-market tops as we were talking about it, and DWAC trying to push to the VWAP.
Lace, guys, Lace, I've seen some people talking about that in the chat. It reclaimed VWAP here at that $4.18 area, currently trading at $4.26. It looks like the high on this peak was at $4.29, didn't quite reach $4.30, but Lace may be back in business here, especially if you can hold above that VWAP line. Going into the afternoon, I definitely like it. We have a high on Lace of $4.49 on the day. That's after the market opened. I haven't looked at the pre-market highs on that bad boy, but Lace definitely looking good here. I'm not going to get into it quite yet. I'm going to wait until this one, stays above VWAP, gives me a reason to get in. Oh, come on. There we go. Zoom. There we go. So I'm looking for that 430 break. Let's see if we can glean any major levels on Lace here. Not from the previous day's high. It looks like that 425 level was a level here. That's obviously been broken. by that 430, 429 top. Let's zoom out a bit more, have another look. Yeah, not much in the way of levels after that except the high of day, and that's still a ways away at the moment. Let's check our Revlon trade. We may have to punch at a Revlon here. No, it's still holding a VWAP, so I'm not going to punch at a Revlon until a decisive break of VWAP. I'm going to leave my stop place in order. Let's check quickly the Qs. We're still not getting printed on that 46 out, 1846. It's been flirting in between 50s and 60s for the better part of 10 minutes or so. I'm going to try to exercise some patience with this one, but I'm short 77, so I'm in the money.
Are we going in the chat? I'm just looking for what stocks you guys want us to take a look at over here. Scrolling back up. Actually, while we wait for you guys to put some stocks in there, let's go cover some more super chats that we might have missed out off the open or later on in the day. Where is the chat box? Too many tabs open. All right, let's go. Click here. Where are we going? And that's midday. Here we go. So yeah, we left off over there. Dominic, what's up, Dominic? Woohoo! It's longer than 15 months by another 4, but sweet. Let's chat about ANPC. Yeah, you've been a member for a long time, Dominic. Thank you for coming in. ANPC, that was around 10 o'clock. Pretty sure the move is probably muted on that at the moment. A penny stock, 29 cents. I think. Sharif actually talked about it when you donated again, I believe, about ANPC, up 75% on the day, consolidating really well at VWAP, bouncing off of VWAP every time it pushed down there. So for anyone who's looking for a long on this trade, maybe going long at VWAP doesn't look too bad at the moment for this stock, as the SPYs and the NASDAQs are trying to hold up at the pre-market highs. So ANPC, congratulations for anyone who did go long on that and is successful on the day. Chris coming in with the $10 super chat. Weekday mornings are the best mornings with Trader TV Live. Appreciate all the work you guys do, and congratulations to Max. Thank you, Chris, for congratulating my boy Max. I'm very happy, honestly, even though I didn't capitalize on the day that I wanted to, and I donated some of the money back into the market. I'm still pretty happy for my friends who graduated, and we get to have a big graduation party coming in. And we're actually planning, Sean, would you be down to do this? We're planning to go to Spins, the place where you play ping pong and they have alcohol selling too. That'd be a good spot to go. Are you good at ping pong? Yeah, okay. Greg said he's pretty good at ping pong too, so we're gonna see who comes out top. But obviously we know Fahad's the best, right? Fahad's the best. He's gonna dust everybody in every sport that ever existed, and no cap about that, right, Fahad? Mr. New Era himself, Mr. Lids. I can be if I want to, he says. Of course. Nicole Harris with the $2 super chat. Wait, JPM is going to try and save us again. You're not wrong. JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, all of them coming in, buying the dips today, and I'm part of the buying the dip action on my own account, so a lot of traders did buy the dips on that side. Kennigan coming in with the $5 super chat, just saying thank you. No, thank you for supporting the show and going out of your way and donating money. You don't have to do that, but we appreciate every single person that does do it for us. Hirain coming in with the 40 rupees. Good morning, Sharif and Prad. Let's go Bear Red. Sadly, that's not the direction the market's screaming towards anymore, but we were Bear Red. Thank you, Hurain, for the super chat over there. And did we miss anything? Looks like we have one last super chat to read right here. TNX below the 40 and DXY legging lower. Bitcoin bottom, question mark? We'll just have to wait and see, Hayes, if the Bitcoin bottomed out, but the DXY, which is $1, clearly pushing down, and that's probably a better thing for us as we get paid out in Canadian dollars over here.
Absolutely. The Hayes record saying, Sharif, Market Chameleon has a nice implied volatility indicator. Yes, I use Market Chameleon often. I use it for earnings trades, though. I look to see what's coming up, what time, before market, after market, etc. And they also have options volume on that as well. So you can see whether traders are interested in this earnings report or not, right? Or not just traders, but investors in general. So I use Market Chameleon often. I also use Earnings Whispers. That gives you the exact time for the release of the earnings. And a little trick for you guys, if you're interested in these earnings plays, what I suggest you do is to go back on the minute or the 5-minute chart, whatever you like to trade off, and go back to the last earnings day and see exactly what time it came out. Earnings Whisperer will give you, it'll tell you 0405, 410, 415. But some of these guys, they'll release it a little bit before, a little bit after, and it's good to know. What's up?
Fahad's a joker. That's all. Fahad's an absolute joker. ANPC, I know you covered that at some point, right? But here's the market trying to bounce up, so I got to go up to UVXY and cover some more profits on that side before it pulls back to the south side and not give me money. There we go. We got out of UVXY a little bit more. Just scalping profits every time the market maybe even pushes down slightly. I'm still very shocked that this market had this type of move in it today, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not sure about you guys, but my brain is still firing. The dopamine in my mind is still racing at the moment because of all these crazy moves that are going on. I want to show you the Trade Idea scanner again. I want to pull up the for future billionaire Prad scanner. Here it is. Let's see what the markets are doing at the moment. Apparently the last winner was SQM. SQM was Soshi Dad. Whoa, what is that name? It's what country is this? Chilean company. Did pull back to VWAP at the moment, but trying to bounce off of VWAP. This is the one-day chart, I believe. Let me see if I can make sure if it is or if it's not. Where's the time frame? Yeah, no, that's the day chart. What chart is this? We gotta go here. I want the 15-minute over here, actually. Let's go to 15-minute. A little bit of a green action, obviously, for a stock that's up 3%, but pulling back to VWAP. Let's see how we do around these VWAP levels for SQM.
The Playmaker, my boy, the Playmaker, coming in with a $10 super chat saying Fahad for Dallas Cowboys quarterback. That's hilarious. You got to give a little bit of respect to Cooper Rush, man. He's been filling in and doing well. You know what I do like about Cooper Rush, aside from the fact that, he is a bit of, he's not that daring or enterprising going downfield. He is a good protector of the ball. He doesn't give up too many turnovers. Neil, does he have any picks? He might have one, but I haven't seen too many picks from Cooper Rush. So quite impressed with his ability to protect the ball there. I'm not going to lie. I definitely not what you typically see from backups. They tend to be a little bit looser with the ball. He doesn't have any. Neil just confirmed. Cooper Rush has not thrown any picks this season. And I'm pretty sure, I didn't see too many there. So pumped about that. Thanks for the $10 super chat. Again, Playmaker, awesome as usual. I'm loving the jersey. By the way, it's hung up in my room. I want to get it signed by a Dallas Cowboys player. My buddy being a diehard Green Bay fan like Sean, and myself being a diehard Cowboy fan, we're going to make the trip to the great state of Wisconsin for the November game, and we're going to watch that live at in Lambeau Field. We're gonna dress real warm because we all know what Lambeau's like in November. So pumped about that. Thanks for that, Playmaker. He says, good game manager, Cowboys like Gunners, LOL. I'm messing with Fahad. That's funny. What's up, Bradley?
So this is apparently Luca's trade, right? I want to show you Luca's trade today. He went long Apple right here at the low of the range. He added again at the low of the range. He added again at the lower range, and he got out. And this is how much money he made today.
That's fantastic. Is that real?
Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
Come on, bro. Is that Sim?
It's a Sim. He's trolling us in the Sim account. He probably made $2 million on these trades that he made on the Sim account. That's because he's protecting his money off the shorts that he already made.
I think he would have destroyed all the computers if he made that much money.
Come on.
But no,
the office. At least he's practicing on the Sim and not giving back like I did on the actual live account, right? But he had a monster day himself today. Congratulations on your day today, Luca, and coming back with an injury from playing ball and still getting ready to smash the trades today. Hats off to you, my friend, and I can't wait to party tonight, baby. I might have to just break my sober October today because we have lots of reasons to party today, man. A lot of reasons. We got Max, we got myself, we got Luca, we got all the boys behind over here making money, even the youngins over here making some money. You gotta love it. Obviously, he's sneezing like an absolute machine gun, but that doesn't stop him from making that cash today, baby. We have a saying on that bulletin board, on the whiteboard, which is make the money, keep the money, drink the beers. So we did the first two part. We're just waiting for the last part.
Oh, yeah. Definitely a great day. I know after Ian graduated, they didn't really have a big party for him. They were waiting for somebody else to graduate so they could kind of do both parties together. So Ian's going to be celebrating today. So shout out to Ian. Even though he graduated like months ago, he's been waiting for that time to shine. And today is definitely going to be his day. The Playmaker sending another $10 super chat here saying that Green Bay, Sean, is a cheesehead. Get ready for the trolling. Yeah, I know. I told Sean to come down to Lambeau for that game as well. I don't know what his plans are, but that was the discussion between him and I going a while back. Guys, the TQQs on the market in general kind of consolidating sideways a little bit now for the better part of, let's see, what time are we? 12:37. So the better part of 20 minutes, we've been moving in between on the Qs, this is on the TQs, between that 1870 range and then to the bottom here, that 1850 range. So about a 20-cent range there that we've been going through. I wonder what we're going to break to the bottom or the top. I see lower highs, so I'm more inclined to feel that we're going to continue to move down, but that obviously I'm biased at the moment, seeing that I am short the TQs, sorry, at that 1877 level. I'm looking for that 1846 print. I feel like I should be de-risking here, but I got some money that I need to make up that I lost on the TQs. Hence, that's why I have not been de-risking at the moment. But typically, when anything stays in the range this long, it makes me a little bit nervous. And so I tend to take some off, to be honest with you. I will not be doing that this time, maybe against better judgment. Revlon doing diddly, continuing to hold that VWAP. I'm not changing my out on that one. It's very small size, a quarter position on that guy. IMUX now pulling back into that 50 period and below that 50 period, but holding 11 quite well. I wonder if we're going to move back through, Bradley, into that high of day. What's up?
Just read that.
Okay, I will. Go ahead.
Right now.
Oh, you want me to read it out loud?
No, for yourself.
Okay.
But we're going to super chat. You read the Green Bay ones, right? So we're going to leave that one completed already. Probably better to donate here than continue to give through Wall Street today. Thanks for all you do. I've learned so much on this channel, says LAH. Thank you, La. We appreciate all the hard work that you do. We appreciate all the donations that have already come in, all the love and support this channel is showing us today. It's amazing, man, amazing. So what's your size?
Large.
Large?
Yeah, thank you.
So we gotta love all the support that you guys are showing us. We're actually talking about a little merch that we're getting from. We're not gonna say who just yet. When we get it, we'll wear it and we'll promote them when we do get it. But you guys already know them. You guys already know them. You guys have already seen them. So we're gonna have a lot more fun stuff coming in. With the hot CPI number, I will be very careful taking long-term position. Yeah, you can think like that. Nothing wrong with thinking like that. But if you're thinking about long-term positions on good companies like Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, nothing wrong with buying the dips over here. Like myself, I bought some dips on Apple as soon as the market crashed. And at 9:31, I opened my account. I sent my order. I want that money right now. I want that fill. I don't want to be the person who says, I'm going to buy Apple at 135. And then when 135 shows up, I don't buy it. I don't want to be that person.
No.
So I bought it. Same thing applies to Intel. Intel jumped up 5% today with the move that the market presented us. So Intel, I was talking about it yesterday. I said I want to buy Intel shares on my own account. They give dividends too. So now I have two stocks that give dividends, which is Apple and Intel. And I have to add PCG that Sean mentioned to me, not PCG, PG, Procter & Gamble. I have yet to add Procter & Gamble to that side.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Intel's, but I think we have a headwind currently. They're saying microchips are down in the demand because all the computers that were bought for the home offices have already been bought, and so there's a bit of a cooling in the demand. But when you look at the politics of the situation, the fact that the Americans want to be microchip independent, they don't really want to rely on Taiwan, because I don't know if Taiwan is going to be Taiwan independently for much longer. Who knows? We don't want to talk politics, but this obviously has something to do with it. So Intel investing heavily in building American foundries, and so you have to assume, that this stock is going to bounce back at some point. This may be one of the best or most discounted stocks out there. I haven't put it in my long-term portfolio, and I probably won't. I averaged into Apple today. I'm kind of kicking myself for not averaging into Microsoft, but hey, that's the way it is. I'm happy with the long-term positions that I added today. I was definitely waiting for the CPI print to be able to do that. I thought I'd have more time to do it, but this market just roared back like it was nobody's business. June asking, can you check MMAT, please? Sure. First of all, what is MMAT? Let me just see if I have to get out of my TQQ's position here, because I think we just got a really big volume spike. I'm going to de-risk by taking out a certain amount here. So I've got 40% of the position left, and I didn't get out the price that I wanted, but I didn't really have a choice because it started shooting back up. The stock they wanted me to look at is MMAT. MMAT, first and foremost, what is it? Metamaterials. Metamaterials is a developer of metamaterial research and products, non-fabrication and computational electromagnetics. Meta's technology platform enables brands to deliver products to their customers in consumer electronics, 5th generation 5G communications, health and wellness. Okay, got it. I see what this is. Now let's have a look at the actual chart. Let's bring in this one, MMAT, and then we'll have a look at the intraday chart, and then we'll look at the daily chart. So the intraday chart, obviously not much of a range. It is a dollar stock. Looks like the high of day was at 135, the low of day 102. That's obviously a big range, percentage speaking, but notionally speaking, not all that much. Down almost 1.5% on the day. Let's have a look at the daily chart here and see what we can glean from this daily move. Okay, so first and foremost, I can already see a declining angle on this. Load any time now, IBKR. Eek. Okay, there we go.
Crash BKR?
There we go. Yeah, honestly, it's been in a really tight range since early 2020. So it looks like we've been in that $1 to $2 range for the better part of a year. But back in June 2021, this one went parabolic up to 23, 28. I wonder if there's a lot of bag holding up here from these people. The volume on here was ridiculous. We got 175 million shares in one day at one point. So this one went through the roof. I don't really remember this one as a mover, and I was trading small caps back then. Anyway, so this one, very interesting, but at the moment, it doesn't look like it's having the best time, I would say. Now look at this level here. I want to say that $2.25 level is a key area of resistance that you may be looking at here. So, and then beyond that, we have another area of resistance at that 650 level. It looks at. So I don't know too much about this stock, but from the daily chart, it looks like it's stuck within a range. I don't know what their long-term prospects or anything about the fundamentals of this company.
Yeah, Whimsical Solid coming in saying the market is irrational, but I want to show you a picture right here. There we go. He says the market is irrational, but I want to show you a picture which we talk about a lot of the time, said by John Maynard Keynes, or Keynes. Market can remain irrational longer than you can stay solvent or remain solvent. So that's something that you have to keep in mind a lot. You have to keep in mind at all times. This market can always do whatever the heck it wants to do. The market doesn't care about you, doesn't care about me, doesn't care about anybody. All it cares is about moving, and that's what it's doing today. We moved to the south side, we moved to the north side, we came back down to pre-market highs on the S&P 500 futures and on the NASDAQ futures, and look what we're doing. We're actually holding the pre-market highs and now pushing back to the north side. NASDAQ only 30 points away from 11,000. Let's see if we break back above 11,000, or do we reject 11,000 here and come back down. Lone saying such an amazing day. You're not wrong, man. Opportunities, dime a dozen today, dime a dozen. This is what we live for as day traders. There's so many opportunities that we got to start looking for some trades. ZM today has been down the whole day, down 2.5% on Zoom, and still trying to give away some of its ranges to the downside. Let's see if 73 actually breaks, at which point I might think about taking a trade to the south side if the market actually pulls back to the south side also. Levels matter. Markets don't care about what side and trust you believe. Yeah, exactly. Markets don't care about what's going on. Tomorrow's Friday, sell-off, so I got puts. Good luck on those puts, my friend. Obviously, pre-fall Friday is something that I coined, and I will always be looking for that opportunity to short the market on a Friday. But once again, market will do whatever the heck it wants to do and not care about your position. So just be careful, exercise risk management, and look for the A+ setups only.
Yes, sir. Got shaken out of my TQQ trade here for the rest, the 40% that I had remaining break even at that 1877 area. So I'm all out of that one. Still holding Revlon though. Revlon not doing anything. Let's flip to Revlon here. Still holding that VWAP, consolidating sideways. But you know what I don't like about this is I see lower highs and lower lows. So it looks like a downward trend channel, to be honest with you. I don't even need to draw the lines to see that. It's quite obvious. But my out on that one is what it is, and it still hasn't been broken, so I'm leaving that, especially because I've only got a quarter position on this bad boy. So I can afford to take the weight. I think where I may have made a mistake here is on the TQQs, because this was the level of resistance. that I was looking at. So I got in a little bit low the level of resistance, but this was the area here, that 1880 on the triple Qs. And we didn't quite breach that on the way up, but I felt like we were going to make that move, especially because it broke this trend line here that I have on the IBKR chart. It broke, you don't have to see, obviously you can see that it was breached here. So that's why I decided to get out of that one. Maybe not a good call. We'll see what the market ends up doing in the next half an hour or so. About 13 minutes left or so for lunchtime until 1 o'clock. And then, you know, sometimes the volume picks up around then, especially today. I mean, if I was a trader or investor or what have you, I wouldn't want to stay too far away from my desk, especially with all this volatility going on. So much opportunity here on the market. Let's have a look at the watch list. We didn't get an opportunity to look at the watch list today. So EVs tend to be green, but here, this column here, guys, is the change basically since the market opened at 4 a.m., okay? So this middle column is change since the market opened at 4 a.m. This column here is market change since open. So this is the percent change since 9:30. And for almost every stock on the EVs except BYD, we have a green change since open. Big Tech is also, look at these moves on Big Tech. So Apple's up 4% since the open. Microsoft almost up 6% since the open. Microsoft is up 3.1% on the day, guys, and that's after the flush. Microsoft really strong here. I think it may have been in an oversold position. Investors jumping in there to pick that up. JP Morgan, let's flip to the banks. That's in the value watch list here. Sean wants us to look at that. Let's move down to banking. Woo! Banking, all green. JPM up almost 8% since the open, done 10.7 million shares on the day, up 5.7% on the day. 10.0. No, I said that wrong. 10.7 million shares on the day. I didn't mean 10.7 million percent. That's not. Is that even a phrase? 10.7 million percent?
I don't think I've ever seen a stock be up that
No, that's
far.
crazy. JP Morgan doing all sorts of JP Morgan things. The banks look really strong, especially after being being a dud lately, to be honest with you. The banks have not been strong, especially with this inflationary environment. You'd think they'd do a little bit better, but hey, who knows? Maybe they're heavily... Actually, I wanted to talk about something. People talking about the credit card companies and how credit card companies are going to have to start raising rates. And people were saying, oh, you know, that there may be defaults coming up with some of these credit cards, and they may have to take hits. And so apparently they can take interest rates, or they can take hits deep. Like they can have a 25% default rate without actually affecting revenue. So that was an interesting little tidbit that I read the other day. So looks like these credit card companies are shielded from what may be an economic downturn, Brad, for the moment.
Did you see this one? The Starship 24 and the Booster 7 getting stacked next to each other, and they actually get put on top of each other, finally put together and connected. This is going to be, you know, the whole idea where if you leave Toronto, you can reach China in 2 hours by traveling one of these.
One of those?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was for Mars or something.
Oh,
Okay,
I mean, this one could be for Mars, but the whole idea is one of these ships eventually will be repurposed for those, and they're setting it up for the next launch over here, I guess.
Nuts.
And the other one too, right here. Where's the? I think yesterday the ship or the little. Dragon, whatever it's called, actually reached the ISS, and I watched the docking process of it. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
But I want to show you guys this. Do you know what this is?
Cologne?
By
I don't know.
Elon Musk.
No way.
Yes. And guess
Burnt
what?
hair?
Yes.
Don't care.
It's burnt hair.
Joking.
And it basically says, you know, he tweeted out saying, please guys, help me buy this, please buy this cologne, because I want to finance
so the Boring Company got it. Okay.
Yeah, I want to finance my Twitter purchase with that cologne. Obviously, he's joking a little bit, right? But how many units do you think he sold of it?
I don't know. Probably a lot.
Yes.
Units? Okay, 1 million.
Not close, but you know, 20% of what you said.
Oh, 20,000.
He sold 20,000 units of a cologne that smells like burnt hair, and guess how much each bottle is?
How much?
100 USD. So he literally made
$200,000.
$200,000 just like that, and we're talking about inflation.
I know,
We're
honestly,
talking about
right?
inflation.
I wonder what his cost on that is. Probably 10, 15 bucks?
Way lower
Yeah,
than
you know
100
what I
bucks
mean?
a pop.
Like, yeah, no
right?
question about
So
that.
my guy just walked out with 200 grand just like that,
Joker.
so easily, and he's probably going to make more money, and obviously that's money hopefully gets put back into that Twitter purchasing, as he says. But I know Sean already mentioned this. I just want to mention it again. Michael Noss having his kid already, putting him into the right direction. Baby Noss learning early how to trade and so on. I love seeing that stuff. You know, starting your kids off early. I think Sean's mentioned this too, how his kid was in trading Roblox back in the day when it was good and so on. It's starting them young, man. I wish my parents started me young too. That way I wouldn't be here making the mistakes I am right now. But better late than never, right? Better late than never. We're here, we're learning, and we're having fun while we're doing that. Market moving back up to the north side, baby. We're watching the market push up.
Yes, sir. Just got into lace here. I see a bit of a move back into VWAP, which has got me interested. I punched in here at 421. You know, not much of a range on lace. I'm going to have to be patient on this one. I'm going to take my exit on this one if it breaks down, not breaks up, is a break of 416. That's the range I'm giving it. We'll see what it does. A bit of a slow mover today, but I'm looking for it to take these highs here at that 430. We'll see if it can do that. It kind of stopped here twice at that 429 level. With respect to Rev, we're going to continue to wait that. We're a couple of pennies out of the money, no biggie. But what I'm liking here on IMUX is not a hold. I don't want to call it a hold of the 50 period because it did go below it, but it reclaimed the 50 period quite nicely. So I'm going to punch into this one as well. All of these ones have been a quarter size. Oh, just as I say that, it shoots up and gives me a horrible price. I hate when that happens, man. I really despise that. Right when I say I want to get into it, it shoots up like 15, 20 cents. That's very frustrating. So I won't be punching into this one at the moment. I'm going to wait for it to set up again. Definitely not the price I was going to get in. I was going to get in at 11.07. Now it's 11.30. That's quite frustrating. Whatever. Lace pulling back here. Let's see what this one does. I'm going to put my stop. Whoa, Lace just dipped down. Can you get out? Thank you. Why do I have to hit that more than once? Okay, so Lace, I'm stopped at a Lace. Sucks for me. Bit of a small loss. So it was only a 25% position on Lace. The ones that's more frustrating is IMUX. Let's have a look at that. Revlon now going all the way back down. That blows through a stop. So this is my problem here. I'm gonna hit the stop in a second, but look. This is what happens when you don't leave enough room on your stop. So I put my stop at 506 and I probably give it to 505. It blew through all those levels and didn't stop me out. That's why you continue to see this thing there, this line and this circle. So for future reference, if you're worried about the speed at which something is going to move, it's going to blow by your stop, make sure to have a bit of space between your stop price and your limit price. So I just didn't think it was going to do that because it was moving ever so slowly. But there came the flush. Sucks for me. 2 L's in a row there on Lace and on Rev. Not looking good for me today. I'm still positive, though, so thankfully.
Yeah, I told the chat completely over there. I purposefully said 200K. I wanted to see if you guys would catch on to it or if you guys just blindly believe anything I say. So good job, chat. That was a quick little test for you guys. You know, obviously I knew it was $2 million that he made, not 200,000. Because, you know, if you do the math, it makes sense, right? But like I was testing you guys. I was trying to see if you guys were listening carefully or if you guys are just blindly doing whatever you want. Get farmed, chat. I farmed the chat over there. Call me Farmer Prad now, baby. Farming chat, farming the laughs, farming the emotes and so on. No, none of that was cap, Dominic. I'm not bad at math. I'm just farming you guys, okay? That's the actual facts of it. Now moving on. Sure, Brad sure says Live Trader TV. Anyways, moving on from that little mistake over there. Look, math's never been my strong suit, okay? Math's never been my strong suit. I thought it was 200K. It was 2 mil. I'm wrong. I've been wrong multiple times. At least I get to make fun of myself over there and enjoy the banter with the chat, you know, enjoy the banter with the chat. I hope you guys enjoyed that too. And if you did, hit that like button, smash those thumbs up button everywhere that you see, and hit that subscribe button too. It will boost the channel for us. We appreciate that. But right now, the market boosted to the north side off that pre-market lows. I'm trying to pull up the market here for you guys. Boosted to the north side off that pre-market high. Sorry, I keep saying pre-market lows. Off the pre-market highs and now pushing back to 3660 or so on the S&P 500 futures, and the NASDAQ futures also trying to move back to the 11K. Although Although 11K has already rejected once on the move up, let's see if we can actually manage to go above it. This market does not want to go red, ladies and gentlemen, so the shorts are still a little painful to be in. Thankfully, UVXY longs are not really pushing too much to the downside, so I'm able to hold on to this trade a little bit longer.
Yes, guys, I've got nothing on at the moment. Nothing really interesting me at the moment. IMUX was what I was looking at. I missed that trade. Let's have a look here at the scanner to see what's up. I see AVCT continue to hold VWAP, not doing much. SNTI, that I believe is below VWAP. We had an excellent trade on that one earlier. Looks like it wants to reclaim VWAP a little bit here. Let's show you the SNTI chart. Here it is. So a bit of a pullback and below VWAP, straddling it from the bottom. That's not what we want to see it. We want to see it flip. So it's got to straddle it from the top as opposed from the bottom. So SNTI still on watch, but definitely not getting into that at the moment. A bit of a slow period to tell you right now, guys. Not much happening in either big cap or small cap world. Yeah, I don't really have any trades. Do you have any trades, Brad? Are you in anything?
I'm in a UVXY long, and I'm just waiting for the market to pull back, honestly. That's all I'm looking for at the moment. But we could look for trades, guys. Let's pull up the Trade Idea Scanner. Once again, if you want to buy the Trade Idea Scanner this time for 15%, you can use code TraderTV. What are you laughing at?
Look at what Justin said in the chat.
What did he say?
It makes me funny. Hit the like button so we can hire a math tutor for Brad. Justin trolling Brad in the chat. Justin's a joker. I love that guy. Mr. Justin Kozak. You guys will remember him. He comes on the show sometimes to talk about some of the big movers. Guys, we're almost at 3,000 votes on today's poll. Will we finish green? Will the S&P close green or red today? 62% feel we're going to close green. Only 38% feel like we're going to close red. Looks like the people who chose green are in the right at the moment at least. We're up 1.78% on the day and 65 points on the ES. I can't believe that. 65 points on a day that we get. A horrible, I don't want to say horrible, but definitely not what we expected or we wanted, CPI print. And yesterday too. I mean, I think I read the minutes from the last Fed meeting, and they were saying that some areas of the economy some areas of the economy have not yet felt the effect of the rate hikes. And so to me, using my mind, I'm like, okay, so if those areas haven't felt the rate hikes, they need to feel them. Hence, therefore, the Fed will have to continue to raise rates until those areas feel the rate hike. At least that's what I was thinking. Obviously, maybe Wall Street did not feel the same way as me, and therefore there's all this buying. Or there could just be a bunch of gamblers. So we'll see about how that one plays out, guys.
Yeah, I just looking for things that we could maybe put some damage into on the position. Throw back to the breakdown. So not sure what this scanner does. I'm gonna need Michael Noss to explain a little bit more on this one. But pull back to prior resistance. We got a couple stocks pulling back to the throat.
Right. So there was a level there. Broke it. Now it's back.
Ah, okay. So there was a level, it broke it, and now it's back. And apparently one of those stocks is FMC. So yeah, I see what you're talking about. There was a level here, broke to the downside, but now pulling back to that level.
That would be like 160.50 or whatever.
Right.
That was resistance. Broke. Now it's back.
Okay. So it's like a resistance scanners. Okay. I like these. Yo, these are pretty. Nah, this one's for future billionaire Brad, okay? For future billionaire Brad. One of those stocks that are pulling back to those levels is apparently DWAC. DWAC is now pulling to $19. I think 19 did hold last time. So let's see if the resistance 1950 rejecting off VWAP and now breaking 19 to the south side is DWAC. But I expect it to bounce off that 50-period EMA again like it did previously. What is the market doing? Market's trying to keep on going to the north side. So our UVXY longs are not really working at the moment. We're only a penny out of the money on UVXY, which is allowing me to hold it a little bit longer.
Guys, I'm just seeing something interesting on my scanner today. Albertsons, ACI, has a ton of volume, 20.3 million shares. Do you know what the average volume on Albertsons is?
Oh, okay.
3. So it is in Arval City here. Look at the move that Albertsons made. This is a stock that I held as a result of a former guest on the show by the name of the Stockfather. He came on the show about, I want to say about like a year and a half ago.
I gotta cut you off quick.
Yeah, go for it.
We have a news about Netflix. Ad-supported pricing is out. It's now $6.99 a month for the ad-supported tier of Netflix. A big volume candle on Netflix. Sean just screamed he's long off of that catalyst. Netflix only up 2% after the move having a nasty V-shaped recovery. So I think that volume candle, which is greater than the opening candle itself, there we go. We're launching right now on Netflix, moving to the north side, broke 226 for the second time, and now look at the spread opening up, and we're really pushing to the north side. We're expecting maybe 230 to come into play at this point on the move that Netflix is showing. Oh my, we're moving. I like to move it. I like to move it. 228. Can we get a break on 228 over here?
Yes.
We're launching. Sean is in the money already. $3 over here. $4 in the money on that bad boy. Let's go, baby. Netflix to the moon.
Yes, sir. We got long Netflix. I want to take my eye off it. Took a piece out already. Let's see if we can take another piece out here. There we go. Another piece out. So now we are out of almost 50% of Netflix. I want to de-risk here because I feel like I'm a little bit high. There's another piece out. Very profitable so far on Netflix. My long here is 227.97. I got out. Wow, I got a piece out at 29. Geez, that's not bad. That's not that bad. Here we go. Printing up again. Give me more. Give me more. Give me. I got a third left. Let's see if we can get up to that 230. Oh, wow, this one's moving. Okay, here we go. It's in the high 28s. Oof, okay, there we go. I'm going to take out half. So I've only got 17% left. Very profitable trade on Netflix. Thank you for that, Sean. I appreciate that. Whoever posted it, was that Brendo that posted it in the chat? Yeah, Brendo posted it in the chat. Thank you for that, Brendo. That's an awesome trade. That brings me back into positive territory. Pumped about that. I've got 17% left. I'm going to hold that for the dream, so to speak. Let's see, 227.99 is my average, so still in the money on this one, Brad.
Let's go, baby. Yeah, someone in the chat said I cut you off too much. I'm like, well, would you rather have me not mention the Netflix trade, which is a monster move?
Thank you for telling me about that.
Come on, guys. The news drops. I gotta come in with the news. The fiery hot news, the salsa, the pico de gallo sauce news coming in right now. Straight to the north side. I'm hungry, bro. I'm starving.
You're funny, bro.
I'm starving. I want some food right now. But the market is also starving for some more green action. To the north side we go. Right back to 11K on NASDAQ. NASDAQ breaking 11K. I'm going to punch myself out on that UVXC long now. That was a pretty clean long that I had for a couple scalps, but we don't want to lose some picante. Is that spicy? I think that's spicy, right? That's picante, spicy.
I like how you're saying it. Your pronunciation is really good. I'm not going to lie, bro.
Muy bien, right? Yeah. Muy bien. So we're pushing the upside. What did I say? 230 coming into play on Netflix. It is coming into play. Looks like we just tapped 230. We hit 290. Yeah. 229.95, I think, is what we hit, and now we're pushing a little bit lower. Let's see that 230 breaking, and apparently Trade Desk is also on the news over here. Yeah, Netflix November 3rd, U.S. availability for that lower tier, ad-supported tier. Okay. IAS selected to provide transparency to Netflix's advertising platform. That's pretty cool. And Trade Desk over here moving to the north side too of these catalysts, Brendo. What does Trade Desk have to do with it? Oh, okay. Trade Desk is apparently going to help them over there too. So Trade Desk, IAS, and Netflix all moving in tandem together to the north side.
Yeah, I just wanted to finish the thought that I had here about, let me just get out of this Netflix trade because it's broken through my average cost. So that last piece at 17% will be a loser. Still much bigger win on this one than the 17% loss here. You have a look, guys. These are all my outs. Let me zoom in so you guys can see the real deal here. There we go. We got long. You can't see the long because it's mixed in with the green candle, but my long was 227.99. First piece out, 228.12. Another piece out, 228.49. Another piece, 79. Then I almost got top wick here at 229.12. So that was not too bad of a trade. Now, with respect to Albertsons, here is the reason for the move on Albertsons. DJ Kroger and Albertsons in deal talks to create supermarket giant. Kroger Incorporated is in discussions with smaller rival Albertsons Co. Incorporated over a potential combination that could unite the two largest supermarket operators in the U.S., according to people familiar with the matter. A deal could be announced as soon as this week, assuming talks don't fall apart, the people said. I wonder how the unmonopolistic White House is going to feel about this merger. Because they've already shown an inclination to not allow mergers. Like,
oh yeah, the supermarket giants are trying to meet up. The Kroger ones.
We'll see. This one will get the okay from. Who do they have to get the okay from? The Justice Department,
DOJ
the Commerce Department,
or FTC? There's only two of them that manage that merger.
Gotcha. Okay. So that's interesting. So I wonder if that merger will get the okay, but definitely Albertsons moving on the news.
We got Walmart, who's big.
Yeah.
We got Costco, who's big.
These are the two biggest ones, though, according. Really? So look what it says. Look what it says.
They're not bigger than Walmart and Costco.
The deal would create a new grocery giant operating thousands of stores across the U.S. and would rank as one of the country's biggest employers with hundreds of thousands of workers. A deal could be announced.
I think.
Here, hold on. A combination with look at this. The Albertsons Kroger deal would over a potential combination that would unite the two largest supermarket operators in the U.S.
So Walmart and Costco are not that big?
They're not as big as these in terms of supermarket. I think Walmart and Costco probably, they're bigger because they have other things, right? But in terms of just strictly supermarket, you got these guys as the two biggest ones. Chat, chime in there if you guys have anything to say about that. But this was an excellent trade. It was a swing trade for me. Last year, it was an inflation play. It was one of the guests on this show that used to come on every Wednesday by the name of the Stockfather. He gave me Walmart, Costco, and Albertsons, and I made money on all three, and I still thank him to this day if he's watching. Shout out to Mark Roberts, the Stockfather, guys.
Walmart not as big in groceries. That's actually pretty true, I'd say, because we actually don't buy our groceries from Walmart. We buy everything from Costco. Before that, we used to go to Sobeys, or No Frills or whatever. So yeah, I could see Walmart not being that big. But if I'm just trying to wrap my head around this, I think that deal could go through because we already have a giant in Costco. We already have a giant in Walmart. Why not mix these two companies together and just let them be a giant too and run the whole thing by that? But I think when Costco and Walmart if Costco and Walmart weren't there in picture in existence, then I think, that deal will fall through. Yeah. But obviously, all of this is just speculation, just theories that I'm coming up. I don't know what I'm talking about. What we do know is when the news articles come out, I will read those news articles, and then we'll see the deal actually going through or not. Talking about Netflix again, though, DV. Netflix will use web media verification, DV. So let's go to DV real quick. Over here, what stock is this? DV on the New York side, and the company name is Double Verify Holdings. So they're going to be using this company to use for verifying web media. And I want to see what the pop is on the chart. There we go, a big volume pop. Netflix right now coming in with banger news, baby. Banger news. And helping the market stay green. Walmart is the largest in the U.S. by far, says chat.
Well, not according to this article, and to be honest with you, no disrespect to the people in the chat, but if I get an article that's written by a professional website here, I'm going to more tend to rely on that. Now, you're not, maybe what you're talking about is overall market cap or the size of the stores themselves, but we're talking strictly supermarket here, guys. We're not talking about like these all-encompassing stores like Walmart and Costco. Definitely, those are the two biggest guys. I know that Walmart is the biggest retailer in the world. Definitely, by extension of that, is the biggest retailer in the United States. There's no question about that, but we're talking about supermarkets. But I want to build off a point. So you said, there we got bigger players, so then, this deal may go through Walmart and Costco specifically, you meant. You know what I remember? I remember the JetBlue deal with Spirit got, or the market thought that may get rejected because it would create too much of a monopoly in the southeast of the country, where they fly a lot of their routes or whatever. And I remember that the White House or the Justice Department or the Commerce Department or whoever was none too plussed about the deal that JetBlue had with American Airlines because they were starting to dominate or monopolize the northeast of the country. So I know that they look at this stuff from regional perspectives as well. They're like, okay, you're going to dominate this region in this industry. So I don't know what the Albertsons locations are like, whether they're more in the east, west, north, south, or whatever. But if it ends up being that they may dominate or monopolize in one particular industry, that may have the effect of getting it rejected. What are you looking up?
Your talk, bro.
Yeah, I know. This guy's trying to look something up so he can surprise me with something he doesn't want me to notice. No, I'm just kidding, of course. Pradley always doing the homework there. I appreciate that for Pradley. Netflix pulling back in now, kind of consolidating sideways after making that big boy move up to 230. Very happy with that trade. Thanks for Sean for mentioning that. Lace now pulling back after, you know, making a decent move above VWAP here, but this one's going to have to go on the back burner for the moment because it is not holding those levels, sadly. Let's see what we did here on Lace. Yeah, a very small loser on Lace, so nothing really to write home about. Broken below VWAP at that after creating that double top, and definitely lower lows and lower highs on Lace. So that one is out of the picture at the moment. Let's continue to look. IMUX, what's IMUX doing? Not bad. It's not the juggernaut that it was earlier in the morning or yesterday. Let's change to IMUX on this one, and it's a NASDAQ stock. There we go. Holding VWAP. If we can get anywhere below this area here, this may be a trend change. This is the area of support that I'm looking at, that 1090. It's a little bit below $11, so you don't really have the benefit of the whole dollar level here with respect to your support level, but there's very clearly defined support level here. If we break through it, I'm looking for a dip possibly off that 1050, the half dollar, or VWAP, which is currently at 1045. So a bit of a confluence in between the two there. Let's see when this one makes its way down, what it'll look like, Prad.
Yeah, you know me. I like to do my research, and I like to look up numbers all the time. So here's actually the numbers for Costco. 839 stores for Costco. Kroger has 2,850 stores, and Walmart has 4,662 stores, right? So, but if you pull up the stats over here, leading supermarkets in the United States based on retail sales, I don't even see Walmart in this picture.
I told you,
right?
bro.
So Kroger.
So is Albertsons and Kroger?
Yeah, it's Kroger
so the article
first,
was
then
right.
Albertsons.
Article was right.
Based on sales in billions of US dollars. Kroger makes $136 billion in 2021, and Albertsons made $71 billion in the 2021. And I don't even see Walmart over here, baby. I don't even see Costco. So yeah, they might have more stores, but they're not pulling in the type of money apparently Kroger's pulling in. So that article that your boy Sharif just read sounds very accurate to me, but my head can't wrap around that because I've never seen a Kroger store in my life.
Neither I've. Kroger's grocery store. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Yeah, we were like Walmart's obviously larger, but they diversify their retail. Of course, it's completely electronics, clothes, you name it. Walmart's got it. Yeah.
Loblaws? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, Kroger's clearly killing it over there in the United States, and if they two team up, then yeah, there would be a monopoly clause over here, so it could fall out.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how this one is received by the government. I know that the current administration is none too plussed about these buyouts and these mergers, for lack of a better term. They want to see competition out there because they feel it benefits the consumer the most. Who knows what this one will bring, but it brought movement definitely to Albertsons stock. What's Kroger's stock? KOR? KR. Thank you for that. Kroger, let's check Kroger here to see if it had the same type of move. Up, no, it's actually down 1.28%. So it looks like, let me bring that for you guys so you guys have a look. Here is the Albertsons chart, which is obviously a positive chart, up 11% or 10.5% on the day. And then when we look at Kroger, look at this. No. So Kroger definitely not getting the meat of the move here. This stands to benefit Albertsons more than Kroger from the perspective of the market. Not saying that's how it's going to be in actual fact, but the market interpreting that as more of a benefit for Albertsons. So interesting trade. I'm definitely going to be keeping that on my watch list for the next little while to see how that one moves, Bradley.
Yeah, people in the chat still saying like Walmart is number 2 in groceries. I'm still trying to do research. I'm still trying to do my research over here.
To be honest with you, anytime I go to my sister's in California, we only go to Walmart.
Right.
Like I have never seen Albertsons in California. I personally haven't. Yeah.
I personally have never done grocery shopping in Walmart. I'll be honest.
No?
We always go to Costco or like Loblaws as things, and even in Brampton, there's specialized grocery stores for the Indian culture. I think it's called it's by Fresco. I don't know who owns Fresco, but Fresco they have like a
Sobeys?
Sobeys, really? So they have like special Indian catering grocery stores over there. So we always go to those type of stores. So we have actually never been to Walmart, but Walmart has so many stores out there. It's actually insane, right? You would think that they would be #1. And not only do they dominate in the U.S., they dominate outside of the U.S.
Yeah.
There's Walmarts in India. There's Walmarts in Canada. There's Walmart maybe in China
And
too,
in
I would guess,
Mexico.
in the Mexico.
I know there's
so
definitely
you would
Walmarts there.
think that they would be dominating completely in the market that or in the country that they originate from. But yeah, guys, we could be wrong. Off the numbers, we're seeing different things. But if you guys see some articles in there that you could throw in the chat for me, well, I'll read them too if you do find something that's differing from my opinion. ANPC is 30 cents. These guys don't trade. Okay, dude, you don't got to be that rude to people. If somebody wants us to take a look at ANPC, we'll take a look at it. But yeah, we don't really trade penny stocks over here. It's up 74% on the day. I have seen a viewer in the chat constantly ask us, what is this move on ANPC? Look, it's not really doing anything right now. It's a penny stock. It's hanging out at a penny. It's bouncing off of VWAP every time, but it's also rejecting the high a day. If the volume comes back into the position, obviously we'll take a look at it. But part of me thinks you're just trying to pump the stock at the moment because it's not really moving, honestly. If I'm wrong on that, I'm wrong on that. But it's not moving. If the volume comes back into it, we will gladly take a look at it and we will talk about it for you. But right now, it's very muted, right? The volume on the stock is muted. Look how much volume it did off the open and then it died off. Actually, let's go take a look at what the relative volume is and how much volume the stock did on the day. Relative volume of 33. It's a China stock, Anpac Biomedical Sciences, and 39 million shares traded on a penny stock. Like, not bad, but you probably expect a lot more to be. Usually when I pull up penny stocks and it actually has a catalyst or has a reason to trade, these stocks trade like hundreds of millions of shares on the day. Only trading 39 million shares, which is not that great for a penny stock if you ask me, but the relative volume tells you otherwise. Look at TQQ today. 300 million shares traded on the TQQs. SOXL, which is your semiconductor 3 times leverage ETF to the north side, trading 228 million shares. SQQQ trading 161 million shares. And the SPY trading 92 million shares today. Even AMD trading 91 million shares today. Almost 100 million shares traded on AMD today, which is insanity. And AMD up almost 1%. Let's go, market.
Yes, Christian wants me to look at Peggy. So Peggy is one we've been trading for like the better part of 2 or 3 weeks now. Today it's down 10% and it's also below VWAP. So Peggy not on my radar today. Obviously, I'm cognizant of the fact that it may change tomorrow. Peggy may be in play tomorrow, but currently the way we stand and the way the volume is on Peggy at the moment and where its price action is relative to these indicators, I'm not interested in Peggy. Come back to me tomorrow, though. We may have a completely different story on Peggy. But SNTI here, just reclaim VWAP from the top side. I do like that. I'm looking for a pullback into maybe this 390 area, or if I'm unlucky, maybe this $4 area, a little bit below 4 is a level of support on this one. I want to take this one long. We had an excellent trade on SNTI. You'll see it here from these outs. Look at this. We had an entry of that $4 and then we got all the way up to that 431 area where we scalped on the way up on SNTI, and then it kind of dipped below VWAP and it was off our radar because we don't trade it unless it's above VWAP, especially these small cappers. That's my rule for that. Let's see how this one does, if we can reclaim it from the top side and continue to make higher highs. It looks like the SNTI high of day is at 433 area. So, you know, we're still a ways away, relatively speaking. We're trading at 404 at the moment from that 433 area. But I've definitely got SNTI on my radar, and I would suggest you do that too if you're into these small caps. The market now, ever so slowly inching its way back off these like lows that I don't want to call them lows, but the lower-ish part in the last little bit, that 3630, excuse me, was the area where we stopped out at here towards the lows. Ever since then, we've been moving up, inching up slowly. Now we're at 3661, so a nice move off that 30-point move off that more recent bottom. Recall 3675 is the high of day, so we're now like 12 points away, 13 points away from that high of day. Are we going to make a new high of day, Brad? I mean, we're already up 75 points on the ES, and we're up 2.1% on the day. We got a negative CPI print. What kind of world are we living in? This is a bizarro world. Bizarro.
Yeah, I'm losing my mind watching this market go back above 11K. I want to be short so bad, but I don't also want to give back my money. And I can't go along with the bad news catalyst. I'm battling myself over here. Guys, I'm looking at Bitcoin move back up to 19K at the moment. Bitcoin was red on the day, but now only flat on the day. Look at that, turning green, bang. Bitcoin is now green on the day. Solana, which was down 7% to begin the day with, now only down 3%. Shiba positive by 5%. Look at Shiba launched to the north side. Absolute monster move on Shiba right now. And Dogecoin, which is Twitter's main currency, also trying to turn green on the day. So Bitcoin, Coinbase, all of these stocks are moving back up to the green side, baby, as the market is now up 2% for the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ up 1.8%. Jeff Ross in the chat, you look more like a Fortnite type of guy, says Mohammed. I mean, you're not wrong. I did play Fortnite for a good time, and then I quit. Fortnite got boring for me. But no, I'm not a COD player, man. COD was good when I was a kid, but not anymore. COD's boring now. But you know who plays COD, though? Your boy Luca plays COD, and he runs Warzone like 10 hours a day if he can. So sign up, talk to your boy Luca. He will run some COD with you, but I'm not a COD guy anymore. I'm talking about Coinbase right now as the Bitcoin turns green. Call of Duty.
Call of Duty, yeah.
Call of Duty. COD, yeah. Neil's too old for that. It's okay. But yeah, Coinbase over here trying to push back above 69 as Bitcoin turns green, and this market for the NASDAQ tries to push back above to 2% or more.
My goodness, I just can't believe the curl that we got. I guess I really shouldn't be surprised on a day where we are surprised with everything. SNTI making that flat top here. Let's see if this one can continue up. I'm a little hesitant to punch in. I don't really like the liquidity on it at the moment. It's not moving as a small cap should. It's stair-stepping up, and that usually makes it more prone to flushing, at least from my experience. So I'm hands off at the moment. I don't see a good trade. I'm not going to trade for the sake of trading, to be honest with you, despite the fact that, you know, we're on here to trade, obviously. TQQs, wow, making a move back. It just keeps getting my attention. Every time I look to the right here to watch my small cap charts, I see the TQQs. They're moving like a small cap would. Let's flip back here to IMUX. Yeah, IMUX moving back into that area of support that we talked about, that 1095, 1090 area. Are we going to curl back up from here, or are we going to break down and maybe take a dip off VWAP? You know what I'll do? I won't guess. I'll just put them in. So I'm going to put an order on IMUX for half the size at $10.55. There we go. So we've got that dip set up. Should it make its way back down there? Ahead of that is at 1075 level, where the 200 period average is at the moment as well. So a bit of a tricky one here. I'm not really sure how to play this. I'm thinking maybe I'll take a long break above that 1115 or 1117 area. Should it curl up back? And I don't want to take it here because it could flush on me. And I don't really have an exact area of support that I could play off on IMUX, but it is setting up quite nicely. It's above VWAP. It's doing what it needs to do in terms of getting my attention. I think that 1117, 1115 pop-up will be interesting. Let's go ahead and put that in, 1117, and we'll take a quarter size on this one because it is a bit more risky. We will also give it 2 pennies of room, so my stop will be 1117 and my limit will be 1119. That way, if it blows by quickly, I have more of a chance of getting filled, Brad.
Yeah, Jeff Ross in the chat thought that Netflix had a bad news. It's not a bad news, my friend. It's the fact that we've all known that sim racing in VR, if you ever get a chance, try it. Yeah, trust me, Ian and myself plan on buying the steering wheel and everything one day to race and so on. But coming back to Netflix, it's not bad news, Jeff Ross. Okay, I'll come back to that. It's not bad news. Ad-supported pricing is something that they've been talking about for a while. So you have a lower tier where you get advertisements while you're watching Netflix, and then you have a higher tier. Most people hate advertisements, like myself. So what are they going to do? Most likely go for the higher tier. But some people, with the inflation and everything and money costing more, they might go for the $69.99, and they might have a lot more people paying the ad-supported tier than paying the actual money tier. Either way, way. This is a way for Netflix to bring in more people onto their platform. Their revenue is going to boost, and everything else around themselves are going to boost. Their subscription counts are going to go up. Their revenue is going to go up, and Trade Desk is going to partner with them in helping with the advertisements. IAS is going to help them with providing transparency for the advertisements also, and DV is going to give them web media verification. So a lot of catalysts over here to the positive side. Not sure what you heard that was negative about Netflix, but that catalyst is not negative. This is just the move that we were looking for that final move. And Netflix ad-supported tier will be live in the US on November 3rd. So people who have not had Netflix before and want to get Netflix for the cheap one, they're gonna get it. For people who have Netflix and are paying what, like 19, 20 bucks, whatever it costs a month?
Netflix, like 12
11,
bucks?
15?
Yeah, something like that.
Like 15, 11 bucks or whatever it costs a month. My sister-in-law pays for it, so I don't know how much it costs for me. But they might think about lowering down their tier too. So this is the positive news. This is good news for Netflix for the long run. Obviously, the market's also loving the greens today, so Netflix leeching off of the market green move a little bit.
Peggy making a move now, guys. It was down like a little over 10% on the day. A few minutes ago when I looked at it, now it's less than 5%. It made a move through that VWAP like nobody's business. The aggression with which it came up through VWAP here. VWAP was at that 608 level. It blew right through that several green candles all the way up to, I want to say, 639. Are we at 639? High of day. No, so high of day on Peggy 668, but recent high 639. A bit late for me to get in on this one. I needed to retrace back and develop some levels nearer to this time frame for me to punch in. Otherwise, it's just it's a high risk trade. But Peggy moving, making new highs. Keep an eye out on that one. The TQQs and the market in general now is approaching that high of day. We talked about this earlier. The ES. High of day, 36.75. We are trading at 36.73, 74 now. So we're like a point away. I can't believe we're going to make new highs. Oh, and we just made new highs. Unbelievable, this move today on the market in general. Definitely not what I expected. Tread carefully here, guys, because we may be extended. Who knows? Let's see what IMUX is doing because we have a couple of dip trades. I'm long IMUX here. Looks like I got filled at 11.18. We're printing 11.26s. Here is a piece out. Give me a piece. There we go. Excellent trade on IMUX. Good way to look out here. Now I'm looking for that break of 11.40. Can we get that break of 11.40 on IMUX? That's this key area of resistance right here. You'll have to break through this one. Otherwise, we may retrace back into that 50-period moving average. I have about half the shares left that I already had. I took out 50% here on this move. I'm not going to adjust my stop on this one. It's a little bit too close to my entry, so I got to wait and be patient for this one. But the volume looks excellent. Look at that volume candle on the bottom here. I know it's hard to see on my chart, but if you have your chart open on IMUX, have a look at the height of that volume candle. Very good volume candle there. Peggy pulling back a little bit now after making that new high at, or the recent high, I should say. But that's what we want. We want it to pull back into a level that we can play off of. Otherwise, it's just gambling. There we go. Now, IMUX printing in the high 30s. The spread is opening up, though. Right now, the spread's 6 cents. So despite the fact that the liquidity is excellent on this one, the spread is opening up. Let's go ahead and put an out here at that 11.38 area. Are we going to get filled? I see 37s on the ask. Here comes 38. There's 8,000 shares at that 38. Not too bad for an $11 stock, but also a key area of resistance. Let's see if we can print there. We're printing 36s now. Let's go. Give me my money. All right, we'll wait for IMUX to do its thing there. Hopefully it makes its way back up. Peggy now retracing this move. Let's have a look at fibs on Peggy. So if we had to look here, here's the move off VWAP, right? And then we take the move all the way up. We are at that 2/3 retracement all the way back down now. Looks like we're going to touch VWAP and maybe even break it. Tough move here on Peggy. That's why I didn't want to punch long, especially when it came super extended on suspect volume. Back to IMUX. IMUX. There we go. We got printed on IMUX. We have baby shares left. We're going to leave this one for the dream, not getting rid of the rest of my shares there on IMUX, but I'm very happy with this trade. Henry Z says PLTR. Let me have a look at Palantir here real quick. What's Palantir up to? Not a stock I typically trade. Yes, it's up 1% on the day now, and making a real nice move off VWAP. I won't be getting into Palantir, but nice move for you if you have it long. What's up, Bradley?
How are we at a new high day?
We were just talking about that while you were gone.
While UVX is not even moving.
It's unreal. The market's unreal.
Is not even moving. CLT? TLT. The bonds. The bonds are what, sir?
Broke the channel.
Bonds broke out of the channel, says Neil. So obviously bonds are going up. We got look at that channel breaking on the bonds. $100 also now above 100. Don Iman's Dan Iman, sorry. Oh, you can be a Don too. Don Iman. You're an absolute Don when you're trading the market over there. I'm muted. Yikes. No, I'm not muted. I'm unmuted. Lucas, take it back. It says I'm muted, but I'm not. No, we're good to go, guys. You can't hear me. Test. Mic test. 1, 2. Is my battery dead, maybe?
You're good.
Everything looks good.
Yeah, you're good.
Take over. They're saying can't hear you. Oh, now it's working. So yeah, I was not even muted, guys. Not sure why the problem was there before. I wasn't even muted. But what the problem, what we were saying is the $100 level on TLT breaking. Thank you for Neil for mentioning this. It broke out of the channel. So now the S&P 500 at a new high a day. Monster day on the market today. We're gonna hit 3% maybe on this futures, man. Through 2.5% to the north side for the S&P 500. NASDAQ pushing back to the previous high around 11,100. So let's see if we can break 11,100 on the NASDAQ too. I want to head over to Apple real quick before I mention something that might help a bunch of traders in the chat. Apple 142 coming into play again. While I went for my washroom break and I came back out, I heard Greg and them talking about a trade that I had recorded, and they were like, making fun of me because that trade had a little bit of a funny thing behind it. But I want to talk about that aspect of recording your screens and recording your trades, guys, because it will help you learn from that a lot. For those of you who are on a Windows platform, go to Microsoft Store and look for this software right here. Obviously, you can use OBS. If your computer can handle OBS, awesome. But the computers at the floor cannot handle OBS. It will crash, right? So what we do over here is right here. Free Screen Recorder Pro. If you type that in the Microsoft Store, it should be this one right here. Screen Recorder Pro for Windows 10. You click on that. It's an absolute free version. This will allow you to record your screen, one screen or all of your screens, whatever you want, or just a specific window or just a specific portion of your window. If you use software like this to record your trading, not only your trading but also trades that you think you would have taken, you get to watch the tape back, study the tape. How fast was the tape? How slow was the tape? And more often than a lot of times when we actually look at the videos, we feel stupid. And in that moment, you're like, you have so much anxiety and FOMO and fear and everything that you think the stock is moving so crazily. But when you're watching the video, you see how slow this market's actually moving. Yeah. You can make decisions over there. This will help you use hindsight in order to trade better the next time you see the same opportunity coming into play. Now, what I mean by that is if I was recording my screen of Apple near 133, I'm going to go back at night. I'm going to see how the tape behaved at 133. Yep. I'm going to notice, I'm going to watch how the volume is coming in on that tape and how the tape changes. We had red on the tape, then red slows down, then red slows down even more. The mid prints come in, and then the green prints come in, and then the volume comes in. If you're not able to study that while that's happening, if you're recording it, you'll be able to study that later on, and then next time when you see that trade coming in, you'll be able to hammer those longs, hammer those shorts. So always record your screens. You'll be able to learn from that.
Yeah, and I gotta agree with everything Prad just said there. Basically, the most important thing he just said was when you're in a trade, you have that fear, you have that anxiety, and that blocks your ability to digest and discern information. So part of being able to get over that anxiety is to practice. And so what he's saying here is go back, tape video your screen so that you can go back and see the trade in real time when you're no longer in an anxious state of mind, right? Because in order to get out of that anxious state of mind, you have to practice not being in an anxious state of mind, obviously, right? And that's what he, what's his name? Mark Douglas talks a lot about in the book, Trading in the Zone. He talks about that point I just made. You're ability to make the right decisions is always obscured by your fear. And you may not feel like you're scared, but there's sometimes it's a subconscious thing and you may not be overtly aware from it. So part of what Prad says there is your ability to put yourself in that same environment to see that there was nothing threatening about that situation. And the more you do that, the better you'll get at it. So I couldn't agree more with everything you just said there, man. I appreciate that sentiment because it kind of reinforces what I'm reading. Peggy had a nice bounce off VWAP that I missed. I'm peeved about that. Look at that beautiful move down here. And it held VWAP like a glove off that 610 and made another 25-cent move all the way up to 635. I was too busy gloating about my IMUX trade to notice that Peggy was a good dip trade here. I should have had that one set up once it made its move up to that 639, 640 area because that VWAP obviously is an area that I play off, especially if you follow the show. You guys know that I play a lot of these ones off VWAP. I'm waiting for the last piece out on IMUX here. I put my out at 1149, but now it's retracing into the high 20s, low 30s. Let's see if this one can hold my area. My entry on this bad boy is 1118. So if it traces below that, even though it's a small piece, I'm gonna get out.
Yeah, this market absolutely ripping to 11,100. A little bit of a minor rejection candle, 11,100, but I think we can easily break that and keep on soaring through this to the sun over here. But obviously, like Icarus, you fly too close and you get your wings burnt. So be very careful, ladies and gentlemen. You want to be careful punching the highs over here on the day. We're already up 2.5% on the day with negative catalysts. So how much higher can we really go on the S&P 500 over here? I want to circle back to that whole recording thing once again. I'll tell you the software name, Screen Recorder Pro. It's free. It's absolutely free, but it's called Screen Recorder Pro. And think about it, right? When the UFC fighters they know they're gonna fight somebody, or let's come away from UFC. Let's talk about NFL or MLB. What do the pro players do? They watch tape. They watch tape of themselves. They watch tape of the players that they're going to face, and they try to understand what strategies that they might have to counter, right? That's the same thing what you're doing. We talked about this multiple times. You are in the NBA when you're trading the market. You might not be worthy to be playing in the NBA, but you are in the NBA, and you have to fight the game like you are in the NBA. So the only way you can do that is by recording yourself, watching the tape again and again, learn how the market moves when the market's not even live. Obviously, the market closes at 4 o'clock. You don't have anything to do on the weekend in regards to learning from the market. So what you can do is record your screen every single day. You will have a bank of stuff to watch afterwards. And every weekend, every night, you go home, you can watch the tape again and again and learn from it, right? That's the best thing that you can do for yourself. It's learning from your own mistakes in trading, learning from other people's mistakes in trading, and then recording your screen and then applying that again as another trading methodology. So for anyone who's doing that already, you're one step ahead of the game. And for those of you who have just learning about the screen recording and watching it back and so on, you're gonna watch your trading improve like an absolute monster move over there. A lot of the traders on the floor actually do it.
Exactly.
Prime Day was recently. If you have not been able to buy a big hard drive, go buy yourself a big hard drive so you can store all your videos in there.
Yeah, or get some cloud storage if that's more
don't do that.
No? You don't like
you're
the
gonna
cloud?
store 7 gigs of video on cloud. You're gonna eat through cloud.
Yeah?
You're gonna eat through the cloud.
What does Google give you on Google Drive for
the
free?
The cloud's like 100 gigs.
Oh, wow. That's not that too.
That's not much. You're gonna
100
eat
megs?
Gigs.
So that's pretty good.
Nah, you're gonna eat that in
Apple family plan is sharing 2 terabytes.
2 terabytes?
Fantastic. That's fantastic. I mean, like, I don't know if you think you'll blow through 2 terabytes?
Dude, my hard drive is like 400 gigs and it's almost filled, and I only have like a few days recorded. So like, like not a few days, like a few months or whatever recorded. So you will blow through that size very quickly because the quality of the screen that you're recording also comes into the play. How many frames are moving? Like today, how much info is coming in the market?
Yeah.
That's a lot of frames that the screen has to record.
Okay.
That's a lot of data, man.
Well, you know better than me about that kind of stuff. You're the computer whiz around here. Guys, I want to mention that SNTI made a decent move here. It held the 50 period. So let's bring in SNTI. Someone was yelling about it in the chat. You'll recall we had a trade on this one earlier, but I don't have my 50 period on here, so let me show it to you on here. SNTI, let's go. Sorry, just loading up. Yes, this is the dip trade. So what I do like about this is it's been holding the 50 period for the better part of an hour now. to the high side, not the low side. So that dip trade right below 4, and that could have scared some people off here because once it broke through 4, you could be like, oh, well, here comes, it's going to retrace all the way back to VWAP at 390 or maybe the 200 period at 380. But no, it bounced off the 50 period and made a move back up, creating a more recent high on this one. I believe it is at that 413 or so. So this one's setting up again, almost up 30% on the day. We had several good trades on this one. Don't really want to give back too much of the money because we are in the money on this one. Not looking for a break through this high of day. Definitely looking for a retracement, whether it's back into the 50 period again or the whole dollar level. We'll have to wait and see on that. But now Peggy starting to make higher highs. Let's see if we can break through that $6.39 or 40 cent area. That was the most recent high on this one. It's still down 5% on the day, but it reclaimed VWAP, and it's the volume is definitely shooting up recently. I mean, have a look at the volume here. If I move up my chart, look at this. Dead. Then all of a sudden, right at that 130, 120 time slot, all the volume starts coming in, and it makes it look like it's the open again, but it's not. It's just someone coming in or the algos, who knows. Anyway, market. Let's just report on the market quickly. Retracing back into that high of day. Looks like that 36.87 is where we made high of day, but that 36.75 was the previous high. So that now is going to act as a level of support. Let's see if we can break through that again, or are we going to hold that level and continue maybe into 3,700. Can you imagine if we saw 3,700 today? We were talking about whether we're going to see 3,600. Now 3,700 is on the table, especially into power hour.
I was expecting 3,400 today, honestly.
No, but we were talking about when the upside move came, we're like, we're going to see 3,600. We saw 3,600. And now we may see 3,700. I can't believe what I'm seeing today.
Yeah, I was expecting 3,400 to come into play today, and we bounced off of 3,500 really well on the market. And as Sharif said, 3,700 might be coming into play. NASDAQ bouncing off rejecting 1,100 one more time over here. 11,100, rejecting a little bit, but we did clearly make a high above 11,100 already at 11,116 or 11,114, I think is the high a day. Yeah, right there. The high a day is 11,114.75 on the NASDAQ market, which is up 2.25%. We don't care about your fire alarm. We got the market, which is fire already, baby. The fire market, no fires put out today to the long side. The bears got stuffed, baby. The bears absolutely got stuffed today, and they are crying. I'm a bear. I'm crying for sure. And I need to look for some longs, but it's a little hard for me to punch the high days, man. I mean, it would be almost idiotic for me to punch the high day. But if the catalysts come in and the 3 o'clock moves come in for the long side, I will be in that to punch in. ZM still showing weakness on the day. Zoom still trying to pull back over here after trying to clear the $75 a little bit. Let's see if Zoom can pull back as it keeps on showing up on our red scanners. Is it? Yeah, it keeps on showing up on the downside scanners for some reason. I guess it's flat on the day right now, but it was red at one point, a little bit deeper red than where we are currently. Go for Tesla, says one person in the chat. So let's go take a look at Tesla. Wow, $222. This stock was down, what, 5% today? And now we're up 2%? What else can you say really about this market? What a time to be alive. What a time to be a day trader. And you're doing all of that with us. So we appreciate you every single day coming on to Trader TV Live, watching Sean, Neil, myself, Sharif, and Ian. Even Ian, when he jumps on, I think Ian will actually be on tomorrow at the 12:30 time. So if you guys missed him, he'll be on. He'll talk about his futures trade most likely also. Tell you how big of a short today was, but nobody's going to tell you how big of a long today was because I don't think anyone actually took the longs on the futures today. If you did, it paid you today. It paid you. That was a different long. That was a different long.
Awesome. Proudly took the algo long and made quite a bit of money on it. So.
I am the algo, baby.
That's funny. He's like, they didn't see my red shirt because the market hadn't opened yet. That's funny. Okay, back to the futures now. We're retracing back into that 36.75 area. I wonder if we can hold this area here or whether it was just a momentary pop. God, I wonder what the futures are going to do the rest of the day. Anyway, flipping back to SNTI and now moving back into that 50 period moving average. Let's take a baby long here. That's what we were talking about. Hello. Why isn't this thing work? What's going on with this thing today? There we go. Let's go ahead and punch long here at 401. So we get that long. My out on this one, I'm going to be super tight with this one. My out is going to be that 394. Even though I took a baby long on this one, I just don't feel like managing this trade if it's not going to go my way. 394, 392 will be my out on this one. 401 long there, guys. 401 long. We're looking for reclaim of that 415 to continue to make new highs. I'm already in the money on this one, but the spread is opening up. On a $4 stock, we have a 5-penny spread, so a bit of a tough one on there. Tristan Moran, yeah, Trishan Moran, not sure, says BOIS. Boys, is it safe to say that the last hour of market is going to be a huge buy side? Your guess is as good as mine, man, to be honest with you, because I thought that I was going to hold short all day today, and that didn't end up working. So I'm gonna basically reserve any judgment on what the futures are going to do the rest of the day, Pradley. But if we had to look, the voters are saying by a vote count of 3,591, almost 3,600 votes, to the question, will the S&P close green or red today? 64% believe we're going to be green. So if you want to take that as your reason to go along, good for you. What's up?
I want to see what this emote does.
That's Brendan.
Yeah, so for Brendan too, you pop up in the show for Brendan, all the news wires that come in every single day. Name a show better than Trader TV Live. I'm waiting. That's right, there isn't one. So smash those likes, smash those subscribe buttons. Let's go see if we hit 4K yet. I would love it to see if we're at 4K. Hey, we're up 4.1K with 5,000 people still watching. Thank you for everyone for smashing the likes, for all the super chats that came. 4,500 says Sean, so we're nowhere close to our goal yet. Let's pump it up. Hey, 4.2K, let's go. Only 300 more likes, ladies and gentlemen. 300 more likes and we hit 4.5K today. We appreciate every single one of you who did the super chats, donated the money, and even became new members or renewed your membership. I love the love that you guys show us. Makes me want, come here every single day and never want to take a break. That being said, though, I have to take a break in December when I have to go get married myself, apparently. And it's going to be an arranged marriage that I don't even know about, that these guys know about somehow. I don't know how these guys know about my arranged marriage, and I don't even know about it. But yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun time, ladies and gentlemen. Trader TV Live, we're the best place to be, the best spot to be for trading and learning about how to get better with your trading every single day.
Yeah, I'm going to announce my vacation too. I'll be gone for a couple of weeks. As of next Wednesday, I'm going to Egypt. Going to do some missionary work there in the south with the poor. That's something we always did before the pandemic, but the last couple of years have been a hiatus. Really looking forward to that one. Then we're going to take a little bit of a vacation on the Red Sea, chill out a little bit, and then back to Cairo where more of my family is. So I got to do the rounds with the family. You guys know how it is. So I'll be gone for a couple of weeks. I don't know who's going to be filling in, whether it's going to be Ian or...
The chat's actually thinking I'm getting married.
Yeah, well, Prad is getting married. We all believe that in the chat, to be honest with you. We think he's going to come back with a ring, and that's just the way it is, guys, Anyway.
If you like it, then you put it in a ring. Whatever.
Oh my God, no, he's not singing Beyonce, man. He's not singing Beyonce.
You know what's singing Beyonce though? This
Neil's
market.
face is hilarious.
This market's singing Beyonce right now, straight to the upside, baby. Actually, we're pulling back right now on the market slightly. That 11,100 area hitting another. I'm not getting married. Stop congratulating me. I'm gonna get angry now.
He is getting married, guys. Don't listen to him.
Not getting married.
He's getting married.
Not happening. Yeah, poor girl, man. Like, imagine what that girl's life's gonna be if she's getting married to me. I want to make her life a living hell. Come on, let's be real.
You're a good dude, man. I think you gotta give yourself a bit more credit.
I'm just trolling. I'm just joining the chat's banter. But let's see if this market can get back above 11K, guys. That's what we're 11.1K. That's what we're looking for. We have seen that number reject twice already, sadly, but we're not doing anything. Prad coming back with Seema Modi, that's a yes. I will say yes right now.
This man would marry Seema Modi before he even met her. Before he doesn't even need to meet her.
100%. Shake.
First time I met this guy.
Make her say yes.
I used to sit right here. I used to sit over here, and then I looked up at the TV that you guys can see. I'm like, hey, look who's on TV, Seema Modi. That's all I said. I didn't say she was pretty. I didn't say anything. All I see is this guy turn around. Hey, man, don't talk about my woman like that, man. Anyway, funny story.
Yeah, like, come on, man. Seema, I'm right here. I work for Trader TV Live. If you want to holler at your boy, like, I'm always free. I'm single, ready to mingle. Come on, Seema, like, come on, man.
The chat
too
saying
cute,
prenup,
too cute.
Brad?
Prenup, Brad?
Yeah, people are saying prenup, Brad, on the chat.
I might have to get a prenup, though, to protect my future's money that I made today, ladies and gentlemen. Who wouldn't marry Seema Modi, says chat? Hey, back up from my woman.
I told
back
you.
Up.
Don't aggravate this guy about Seema Modi, man.
Don't talk to my girl. Don't even have her name in your mouth, all right? Get my wife's name out your mouth.
Yeah. That's hilarious.
Right, but here's Netflix. 230 came into play one more time. We did break 230 3 times or twice. Sorry, we broke 230 twice, but let's see if we can get back above 230 for Netflix, baby. Netflix up almost 4% on the day. Monster moves in the market, ladies and gentlemen.
I wonder if we had a vote, like one of these polls in the chat here, who would win? Would it be Morgan Brennan or Seema Modi?
In what?
Like one of these polls.
Oh, with the chat things?
Yeah. We all know how you feel, bro. It's really that's not the point, right? Whether it be Morgan Brennan. Guys, what do you got? Type it in. Is it Seema or is it Morgan? Come on, let's go. Light it up. We don't really have much to trade at the moment, so we got to freestyle a little bit. But Peggy just made a move, breaking the top here, guys, at that 639 area. Made a move all the way up to 649. So a nice 10-cent move there, retracing back into the mid-640s now. But this one's got legs. Now only down 4% on the day. This one's not going anywhere, it looks like, for the next little while. We're continuing to make higher highs on this one. Again, I wanted to mention to you guys that the high on this one, the daily high, quickly here, is that 668 level, but we were higher in the pre-market, but on very sparse volume. It was about $7 was the max there. The daily high from yesterday, I know I looked this up, but I forgot it. So the daily high on Peggy yesterday was that $7.54 area. So we've got lots of ways to move up, but look at this, guys. I want to show you guys this chart over here. Look at this move on Peggy. I mean, every day since October 4th, save and except for the 7th, we've been green. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 candles green in a row. And that one red candle here did not create a lower low. It had a lower high, but did not create a lower low. So take of that what you will. Some people will call that a continuation candle. So Peggy is definitely on my radar for the remaining day tomorrow and into next week, proudly.
Guys, we're only 200 more likes away from that 4-point marker that Sean wants me to pump it up to. So come on, let's get that numbers going for the morning show, 4.5. And keep in mind that when we go over to the closing show in about 8 minutes or so, it's going to be a brand new like counter. So remind yourself to please hit that like count on that too and get those numbers going. The more likes you guys give us and the more subscribers we have, the more chances that this channel gets pushed out to people who are looking to trade and learning to trade. Imagine yourself. You know, I actually got a wonderful message yesterday on my Instagram saying, Prad, if only I had listened to your psychology that you were mentioning yesterday, I would have probably saved myself $200,000 or more. And I was like, wow, well, better late than never, right? So imagine you yourself trying to learn to trade and you get sucked into one of those scammy Discord rooms where you have to pay for it, right? I want to protect you guys, you yourself, and I want to protect everybody else who are trying to learn from going into those scammy Discord groups. So please smash that like button. Get us up to 4.5K. I will appreciate that a lot. Let's see what the chat's going for right now. 4.5K likes for a Prad emo. I don't know about a Prad emo. You know, that too specific for myself, but we can make something for the chat. Maybe like a free fall Friday. No, we can have a free fall Friday emo. Like Sean has his bang emo in the YouTube chat. We could maybe create a free fall Friday emo Justin. Yeah, I need a Free Fall Friday animation for sure. But yo, give me access to the merch store. Let me revamp our merch store a little bit. Who do I talk to for that, Justin? All right. I want access to the merch store so I can revamp it, and we're gonna revamp it in a wonderful way. Trust me. You know me, I got style. Look at me, Suge Knight, baby.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, that's great. IMUX just made a nice little move up there. Sadly, after we had already gotten out, but do we have any IMUX shares? No, so we closed out our position on that. The last thing we have here is SNTI, and now we are one whole penny out of the money on that one. But we've only got 5 minutes left on the show here, guys. So if we break that level, that 395 level, I'll be completely out of that one. There we go. I'm out of that one. So, hey. Ends up being a loser for me, but only quarter position, so no biggie. Let's see, was that a quarter position? Yes, it was a quarter position, so not a big deal on that one. Peggy continuing to make higher highs. 656 now is the more recent high. 668 again, just to remind you guys, high of day 7 in the pre-market, but on sparse volume. Peggy definitely on my watch list going into the afternoon. Sorry to keep repeating myself, but today, I mean, in terms of small caps, not much is happening. The market's also taking a bit of a hiatus at the moment, consolidating at that 36.75 level after making a new high at 36.87. I wonder if this one's going to continue to make its way down. We see higher lows here, sorry, lower highs at the moment, unless we can break through that 87 top on the futures. What's the chat up to at the moment? Not really much in talking. Some people calling about messaging about their calls on Netflix. That would have definitely been a good one. A 240 call there. Let's have a look at Netflix. We had an excellent trade on that one earlier, thanks to the shout out with Brendan and Sean notifying us there. It's actually trended up after initial. Yeah, it's still a long, guys. I mean, I don't see any reason here to get out of your longs. I did, obviously, because I was oversized on this one, and it's a lot of risk. This is the out here. We've got almost $1.50 in the money on the last out, not the whole piece, obviously. On the last out here, we had a very good trade on Netflix. Let's look at where Netflix is on the daily. I'm not going to pull it up on here because it tends to crash. Let's pull it up on, let's switch from the Qs. Let's see what Netflix is looking at as a daily chart. Did we break any levels that are going to be important going forward? By the way, if you're just joining, Netflix is moving on the news that it is instituting that second tier with advertising, and that's going to be available when?
November 3rd in the U.S.
November 3rd in the U.S. Look at this daily chart here on Netflix. It looks like a very clear top. A recent top going back to all the way to April after it had that epic flush from 390 all the way down to 220 is that 255 level on Netflix. If we can reclaim that 255 level, then we're staring at the 200 period, which is at 292 at the moment. So two key areas of resistance here if you're holding long term or if you want to swing this. Based on the news, we're looking at that 255 break and then that 292 to reclaim the 200 period. It's currently trading a little bit below the 50 period, but it has reclaimed it. And I wouldn't really give the 50 period too much credence here as it's been breaking below and above it the better part of midsummer. It's been breaking below and then above and again and again. The 200 period here is definitely the more interesting of the trend lines and that 255 break, Brad.
Bill Ackman is for sure not happy right now. That man's crying, and I understand perfectly why. I mean, Netflix was absolutely pooping itself at one point, but now we're back to some of these ranges. Keep in mind, though, Netflix still has a pretty strong competition with Disney Plus, with the Apple, what's the Apple stink? Apple TV? Apple TV, Amazon Prime Video is what it's called, and all the other streaming services that are out there. So we want to see how, excuse me, how this lower tier subscription fights against those other giants such as Disney Plus and Apple TV and so on. Shows like Ted Lasso and all the other crazy shows that Apple's coming out with are taking away some of that market share that Netflix has regained for such a long period, right? But oh, there we go, 230 breaking again on Netflix, sorry, and trying to push back to the north side as this market just created a higher low after creating a higher high. This market might not be done going upside just yet.
Do I look like this guy?
No.
No, I don't. Someone in the chat says I look like Joe Mazzulla.
No shot.
The coach of the Boston Celtics. Yeah, I don't really agree with that at all.
No shot.
Who was this person over here? I added him, so yeah, Chill Vibes says I look like Joe Mazzulla. I don't know. I don't see it. I got different hair, different features. He's got a stash. He doesn't have a beard. Come on now, man. I don't look like Joe. Not like he's a bad-looking guy or anything, but I don't think we look the same. Guys, we've got another 1 minute left on the show before we send you up to Brendan at the big desk and the big kahunas to my right here. Neil and Sean for Power Hour from the 2 o'clock to the 4 o'clock time slot. Maybe this market makes some big move like it did in the morning. Who knows? Get ready. Put on your hats. Put on your seatbelts. Do whatever you need to do because today has been one of those days where I am shocked, flabbergasted, all the adjectives. What's his name? How do I spell that? Do I look like him? Okay. 1 second. Let me look. Neil, what's his name? Imi. I don't know how to spell that.
Oh, the Boston Celtics coach, UME.
UDOKA. I see it. Imi Udoka. There we go. Okay, go images. Are we on my screen? Yes,
You don't
we
look
are.
like him.
A little bit. Yeah, I can see that.
Dave Bautista. Okay.
Who's
Okay.
Lucas just chatted in my ear. He's like, I look like Dave Bautista. I definitely don't look like Dave Bautista. Dave Bautista makes me look like a shrimp. But yeah, I feel like there is a little bit of similarity. The facial hair here. My hair is a little bit longer than his, though. Yeah, hey, man, I'll take that. Kind of looks like me. The other guy, not really.
All right, time to wrap it up.
Yes, sir. That's it. We're done here, guys. It's 2 o'clock. We're going to send you up to Brendan at the big desk.
Guys, yeah, welcome back. 2 o'clock, a couple hours left in what has been just an absolutely wild afternoon ever since we got to the bottom coming off the CPI number this morning. Just straight to the upside so far ever since. I want to talk about a whole bunch of things here, but I'll give you a look at where we're at to kick off the afternoon session here. 2.5 for the S&P right now. Almost 3% still for the Dow. Unbelievable move off the lows from this morning.